Awesome, and exactly to time. So with that, I will declare the meeting open. It's the Extraordinary Council meeting for the annual plan hearing for 2024. I'd like to welcome everybody here today, the supporters, the speakers. For those that are on Zoom, I don't know how many we have over at the RSA, but welcome. And anybody else that joins us during the day. And thank everybody for acknowledging and appreciating the conditions that we have here as far as numbers in the chambers. With the cap at 60, we didn't want the speakers to not be allocated for, so it was easy to open up a second zone so that any supporters or others can still be part of the meeting. So we thank everybody for their considerations with that. There may be a little bit of distracting noise outside, and my apologies for that. I just hope that it doesn't take away from the ability for everybody to be able to hear each other. That's my biggest concern there, because it's important that you be heard, and it's important that we can have time with you to ask questions and so forth. So we'll manage that as we go through the meeting. We'll start off, actually, sorry, I will remind the councillors that the purpose is to hear the submissions and ask any questions. It's not an opportunity to enter and debate, So I thank councillors in advance for that. And I'll also advise the speakers that you have 5 minutes to speak to your submission. Please don't waste that time repeating your submission. And please know that council have read your submissions prior to this meeting, and I can assure you that councillors have read the submissions more than once, and a lot of them more than twice and 3 times. So there's been a lot of homework gone into this from the councillor's perspective, I can assure you of that. So make sure you utilise that time well and speak to your submission, and we'll follow that with any questions for any clarification that's required. But thank you, everybody. We'll move on to the opening karakia. Kia horo, te marino, kia whakapapa punamu, te moana. Hei hurhei, mā tātou, e te rangi nei, arahu atu, araha mai, tātou, I a tātou katoa. Hui takia. Firstly, we move on to the apologies, and we have an apology from Mr. Tumahoi. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, resolve that the apology from Mr. Tumahoi be received and accepted? Sorry? He's not an apology. Councillor Burden is attending via Zoom this morning, and he will be joining us around lunchtime to be actually at the table. So he's not an apology, he's attending this via Zoom, but thank you for that. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, that we accept the apologies? Councillor Baird, Councillor Neal, thank you very much. Declarations of interest. There are no changes to the interest register noted. All councillors, please ensure that that is kept up to date. So we'll move straight on to staff reports, and we have Emma Ray, Strategy and Communications Advisor, and Lily Truman, our Finance Manager, here to put forward the draft annual plan 2024-2025 hearing deliberations and decisions report to us. Thank you, Emma.
Good morning, councillors. I would like to take the report as read and through the mayor and ask that the hearing continue.
Thank you, Emma, for that. We will pass the accept the report at the end of the proceedings, Emma. So we will move on now and open up the submission hearings. And I invite the submitters who are speaking to speak at their turn. So starting off, first speaker for the day is Jackie Gooden, speaking on behalf of Heritage West Coast. Thank you, Jackie.
Your Worship, Mayor and Council,
Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm in my voluntary capacity as Chair of Heritage West Coast. Just a comment to reach out to councillors. It's easy to stand back on the sidelines, but it's sort of far harder to actually stand up and sit around the table and give all your time to meetings and to making decisions. So just want to reach out and acknowledge that to start with as the first speaker. Heritage West Coast is attempting to establish a regional resource shared between the West Coast to support councils, agencies, community groups in heritage planning. I have no hesitation in putting that forward today because I think it's something that is solutions focused. There is a lot that councils deal with museums, councils and communities deal with museums, archives, monuments, buildings, planning, community projects and tourism. We should have done this years ago, and I think it's utilising the skill base that we've got here and the knowledge and expertise and building that on the West Coast. So it's solutions based, and I think there's probably be quite a lot of savings in the work that could be done and having that position in place. Just to work through quickly as an example, we managed to get $200,000 from the COVID Regeneration Fund. I think we've demonstrated the benefits and the need through that. We've got projects happening right throughout the region with training, with strategic planning, with marketing work, and with helping the groups with their funding and within schools. So I talk about Westland project we've got right now with Westland Industrial Heritage Park. They got around 200,000 from Three Waters. There was no leverage happening with that. We've picked up that project. We're helping them with planning assistance with 3 experiences, developing their feasibility study. We had a professional designer here on Monday, helping them with their concept designs, and we're looking to put a lottery application and hopefully leverage that funding by perhaps a couple of $100,000 for that. So a small investment actually made collectively across the region can actually bring significant benefits back. We've got a number of those projects happening under our COVID project, so seeing a lot of work happening. If I look at what we're doing in Ross with upgrading the audio video at the entry there, we're doing a lot of work around marketing, preparing video and stills, websites, and we're working with Development West Coast Tourism on that, and reprinting a lot of the hard copy brochures around. So what I really just want to say is that the return on investment in this position that we actually see is quite needed. It'll assist councils, it'll assist the community in planning. It's much needed. There are a lot of opportunities that are actually being lost out there by not having this in place. There's millions being spent in heritage across our region, and I think this whole regional collaboration to try and get something up is the way to go. No council can afford it on their own, and I think there's collective benefit there for everyone. I think Heritage West Coast has got a very significant track record in what we've been doing, and this is actually future focused, and it's about saving money in the long term. It's a pity we didn't have it there previously with all the issues that council has to work with. So it's keeping those skills in the area and developing the expertise that we've got, so we're not having to continually bring people in and pay the costs we are for planning. We can actually be proactive in our strategic planning work. So that's my few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, for that. Councillor
Casson, sorry.
Thanks, Jackie. One from me. Have you any indications from either Grey or Bullingdon councils around the, I guess, support or perceived support of this?
You're the first cab off the rank in terms of this sort of presentation, but certainly working with those and what we're doing up there. So we've had initial meetings, but this is the first follow-up meeting to the submissions we've put to their plans. So we're following those up for sure.
Thank you.
We're quite serious about trying to get this position up.
Any further questions for Jackie? Councillor Clegg.
So you're looking for 25k from the 3 councils?
Mm-hmm.
And what are the funding?
We'll be looking at community development applications. We've already...
So what was the total project size?
Well, we're obviously looking to get around about 125k, so we've actually got project funding as well too. It really depends. We've already submitted to Blackadder. Blackadder don't have any funding at the moment. They've asked us to put it back later on, so we're actually putting it to all sources we can.
So what's that funding going to be applied to? What's it going to do? What resources are you looking at?
We're looking at personnel resource to move across the coast, and then to help with some of the project work that we're doing. So where we need resources brought in, looking at that as well.
So one person or 125k?
Potentially, sorry, that's not a salary position that we're looking at in terms of all that money for the project work. It may also be divided up into a range of skill areas as well. Yeah, so it's not locked in on one person who's actually just going to be doing this role, so, yeah.
So how thoroughly have you scoped this budget? I mean, if you just, you don't have an idea of the split between the cost of the resource, the person to run it, and what's left over for the other, is it just an approximate?
It's a project amount to work to, yeah, and certainly we've been working on this for the last year, with the work we've been doing at the moment, so yeah, it's a project-based amount. Thank you, Jackie. Any further questions? Yes, Paul.
Jackie, you're replying to lotteries, community gaming trusts, local grant funding trusts. Will the project go ahead without council funding?
Again, how do you fund something that you don't have the funding for? How do you do it? So we certainly are reaching out to each of the councils for that to help us, but we know what the funding situation is, so we're reaching out everywhere for it. So just following up from Paul's question, then, Jackie, if the councils don't come forward with the funding, will you just expand the horizon of who you approach for additional funding to ensure that you get this role up and going? We are already trying all those sources, and I guess we're going to have to narrow down. If we don't get this funding coming through, we'll actually have to narrow down and say, can we actually get this position in place, or can't we? Does it just fall back to a part-time resource and we fund what we can? So.
Do you have any answers from the other funding applications?
The one we've had is with Blackadder, where they've said apply back in 9 months. They don't have any funding at the moment. So Lottery Community is a June-July application. We've already started the draft on that. So we're proactive in what we're doing. Any further questions for Jackie? Thanks, Jackie, very much for that. The next submitter is Eli Davis.
Please, Zoom.
Sorry, by Zoom. Yes, too. Thank you. Is he there?
Through your chair, he's not connected.
He's not connected. Right. Okay, so we will just see if he has been contacted, though, hasn't he, for all the requirements that are needed. Okay. Bobby Kincaid.
Kia ora, my name is Bobby Kincaid. I'm a resident of Hokitika, a small business owner and community volunteer. The Hokitika Racecourse is a safe space for our community and for our people to exercise themselves, their horses and dogs. I spend a lot of time there, sometimes twice a day, sometimes half a day, because I've been involved with riding for the West Coast for a few years, and it's where I like to exercise my dog safely. I've seen the New Zealand falcon fly above the paddocks, young people and adults with their horses, families and the elderly walking their dogs. Small groups getting together in the birdcage to socialise their canine companions, large and small, people running and the police training. I've seen people from the community collecting bags of poo for their gardens and children from the local primary school running cross country. The land generates income from letting people from the community graze horses there, and it is home to the therapy horses of Riding for the Disabled. The area needs upgrading. Stop mowing the grass track and put new fences up as a way to increase the horse grazing revenue. Upgrade the fence around the birdcage and create a more functional dog park that has been promised to this community for years. The AMP show could still use it as their showroom. Demo the tote building, it's deteriorated and is collapsing. This would also save money on the security fencing that is currently around it. The Hokitika Racecourse is this cool little town's country park at the end of Park Street, and the Regent Theatre is our town hall. Give them what they need, as the community cannot fit inside these chambers. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Bobby. Appreciate the sentiment behind the submission too, so thank you. Questions, please, councillors. Clarification? Questions? Thank you very much for that. Probably that's greatly appreciated. There's a lot of passion in there as well. We appreciate that. Next we have Anne Inwood. By Zoom, is she connected?
Through the chair, she's not connected.
She's not connected. We will revolve back to them because we are ahead of schedule with this, so if they appear, we will slot them in accordingly. Nobody will be missing out because of any issues with time. Next speaker is Mike Keenan, please. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Helen and councillors, for the opportunity to talk about the Western Racing Course development. I think we need to go back to the signed memorandum of understanding, which was 4 years, 4 months. I'll repeat, 4 years, 4 months. And in that, they actually highlighted 3 key stakeholders. They were the RDA, the Boys Brigade, and the Western A&P show. And at this stage, basically, they gave you $200,000 to take the tote building down. Now, this council moved a year ago to pull it down. So the question I asked, I know you're not allowed to ask questions, but I am, is that when is it going to be pulled down? You know, it's been 4 years, 4 months since this agreement was signed by you, Simon, and on behalf of the council, and the tote building is still there. It's a disgrace. Also, in the agreement, memorandum of understanding, there was nothing in there to look at the development of housing. And, you know, as a courtesy, what's the name, I would have thought that the council would have gone back to the racing club and said, hey, we've got all this big land, we could use and utilise it for racing. They read it in the paper. And, you know, it's not a good PR, not a good look, not professional anyway. They were really thinking, the racing club were really thinking, because the council's been so slow in doing these sort of things, they thought that they would be better to give it to a trust. And at least the trust would have actually done something about the course itself, the tote building especially. And the council, you know, have spent $450,000 on consultants. And basically all they've done, you're going to keep some of the costs back when you sell the land. Well, you know, the timeline that the council's got from selling or getting the land is 2025. I'm betting you that you won't get a title to that land for another 2 to 3 years. So you've been pretty dishonest about, you know, builders that are looking for land to sell, and you really haven't done it. My suggestion to the council was basically, you've got a working group, which you're on, Mayor Helen, you've got Stephen on it, you've got Riley on it, you've got Rebecca, you've got John. Now, between a lot of this, you should have enough information to make a decision, because consultants are just a gravy train for you. You actually brief them, they're at the key stakeholders, they also talk to the community. You know the answers, just do it. And as I challenge you, I don't believe that on your timeline that you got, it says here, housing construction begins in 2025. I bet you don't. So basically, you know, the council really haven't moved very quickly. And, you know, the disappointment part about it is you haven't kept in touch with the racing club who gifted you this. The staff haven't actually gone and talked to the Boys Brigade. There is one staff that went and talked to the Boys Brigade, and he told them that they have to pay from the power from the tote building to their own building. And because in there is the meter. They haven't read a meter box for 2 years because it's locked up. And the council staff member here knows that. So basically, you're not doing yourselves very good by not being proactive. You need to be a little bit more community minded, because basically I look at this and look at the paper trail, and it's shocking. Private individuals or a trust would have actually got onto this and done it pretty quickly. You know, and the 2 questions I'm going to ask you is when you're going to pull the tote building down, And the other question is this timeline for the racecourse 2025? Has anyone got the guts to ask me?
Thank you, Mike, for your submission. It's greatly appreciated, a lot of detail in there, and I appreciate the concern that you have over what has and hasn't been done. I can assure you the tote building removal of that is something that has been on our agenda before, and it will be back on there to follow that through. There is, I agree, probably no reason why it hasn't been removed to date, but that's something that we will deal with from council. Questions for Mike? Anybody?
Actually, you should be more concerned than anyone being in the building industry, because basically you won't be able to get a title to the racecourse for years, the way this council's going.
Managing my conflict of interest, I do have a job in the sales of houses, Mike, and that's why I'm not been involved in those conversations today. But
You should have an opinion. You're a deputy mayor.
Yes, Mike, you're correct, he does have an opinion, but also, as he just said, he is conflicted because of his full-time job and what the discussion entails, and he respects that. And we respect that of him, that he acknowledges that situation, and he doesn't, and is not prepared to put himself on a cross line there. As far as the development of the racecourse goes, I will answer your question on that, is that local government works very different to commercial enterprise out there, and timeframes are totally different, and the frustrations are probably more significant. It is something that we are working on extensively, and there's been a lot of other work happen behind that, and because there's commercial risk involved, as far as information goes, there's a lot that we can't share until we get to a certain point. But we are getting to that time frame where more information will be coming out to the public.
But you've actually had, granted $3.5 million for the last 2 years, haven't you?
That grant is to do infrastructure underground.
Yeah, it is. So why hasn't been tenders called to?
Because to do that, I'm sorry, sir, can we have the door left open, please? Because we are open to the public, and we need that door open for that very reason, as we are not a closed meeting. Thank you. Mike, the infrastructure underground can't be put in place until we know and have the confidence that we can get interested parties in above ground development. Okay, so as council, we have not been prepared to spend that money doing work that we do not know what the end project could look like, and also what the buy-in is of the community in support of that.
But looking back at the memory.
If we decide not to pursue the project, that money will go back to Kaingaroa for, as far as that goes, because there's a lot of requirements and a lot of boxes that have to be ticked before we can actually uptake that funding and use it for that project.
So you're talking about the $3.5 million that you've been granted? Sorry? You're talking about the $3.5 million that's already been granted 2 years ago?
Yes. It's not given to you until you have the project presented to them and you've ticked all the boxes.
Right.
And they are confident in what you're putting forward. It's not, they've got a lot of hoops to go through to actually get that money.
Mike, there's an outcome agreement which says that in order to get the money, we have to deliver so many houses. So the money's just not sitting there to spend.
Oh, I thought it'd been granted.
No, it was applied for, and the application was successful.
Really?
And then there's a lot of bills and a lot of hopes and things to jump through to actually get to that point where you can actually uplift that funding.
So when do you think you'll do that?
Oh, we're reasonably close now to actually having all the information we need as to whether we advance it or not.
Right.
So, yeah, there's a lot of work gone into this, Mike. I can assure you of that.
Dare say there has been.
Yeah, no, what I will say is
people don't know about it, do they? I mean, you have workshops. You mean you had a workshop last Thursday? I mean, people don't know what's going on, Helen.
No, and I appreciate that, Mike, but you've got to appreciate too that where there's commercially sensitive information as far as people putting prices and interested parties involved, we cannot put their business at risk either. So that is why that happens. Where we've been able to go out and have open conversations, we have been, but where we have to protect interested parties and the funders, we are bound by the rules of what, to get this funding, we have to comply with their rules, and that forms those rules.
Right. So if we look back and we say, RDA, have they actually been communicated with? I suppose Helen has what's the name? Sorry, Jane has an advantage being around the table, but that the Boys Brigade and also, you know, Western Racing Club have had no communication with the council whatsoever. You've left them out of the loop.
Look, we're not here to have a debate on this. We're here for clarification on your submission. But I will say to you that all those parties have been part of the conversation.
Well, I talked to John Mitchell and Tom Burton 2 days ago, and they said that the council haven't even spoken to them.
Well, I've been present for some of those conversations. So.
They've been invited to go to these workshops, but they never turned up. Because they were advised by the Western Racing Club with this document, and they think they're pretty safe.
I can assure you that the Boys Brigade have been meeting with us on several occasions on site regarding this conversation. I have been present at those meetings.
With John Mitchell.
Yes, I have. So anyway, we're here to ask you questions. So please, Paul.
Through your worship. Mike, with your connections with the Western Racing Club, do you think the club ever envisaged with the MOU from 4 years and 4 months ago that there would be housing built on that?
No, they didn't. They were surprised. They read it in the paper. Thank God you put it in the paper, Paul. Yeah, no, they were shocked, to be honest. And that's what the thing that they were a bit disappointed about. They thought that the council would have come back and said, yes, we've got an opportunity to develop 110 houses. You know, what do you think about that? It's just a general conversation, but they weren't even involved in it, Paul. And I think they were disappointed, to be honest.
Thank you, Mike. So
you're going to pull the Tote building down very shortly?
I can't give you the confirmation, but
look, I could do it for you in 2 days.
I know that, but there are other things involved.
Oh, come on.
Thanks, Mike, very much for that. I appreciate your submission and again the sentiment behind it. We will revert back to Anne Inwood, who has now joined us on Zoom. Anne, are you there? Anne?
Anne is connected, Your Worship.
No, she's not. She's on mute. Anne, can you unmute yourself, please? No, you can't hear me. Yes, you can. Yeah. Welcome, Anne, to the meeting. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. I'm sorry.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you, Anne. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. My feedback is in relation to the proposed community grant funding changes. I believe that the Western District Council should continue to provide funding for the Regent Theatre in Hokitika. This is an important community facility which enriches our lives from a social and cultural perspective. While I don't live within the Westland District Council area, I often travel from Greymouth to see movies, shows and events at this Hokitika Theatre. For a region with a small population base, we're really well served with cultural and arts events, and the theatre should continue to be supported so that our lives can be enhanced, our knowledge increased, and our appreciation for the world beyond the West Coast and New Zealand can be brought to our doorstep through film and other entertainment. I believe that funding for community facilities and public space is really critical for the well-being of every community so that current and future generations can thrive there.
Thank you, Anne, for that. Questions for Anne, please, councillors. No questions? Thank you, Anne, for your submission and for taking the time to submit, and the sentiment that's within your submission. There's a lot of passion and a lot of submissions we've received, and we are acknowledging that. So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thanks, Anne. Right, so we now come to Janelle Shaw and Mike Nolan from Basic Country Tourism Group. Are they online? They are. Welcome, Mike and Janelle. Good to see Janelle.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Janelle. Floor's yours.
Kia ora. can all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. So, tēnā koutou. For those who may not know, my name is Janelle Shaw and I'm speaking today as co-chairperson of Glacier Country Tourism Group. Firstly, I would like to extend our appreciation for the opportunity to address Neolash and councillors, and I thank you for the mahi in compiling these annual plans and facilitating the consultation process. While I assume familiarity with our submission, I would like to take the opportunity to move to address this more in depth. Glacier Country Tourism proudly represents 95 businesses between Whataroa and Paringa. It is no surprise that the tourism sector has weathered unprecedented challenges, and while we're in a phase of rebuilding, it's very positive to see Manahuri numbers travelling through Westland on the rise. The past season saw tourism operators experiencing their busiest period post-COVID, signifying a promising resurgence. With approximately 28% of New Zealand's annual Manahuri visiting Glacier Country and tourism expenditure in the Western District growing to 256 million in 2023, a 70% increase from the previous year, the significance of Glacier Country to the wider Western District cannot be overstated. March 2024 saw tourism on the West Coast providing 2,200 jobs, an increase of 9% from March 2023, further underlying that its important economic impact. Glacier Country Tourism Group worked closely with Development West Coast during and post-COVID to attract visitors, diversify Glacier Country's offerings beyond the glacier itself, and foster longer stays and increase value for Manahuri. Our request for funding from the tourism promotions rate is integral to continue sustaining and expanding this market. We arrived at the figure of 125,000 through an estimation based on data available. Efforts to obtain precise revenue figures from Southwestern or Glacier Country Tourism member businesses prior to submission were unsuccessful. In the draft plan, it states that the tourism and promotions rate funds part or all of the following activities: West Coast Wilderness Trail, eyesight and community development and assistance, Tourism West Coast Grant. In 2023-2024, distributions were made to the West Coast Wilderness Trail, Hokitika Eyesight and Franks and Fox communities. In 2024-2025, the total tourism promotions rate funding distribution has increased by around 62,000. There are planned increased distributions to the West Coast Wilderness Trail, 50k, and Hokitika Eyesight, 24k. The following distribution is proposed in total: West Coast Wilderness Trail, 365k, Hokitika Eyesight, 230k. Both the West Coast Wilderness Trail and Hokitika Eyesight received significant increases, while the Franks and Fox Glacier communities face a reduction of 13k, with no planned distribution to these communities. Ultimately, these communities are paying more for less. The Tourism West Coast grant has not been made for a number of years, but continues to be listed in the plan. The notes made by Council Kaimahi on the Glacier Country Tourism submission state: the tourism promotions rate funds the West Coast Wilderness Trail and eyesight, and any funding towards the expenses of these activities cannot be redirected. If 125,000 was funded to Glacier Country Tourism Group, this would be an extra rates cost on all ratepayers, including Glacier Country townships. We would challenge the notion that funding from the tourism promotions rate necessarily translate to increased rate burdens, especially at this preliminary stage when we are consulting on a draft plan and the very direct indication that the rate's purpose is to fund the West Coast Wilderness Trail and Hokitika Eyesight, when it is not what the plan states in fact. The Hokitika Eyesight should operate on a commercially viable model, alleviating the burden on ratepayers who already contribute through the tourism promotions rate and through direct business transactions. While both the West Coast Wilderness Trail and eyesight undoubtedly add value to Western tourism, the impact they generate, the economic impact they generate for Glacier Country, doesn't equate to the funds collected from the area. I think it's very safe to say that other Western residents would object to paying into the running costs and maintenance of a cycle trail or ice site in Glacier Country. We advocate for fair distribution principles, wherein rates collected in a specific area are reinvested there and that stakeholders have a say in how these rates are allocated. There seems to be a discrepancy in what the rate is called, tourism promotions, and what it is actually used for instance, repairs and maintenance on the West Coast Wilderness Trail. Glacier Country Tourism Group's receipt of tourism promotions funding will enable us to achieve our goal of forging a unique brand identity and amplifying market presence through targeted marketing strategies and utilising the tourism promotions rate as it was initially intended. This not only benefits local business, employment and infrastructure, but also fuels economic growth that extends beyond Glacier Country, benefiting the whole Western District. Glacier Country Tourism Group has the relevant skills, experience, stakeholder engagement and knowledge to best promote Glacier Country. Glacier Country Tourism Group currently employs a part-time administrator. Funding received from Western District Council previously has helped to fund this role, and the loss of fundings would mean a substantial increase to Glacier Country Tourism Group businesses to retain this role, or that Glacier Country Tourism Group starts to regress and the good mahi that has been built up over many years will start to diminish, and ultimately ratepayers in Western District will be negatively impacted. We need to create a resilient and sustainable economy, offering a diverse range of career and economic opportunities. The pandemic created a unique opportunity to rethink the purpose of the tourism sector, the principles we operate under, and building a more resilient and sustainable tourism industry in Western District. In conclusion, directing funds back to Glacier Country is not only a sound investment in Glacier Country, but also a strategic move towards bolstering Western tourism's economic landscape. I thank you very much for your time and consideration. Kia ora.
Thank you, Janelle, for that, and thank you for the time and effort that's gone into your submission and the survey that you carried out in support of this. So it's great that we've got a very good feedback across the region as far as in support of your submission. So thank you for that. Questions, Councillor?
Probably more so a point of clarification.
Yep.
We haven't funded Tourism West Coast for a number of years after that was decided by previous councils, but it's still on that list of what that fund funds. So we probably need to tidy that up for next year because that's been raised a couple of times now. But just to clarify, we don't fund that DWC tourism. It hasn't for a number of years.
That sounds as much a clarified as anything else.
It's one that nevertheless we need to tidy up.
Yeah.
So noted with that. Any further questions for Janelle? No. I think with the depth of your submission, Janelle, you've probably answered, and Councillor Neil's agreeing, you've answered a lot of potential questions with what you've actually incorporated into your submission. And like I say, even with the survey, I just found those points just so valuable for consideration. So thank you very much for that. Greatly appreciated. Excellent submission.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks,
I
Janelle.
appreciate it. Ka kite.
Happy day. Right, so the next submitter is Anne Bradley from Heritage Hokitika. Thanks, Anne.
Your Worship, the Mayor and Councillors, kia ora. I'm Anne Bradley and I'm the Chair of Heritage Hokitika. You will have read my submission and I'm just here to lend a little weight to that. So the submission is in support of the Regent Theatre for the community grants funding. Now our concern from Heritage Hokitika, we've discussed it at our meeting, is the fate of the building if it's not used. So down the track at the end result without this funding, if the theatre stops operating, is the fate of the building. It's a Category 2 listed building with an Art Deco theme built in the 1930s. So it's very important on our streetscape. It's important, the value for tourism. I'm involved in tourism myself personally, and people are very interested in the building. They like to go into the building and view it, as well as go to movies or whatever else on at the time. The refurbishment of the building has been a lot of community spirit over the years, and that's been very important to us. So I'd say the building needs to be kept open and used to keep it alive, and our members have been very concerned about the fate of the building if the funding is continued. Thank you.
Questions for Anne, please? Yes, Councillor Phelps.
At what price do you think heritage buildings should be saved? Is there an upper limit to the price?
Is there an upper limit? Well, 60,000 isn't going to save the building. The building's in good condition. And our concern is that it would deteriorate if the down the track result of the funding is that it was closed. Certainly hope that's not going to be the case, and we hope something else happens, but I just wanted you to consider that.
Yeah, I mean, if Catholicism goes extinct within Westland, there'll be a nice building there and no Catholics to populate it, but...
Yeah, but that's not part of...
I'm aware, but I'm just saying, the picture be that.
It is open, it is being used, and we'd like to see it kept that way.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Well, I was born a Catholic, became an atheist, I'm sure.
Councillors, let's just keep to the actual specifics, please, if we can. Next speaker is Kay. I saw Kay before. Where is she? There she is. Kay, with me, please. Thanks, Kay.
Good morning all, my name is Kay Godfrey, and today I'll speak to my submission, particularly regarding what appears to be an anomaly where 205 ratepayers in the Kawerau-Kōrenge community are also rated within the Hokitika community rating zone, thus incurring rates of two separate targeted community rates. Years ago, with assistance from the incumbent Westland District Council CEO, Robin Reeves, the Kawerau-Kōrenge Community Committee proactively initiated the rating zone to be extending from Nessus Creek in the north to Geologist Creek in the east to the Hokitika Gorge to help fund the fire party, the two local community halls, other community amenities, facilities and activities in the district. Prior to preparing my submission, I sought information from Westland District Council to form an understanding of the draft annual plan and to navigate the Westland District Council website. It's not particularly easy, as I suppose most people will have found by now. Apparently questions asked in my submission are triggered an official information request, having been advised by CEO that I can expect a response within 20 working days, but not later than the 29th of May this year. At the 11th hour, late yesterday, I received an email from the CEO presenting explanations to questions raised. I question that timing, being way too late for my prepared presentation today, hence I'll speak to it as I'd prepared it. I sought details also from the Kawerau-Kōrenge Community Committee as to the actual dollar value or percentage value of rating revenue raised that the community actually receive to establish the dollar value or the percentage value that simply vanishes. I'm gobsmacked to be advised, and quote, we only receive $8,000 per annum, have done for years, and all efforts to obtain sets of financials from Westland District Council have failed. Westland District Council Draft Annual Plan, page 79, under the subheading Other Targeted Rates, indicates the district has 205 rateable units, with a forecast 24-25 revenue of $46,478 GST exclusive. The fixed uniform rate of $117 GST exclusive will itself generate revenue of $23,985, with the property capital value rates raising the balance. The same 205 rateable units are also forecast to be rated another $669 GST exclusive in the 24-25 rating year for the Hokitika Community Rating Zone, generating revenue of $137,145 to help fund Hokitika facilities and amenities. I guess the $60 million question being, will the community again receive a mere $8,000 return from the actual total revenue rated in the 23-24 and 24-25 rating years? That's a 17.2% return on revenue raised. If so, then the current position does not reflect the original community intent. Rather, it's council driven, reflecting the council's description of and determination for that rating revenue. Page 72 and 73 of the draft annual plan details targeted rates for Westland's 10 community rating zones, including Kobera and Kurangi. However, page 73 only provides details of 9 targeted community rate zones, excluding any reference whatsoever to Kobera Kurangi community. The only difference I can see is that within the description blurb of the 9 other community rating zones, it includes the note as mapped in the rating policy. So, is the rating policy the problem? The other 9 community rating zones are mapped, while Kobera Kurangi are not, presumably by virtue of being captured in the Hokitika rating zone. I request Westland District Council provide further details and or confirmation of the following points. Confirm $8,000 per annum is distributed to the Kobera Kurangi Community Committee. Provide details of all rating years in which $8,000 has been the annual distribution. What happens to the balance of the Kobera Kurangi targeted community rate revenue? Do Westland District Council maintain balance sheets, financial records of revenue and expenditure for Kobera and Kurangi and the other 9 community rating zones? If so, why has the district not been provided financial reports by default or upon request? Do Westland District Council charge an annual administration fee for all community rating zones? If so, is it a uniform administration charge, or do charges vary for each individual community rating zone? What dollar value or percentage value of revenue rated is distributed to the other 9 rating zones? Why is Kobera Kurangi not shown as a mapped community rating zone? What date were Kobera Kurangi ratepayers captured within the Hokitika Community Rating Zone? What documented records do Westland District Council hold of the consultation process whereby the Valley community agreed to be included within the mapped Hokitika Community Rating Zone? Rural ratepayers are not cash cows, but seem to be targeted to subsidise other ratepayers. How fair is the forecast 28% increase for rural ratepayers within the Hokitika Community Rating Zone for rural ratepayers? A clear example of rural ratepayers subsidising other rate-paying sectors. These ratepayers are not the proverbial mushrooms to be kept in the dark. They should be provided with comprehensive financial records to reflect the targeted rates revenue with details of distribution and expenditure for all preceding rating years. For transparency, I believe the time is well overdue. Western District Council to meet with this community, to engage in open, honest and frank discussion, providing a full disclosure of all facts to these ratepayers. Following such discussion, the Valley ratepayers can then re-evaluate their position moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission, Kay. You've spent a lot of time and effort in what you've correlated for information. And I know you've been over everything with a fine tooth comb, hence your questions. What I would like to ask is, can we have a copy of that summary sheet of questions that you actually raised for clarification? Absolutely. Thank you, I appreciate that, because we will follow through.
Well, it has to be followed through.
It's
It's got to be addressed.
It does.
It's not to be grown, to be quite honest.
So if we can have a copy of that, I'd be very grateful. That's all right, thank you. Councillor Beard.
What year was the document done with Robin Reeves?
I have to get clarification on that. It's going back 20 plus years. I was the Secretary Treasurer for the Community Committee at that point, so I haven't got that date. I can't.
Any further questions for Kay?
Yeah, no, I was going to ask the same thing, Helen, and yeah, it would be useful for our discussions this afternoon to have that list.
Yeah. And the CEO can supply his reply that I received last night, and the smoke and mirrors there.
So Kay, over and above your submission, you've got your summary of questions there, and you've got the reply from the CE as additional information.
Yeah.
Would it be easier if we take a copy of those two documents for our deliberations?
I think that's going to be very useful.
I'd like to see the reply as well.
I'm just wondering, because if you're going to be here for the day and you won't have time to get back to email that through to us, whether perhaps we can
I
run
can
some
email
copies.
it to you, but I talk of smoke and mirrors. I challenge some of the response and terminology used.
Kay, would
This
you
grammar's been screwed.
Kay, would you be happy if we run a quick copy of those two specific pieces of paper now? Thank you, Penny. Thank you for that. And if there's no further questions for Kay, thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. Next submitter is Anthea. I see it's Anthea and Rex, but we've got Anthea here. I think Rex is out holding the fort outside.
Yes, the people downstairs, Your Honour, Your Majesty, those who have gagged us and tried to shut us down. I don't know why you've got all these staff sitting here around here at the council.
Excuse me, Anthea, look, please speak to your submission, don't criticise.
And that's exactly the reason that it's
You need to use your time well with your submission, not attacking us, please.
We own the council, we're allowed to speak,
Yes,
we are
you are.
not to be gagged.
No, but a respectful manner of speaking would be
We
appreciated.
have spoken to the council time and time again. The overheads of this council are far too high for 6,600 rateable properties. In 2019, the staffing costs were 4 million. Now we're looking at 7 million. Why is that? We've got staff sitting around at meetings, and you're telling me to stop saying it, but this is what's caused this problem. The overhead costs of these conglomerate organisations right through New Zealand have led New Zealand into a position of debt loads. We know it's come from the top, but this council, for 6,600 rateable properties, when we've had the local government commission here for cost-effective efficiency, and you've come out with this draft annual plan, which is taking voluntary organisations like the Regent Theatre up 107% rate increases. St John's, Fire Brigade, the very people that we fundraise for, RSA. We built that building there, and that today you are going to have an overflow of people going to the RSA, so you are setting up an on live stream because of your problem. So down on the road, they would like you to go down and talk to them, because I represent the ratepayers that are speaking out against the overheads, the conglomerates, the wasted spending. It didn't take too long to look at your rates online to have a look at what they were actually going up to. 121% for All Saints Church. I've had to fundraise for All Saints Church. You're taking the money out of the public purse because you're running a conglomerate outfit right through 4 West Coast councils for 23,000 rateable properties, all the CCOs. The CCOs, I asked them, how much does it cost to bring all those police in for World Food Festival? All those police came in. How much did it cost? Oh, it didn't cost us anything. Well, how much does it cost the taxpayers? So we down there have passed trying to speak to you about where you're going wrong. You denied divine law. Denied divine law in the court to take me to bankruptcy. Morals, truth, honesty. You tried to gag us. The very reason our people fought for democracy, our foundational law, you're not comprehending. So down on the street, we, the undersigned members of the community, are proposing a vote of no confidence in Western District Council due to its pattern of excessive spending and unwarranted rate increases. As representatives of the constituents, it is our duty, and that's what we're doing. We're holding you to account. We're holding you to account. You are entrusted with managing public funds and ensuring the welfare of our community. Where is the wellbeing? What have you done? Ask yourself the questions and look at your own vision. Listen to what's going on out there. Despite the promises of prudent financial management, the council is continuously overspent on projects that lack tangible benefits for the community, resulting in an unsustainable financial trajectory. We question the rationale behind the council's decisions and demand transparency regarding the allocation of tax-paid funds. Not only rate-paid funds, there's a whole heap of tax-paid funds going into this area. How many CEOs have we got? The lack of accountability and consultation with the public regarding significant financial matters that further erodes the trust in the council's ability to govern effectively. There is no trust. Furthermore, the relentless increases in rates place undue strain on households and local businesses, exacerbating financial hardship for many residents. Many residents were waiting for healthcare while you're here wasting money. The money's going to the wrong buckets. We've had to look after our elderly. There's no hospital care in the rest home. They get sent to Christchurch. We're waiting for healthcare, for surgery, while you're wasting tax-paid money. Did you all go in with that mandate and get coerced, injected? Did you go with the mandates too? Because you didn't ask the questions? Did you get the informed information that you needed? Or did you go along with that? Therefore, We call upon the relevant authorities to investigate the Western District Council's financial practices and hold accountable those responsible for mismanagement. Additionally, we urge the removal of the current council members and the implementation of measures to restore fiscal discipline and restore public trust in local governments. In conclusion, the continued tenure of the Western District Council poses a threat to prosperity and the welfare of our community. We've been betrayed. You've denied our very foundational law, our divine law. We cannot afford to allow such reckless behaviour to go unchecked. From here, through the West Coast, through New Zealand. You've put me through this. I've seen this right through the court system, the whole lot now, and found out what happens at the top. I want to go and speak to the Governor-General because she shouldn't be signing off bills that are not right, that have been formed by lawyers, then are all having to be undone. Sold New Zealand out to debt loads through exaggerative leadership and conglomerate institutions right the way through. All that our people bought here as forebears, by the Bible, by oath, you denied it.
Thank you, Edith.
Thank you. I'll leave the red card because you are red carded and we have over 100 signatures in 4 days. So the notice of no confidence will be coming through. It'll be going to the best place to get the best result.
And can I ask where that would be?
As time goes, that's our role, not for you to ask that. You caused the problem.
Right.
And it didn't take me long just to pick up a few to see where great roses are going. Thank you for allowing me to speak again, but you know, it's gone on too long.
Thank you, Anthea. I think there's a question here for you from Paul. If you would please come back, it'd be appreciated. Thank you, Paul.
So, Anthea, it's good to hold the council to account. Someone does have to hold the council to account.
Yes, and that's not being done. Why?
You describe yourself as former members of the Westland Residents Ratepayers Group. Is it time to reform that group to give it some legitimacy?
The voice is coming from the street. The ratepayers are down there. There are probably, the other day there was 60. They would like you actually to go on down and be with them down there. That's where we are. We're with the people at ground level. And it doesn't matter what group, Paul, whether it was with the Anzac families or whether it was with our church groups, it's with our ratepayers groups, it's with our family members. Even I have to stand up and say, did you get coerced and not have the full information?
You also asked then, if you're promoting that all of the councillors should be sacked.
Yeah.
Are you prepared, you've been here before, are you prepared to put yourself forward again?
No, I wouldn't come back into this institution. The whole system now, I can see it. I came in here as an elected member thinking I could assist financially. But what did I get? I got gagged. I got taken to the lawyer because I stood up against the CEO. I got gagged by people in the community who tried to belittle me and call me names. Make out I was mad. because I said, don't take the meetings down south. They'd say, get on your bike and bike down there then, because cycle trail was going through and they wanted the cycle trail. But I'm still here. So I am standing my hand on the Bible, because our people brought that foundational law to New Zealand, our divine law. And anyone that represents themselves and doesn't, that denies that oath of allegiance, I would say need to question themselves as to what they're doing, and the staff should be signing that oath of allegiance as well.
Thank you. Councillor Manera, you had a question?
Oh, the car down there is running because you're going to get a flat corner afterwards. Flat out.
No, several cars going past. Did you have a look, Councillor Manera, or are you making an assumption here?
If we can have some containment here, please. Thank you very much.
I've just got a question. Sorry, Anthony, I've just got another
Can we
question.
keep the questions to the floor? We'll just go over to...
I don't want to hold you up because we've been through this before.
Just a question, just in terms of the drainage, have you had any response back from the council?
The council officer put the service request onto the regional council part of that. Said, in that your report you've got it's closed, there's no closure to that yet. The regional council have come back and said they've received it. Your staff member passed it, but you've got a dirty drain out there coming from Canary, the most dirtiest drain I've seen.
Thank you. If we can just keep
No,
these
I'm
questions
just
and answers
telling
to
you.
the points. We've got a long day ahead of
Ask me
us.
about the drainage issue.
Yes, I know, and you're now going on to another drain and altogether not the one that you submitted on.
The drains are a problem, the drainage is a problem, you're not getting the work done at ground level.
Through your worship, Anthony, you were principally responsible for getting the local government commission.
Yes, Peter Salter and I, and over 400 West Coast signatures.
Do you think they got it right? Do you think they should have gone further?
They did the best they could at that time, and people with lack of understanding, through being infiltrated with improper information and being very parochial for their own areas, that they didn't understand. People are getting misled with information. They need to be given the correct information. I've said that Alan Birchfield asked me about the same thing, whether we should be going to one council. I said to him that we've gone through all this, that yes, there is a lot of work that can be done by one council. The policy, the bylaws, the consents could all be taken into one council now.
So
If I can, we are actually way off topic of the submission. If we can actually keep things to
One council unified, yes, and I said...
If we can keep it to questions rather than a narration, clarification.
I'm answering the questions, Your Honour.
Yes, I know, we're seeking clarification.
Or asking questions, and my next question is it time to get the local government commission back to have another go?
Yes. And I've mentioned that as well, is that Janie Anere was the commissioner at the time, bring her back. Because now we're in this position where a lot of these issues could have resolved far quicker by being more cost effective. And instead, we have been shunned by continual work like you're putting out. Right. The mayor's,
Yes, I think in courtesy to everybody else that's waiting to speak, we're offering for what the submission points were, so thank you Anthony for taking your time. Yes, I've noticed the red card. I won't be leaving the field, I'm sorry.
Councillor Given scissors.
Tie. We have a Kerry, Ryan and Nick here to speak to us. If you'd come forward, please. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Kia ora, good morning. My name is Ryan Young, one of the founders and coaches of Potini Muay Thai. We at Potini Muay Thai are an all-inclusive, welcoming, whānau-orientated, not-for-profit martial arts club that aims to provide the community with a safe space to learn and grow. When we started, we trained out of a small garage here in Hokitika. With our attendance numbers steadily growing, we found ourselves in need of a larger space. Part of what I believe makes us special is that we choose to run Potini Muay Thai free of cost to those who train with us. We have a koha system where trainees can donate to the club if they wish to. This money is used to purchase gear for the club, skipping ropes, boxing gloves, training pads, etc. We didn't want cost to be a prohibitive factor to people who wish to better their lives. This did leave us in a predicament. We believe what we do is making a difference in people's lives, making a difference in this community, a positive difference. And we wanted to be able to continue making this positive difference, to grow, and to be able to help more people, both young with our Tiny Whā kids classes, and older with our teenagers and adults who regularly attend. What we needed was a larger training space, somewhere large enough to accommodate our growing numbers, somewhere our Potini Muay Thai whānau could call home and be proud of, somewhere that supported our kaupapa, our vision. With the help of the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs and the support of this council, we found our home in the Pakiwaitara building, and the growth has been huge and continues each week. The Pakiwaitara building and the support of council provides Potini Muay Thai a large central location that is easily accessible, a space large enough for the specialist equipment required to train Muay Thai and accommodate the growing numbers, a safe and secure space to store our equipment, but most importantly, a community asset which is being used to help benefit the community. My reason for being here is quite simple, really. I want to say thank you. Thank you to the Westland District Council for your support, for letting us be a positive influence in this community through the use of the Pakiwaitara building and for supporting the mahi that we do. And I humbly request the Council's continued support in the future by keeping Potini Muay Thai and the positive impact we are having in the community in your hearts and minds during your decision-making processes. Thank you.
Thank you, team, very much.
Sorry, I'm happy you covered everything I wanted to cover. That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
We've got two guys here who are fairly new to Hokitika. Both have been here for just less than 2 years, just more. The work that they are doing and volunteer hours that they're putting into the people that are using our building is just overwhelming. It's absolutely incredible. So we just want to, you to keep that in your thoughts when you think about the use of that building.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your submission and the amount of work you've put into that. And also, it's interesting to see the representation of users there. You know, it's not just Hokitika kids, it's and adults, it's Greymouth as well.
Yeah.
I've noticed the looks on the faces of many as they leave the building, and the benefits that you are giving and the effort and time that you're giving to these kids that might otherwise have issues or be creating issues. You know, I applaud you for the work that you're doing with them, because you're giving the kids a place. It's commendable, absolutely commendable.
We have, thank you, yeah, we have members of our gym there who are deputy principals of Greymouth High. We've got teachers, and they say that the difference that they're noticing in some of the kids that we have training with us has been huge, and that's what we're about. We're trying to provide something positive for the community and helping people grow as individuals but as a group, as whānau, like we say. And we're seeing it, and like in the submission which you guys would have all read, and there was a number that came through after as well that missed our deadline, but you know, that's what we're about, and we just want to continue doing that, and we want your support to help us continue that journey.
Thank you very much. Questions for the team? Councillor Neal.
Firstly, comment, just your submission was amazing. The letters of support were really moving. Thank you for all that you do. Are there other spaces? I know you're Pakiwaitara at the moment. Have you looked wider?
We've had a wee look around, and for the size of our club, we have determined sort of 200 square metre building we wouldn't really be able to operate in a building much smaller than that. Our numbers are steadily growing, and a building that size is sort of the minimum that we'd need.
And the other part to it is obviously the cost prohibitive factor. We do not charge people who come along. And we're not rich men. We give our time and our knowledge and hearts to this club. But we're not rich men, we can't afford to build ourselves a purpose-built facility or anything. And that's why we are so thankful to council for the use of Waikato building. So, absolutely.
Just a comment, you are rich men because you're giving back.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well said. Paul?
Thank you. You came today to thank the council, but I've got whānau members that are part of this, and so I know the effect it's having, so I want to thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Really appreciated the time and the effort you put into everything that you've done and the work that you do out there.
Thank you very much.
Don, please. Don is speaking twice. The first time is his personal submission.
Thank you, Madam Council member, Paul, and staff. Please keep me to time because I do want time to speak to the Regent Theatre submission as well. My first personal submission is kind of focused on two main areas. I guess it's mostly to do with the big picture of planning for Hokitika Township, including natural hazard management and what we're going to do about that. I think there are significant risks in Hokitika, and especially in this central business area, from AF8 and coastal erosion and flooding hazards and things, and we do need to have an overall picture as to what we're actually going to do when we get pushed out of this place. I think that we don't want to waste our money on spending on continuous rock works being thrown out on the beach, which doesn't succeed in the long term. We need to have a much longer term plan about what we're actually going to do. It doesn't have to happen right now, but we need to have that in our back pocket to figure out what we're going to do when it does happen. And so related to that, I think that there's two things in the annual plan that are especially relevant to that. That's the movement of the council headquarters. My personal opinion is that we should keep it here. I don't think Paku Waitara is the right place to go for all sorts of architectural reasons and whatnot. And I also think that the airport is definitely not the place to go, because if the council wants to take a lead in moving the town to a place, then the central business district isn't going to move to the airport. The central business district right next to an airport is just senseless. And so if the council does decide it needs to move somewhere, then why not? And this is the second part of my submission, I guess. Why not consider the racecourse, shift to the racecourse? Because coincidentally, the size of the racecourse property is almost exactly the same size as the central business area here. So that if AF8, or when AF8 happens, and we do decide we need to shift the town, then the only option the council has as public land at the moment is the racecourse. And so why not keep the racecourse pretty much as it is, being used by a whole lot of community groups, which we heard about here, and answering to the current demand of the current uses, horses, grazing, dogs, A&P show, all those sorts of things. And then when the time comes, we take over that place and shift the whole town there because the central business district is no longer livable. And that's quite, I think, is quite a feasible sort of scenario that we will have to shift. Really that's my main submission about the racecourse in particular. I think the racecourse proposal should be abandoned as it's currently planned. There should be no subdivision there. There should be certainly no selling off of the land to private enterprise, and the council needs to hold on to it. I think there was one other thing relating to that. No, that'll do. And I'll go on to my second portion of my submission, is really just to make sure that the council understands its obligations for, I can't remember the words, under the Local Government Act, to promote the well-being of communities. And I think that we focus, or some people, maybe not the councillors, but certainly some parts of the community, focus too much on roads, water and those sorts of things. And it's more about actually looking after the people in the community rather than the nuts and bolts of roads and things. And tied to that is making sure that the council realises its obligations to support some of those community endeavours, such as the Regent Theatre, which I'll talk about in more detail soon, but also other community activities and overall wellbeing for the community. And that doesn't apply just to the council saying, yes, keep going, you volunteer groups. It actually does need to have some instances of giving money or facilities or whatever else to some of those key community groups around town. I think that's my personal submission. Nothing else to add, but happy for any questions.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Casson?
Thanks for that, Don. You didn't bring it up today, but in your submission there's a comment around Cass Square sports field hire being well below what others are charged. Is that to say they're half the price you think they should be, or is there a metric in terms of percentage that you have in mind there?
I raise this every annual plan submission, I think, as a comparison. Our Hokitika Hockey Club pays in the order of about $4,000 or $5,000 for West Turf every year. We're one club among 6 that contributes to the funding for West Turf up in Greymouth. And so I would expect that sports groups around town should be contributing, you know, basically to keep their sports facilities up to standard. And yes, the council should be supporting those community activities, but it does need to be evenly spread. And I don't see the Cass Square rentals being as evenly spread as they should be.
Any further questions for Don, please? No?
Do you have a rough number as to what they should be, or not? I don't know how much it costs to mow the lawns and dig the drains or whatever, so I don't know. But I think I suspect it's nowhere near user pays at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you, Ron, for that. Good comments, and thank you for a good submission and content and coverage. So thank you for that. Now you're going to stay there, and Jackie's going to come up and join you, I believe.
No, she's not. Sorry.
No, she's not here.
No, she's not here. I thought the place was going to be full, so I said that maybe. And it was only 5 minutes. But if there are Jackie, our treasurer, I can. Do you want me to get started on that now anyway? Yeah.
If you're happy to.
Yes. So this part of my submission is about strictly as the president of the Hokitika Regent Theatre, Western Community Centre Incorporated. We made a separate submission on behalf of our society. Thanks for reading the submission. I want to bring up probably 4 main points relating to the submission, and that being firstly that the region is a vital community asset. Secondly, that it needs the funding that the council has provided in the past and hopefully in the future. Thirdly, that the district council has it's not just a nice thing for them to do, but it's actually an obligation for the council to actually provide some funding to the Regent Theatre. And the fourth thing being an assurance from us that the funding will be used wisely and well to make sure that the funding is used properly and the theatre succeeds. So I'll just clarify, I'll extend on those 4 things. Firstly, the region is a vital community asset. I think that goes without saying almost, just the reflection of the 1,200 signature petition, the 76 submissions that mentioned the Regent Theatre, 100% of those were in favour. So I think that if the council wants to make a demonstration that they are listening to the submissions, then the Regent Theatre is certainly the place to start, because it's been overwhelming support from the community for the provision of the funding from the council. As well as that, the region is a vital community asset. It's a town hall, it's multiple uses, daytime, evening, right into the night. Big bike film night tonight, I won't belong to that. And it's not just for adults, it's for elderly, adults, parents, children, teenagers, all sorts of the community who are able to use the theatre and do use the theatre. Over 40 community groups use it. And we have had support from the District Council in past plans too. The second point being that the the Western Community Centre, our incorporated society, needs the funding in order to operate and remain open. The budgets that we've done this year and in the past have shown that we run very close to the bone and generally in a deficit, and certainly if the council funding wasn't there, we would be running in a deficit and we would have to make some pretty harsh decisions about what we're going to do with the building and the society as a whole. The key thing, one of the key things, is that it's operational funding that it's primarily aimed at. We're asking for the council to contribute to operational funding. We've been very successful in getting capital bids and grants and things from all sorts of different sources, as well as getting lots and lots, thousands and thousands of hours of opportunity, volunteer hours to contribute to the reducing the cost of running the theatre. And we've always been clear, since 2007 when our committee kind of took over the theatre, we've always been clear that ratepayer funding is needed on an ongoing basis, and that was reflected in the long-term plan commitment that the council made a couple of years ago. The third point about the District Council having an obligation to actively support us, I mentioned the Local Government Act obligations, community wellbeing. You need to actually support this, not just by geeing us up and thanking us, but also by providing some funding. We absolutely need you to do it, and it's also a two-way collaboration. We provide a town hall to you, and you provide the funding for us. So it's, and we also help you to succeed in your community wellbeing obligations under the Act. And fourthly, the funding will be wisely used on operational costs. We're happy for the funding to be tagged to specific things, such as insurance rates, compliance, but it does need some component, and a reasonably significant component, to go towards the wages as well, managers' wages, which is a major part of our costs for running the theatre. We do have a new committee. We've got great staff. We've got new ambitions. You'll all be aware that Bruce Watson stepped down as president just a month or so ago, and I, rightly or wrongly, took up the mantle, but I do have a great lot of people, staff, volunteers in the committee to help us along, and we're hoping to build that in the future as well. We're always looking to reduce costs and increase revenue. That's always been our case, and we'll continue to do that, but we do feel that it's unlikely that we'll get down to zero funding from the council, and it's likely that it'll be a significant amount from the council we'll ask for. Certainly this year we will not cope with a total cut this year, and probably into future years too. And also that we're producing a business plan. We've submitted a business plan to the council. We've taken feedback on that, and we are making progress. We've had some good discussions and meetings with the Mayor, CEO and others about that, and we're expecting to submit a business plan within the next month or so. And just finally to comment on a couple of the things in the staff recommendation report. It does mention the targeted grant, so that aiming towards specific operational costs, but just reiterating that it does need to, our opinion is that it does need to go towards wages, a substantial amount of that. The staff report also says the council's just waiting on a business plan, and that's not actually the case. We actually need the funding to be incorporated into the annual plan budget, rather than just sort of standing back and waiting for a business plan and the council then magicking up the money that we need. So it does need to be incorporated into the business plan, into the annual plan budget. And finally, a comment on the staff recommendation report is that the CPI, we're asking for a CPI adjusted commitment from, in my calculation, back of the envelopes of the calculation, based on the long-term plan commitment of the council to provide, at the time it was 57,000 plus GST, plus a consumer price index increase every year. That comes to my estimate of about 67,000 plus GST, which is about 77,000. The staff report says 71,000, so I'm happy to have discussions with the staff about that in terms of detail, just pointing that out. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Just reiterating really that we do have a vital community asset that our community society is helping to keep going. The funding is needed. We won't be able to operate without it. The District Council has an obligation to provide that funding, and the funding will be wisely and well used. So that all that won't, cutting the funding from the District Council won't achieve the rates cuts that the District Council and some of the community are seeking. It's the bigger ticket items that are more likely to be doing that, such as, well, I won't mention them here because it's, you know, we know those sort of bigger ticket things, I guess. And I would also note that ourselves, the Western Community Centre Incorporated, is facing a 100% rates increase as well. We're going to have to just suck it up, take a big breath, and figure out how we're going to pay for that. But the fact is, there are going to be big rates this year with Three Waters and things like that. We're part of that as well, and we just need to make sure that we don't, the community doesn't fall apart as a result of things like those Three Waters rates increases. So thanks very much for my double effort and submission, and happy to take any questions now. So.
Thank you, Don, for your submission and being here to present today. I would like to take 2 seconds to acknowledge the work that Bruce has done with the West Theatre over all the years that he has devoted his time, which has been colossal. I don't know whether everybody actually appreciates the amount of hours he's put in weekly. It's been very much a passion of his, which has helped to drive the creation that we have there today. And I also acknowledge too that structurally we now have a building that is extremely sound. It's been updated. It's been, the maintenance level on it has been exceptionally good, and will certainly stand the test of time. So we need to acknowledge Bruce and all his dedication and focus over the years. With you now stepping into the King's seat, I also acknowledge the meeting and discussions that we've had regarding direction and the effort and the focus that you're putting into the theatre now and where it's going forward. And it's not the opportune way of finding out what the community support levels are like on these strategic assets, but it's been exceptionally good for us to know, because unless we know what the community sentiment is out there, we have that problem of, where do these things sit? So, in that respect, it's actually been a really good exercise to actually gauge the perception of the community out there to a lot of the things that the petition covered. So I thank you for that also.
Could I just add that one of the reasons why we're asked to go into the long-term plan is because this stuff does take a lot of time, volunteer time, and so if it's in the long-term plan, then that's the best opportunity for us.
Yes, I acknowledge that we had that discussion and you've got that recorded in your Regent Theatre submission as well. So we'll work around. Councillor Casson, you've got quite a few questions to come your way.
Don, 3 points. Congratulations on another community role you've achieved as President. Good on you, we appreciate that. Great news on the business case forthcoming in the next month or so. And the last one just around finances. You talk around deficit without this council funding last year, and the finances looks like you made about a 70k profit. Is that linked to project funding and one-off funding that you've alluded in your plan? Can you explain a bit further?
Yeah, it does look like that, but that's not necessarily, well, that is not really the case. Again, it's related to that operational funding versus capital funding. A lot of that profit was grants that were given in that last year that weren't expended in that last year, as I understand it. This is where I probably should have got Jackie to come along to our treasurer to talk about it. We do have some other orders, thanks for that. But yes, so it's partly that. Another aspect to it is that we do put away in the order of $1,000 a month to allow for those big disasters, the explosion of the projector and things like that, which is a sensible business operation to do, thing to do. So yes, the finances can look like a $70,000 loss, but it's not as rosy as that, and especially in terms of the operational funding, it's pretty tight. Yep.
Councillor Gillette.
Don, I think the theatre's a magnificent asset, and I really think it's a fantastic effort from all the people who are sold into it. But I'm really quite confused. Do you think you've been telling the community, or has there been some misinformation going out in the community about your funding arrangement with the council?
Can you clarify? I'm not sure.
Well, from my point of view, from my understanding, the council's already agreed to continue funding the theatre. There's a funding agreement signed back in July 21, and the only condition was that you provide a business case.
Yeah, so we thought it was assured as well.
Yeah, provide a business case.
Yep. So 2 things on that. We thought it was assured as well, so we were kind of shocked to see that it wasn't included in this year's annual plan. It made us run to sort that out. So yes, we want it to be a long-term commitment, and that's part of our submission. The second one being about the business plan. Yes, we've acknowledged, and in our discussions we've acknowledged that yes, we've intended to have a business plan. We have submitted business plans and budgets in various forms. We've done a presentation. well, more recently, I guess, middle of last year, we gave a presentation to the full council and got a high degree of support outlining the content of the business plan, with spelling out the principles and things, and we did submit a business plan which we thought was adequate, but after discussions with the council, we're happy to make changes to that too. So it's an ongoing process. Yes, there have been delays and we apologise for that, but we're 100% confident that it will be there with the council, and we're hoping signed off or agreed with the council, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get it resolved.
Yeah,
It's just that the consultation document clearly said that the funding had been withdrawn, subject to a business case. But the message in the community was that funding was going to be canned. It's going to be cancelled.
Well, no. As I understand it, the condition on the business plan was more to do with the 2023-24 payment, which hasn't been made as yet, and the council is withholding that payment until we provide a business plan. The 2024-25 is not about waiting for a business plan, as I understand it. It's actually that's just that broadly, there's not actually very much comment in the annual plan about exactly why it's being withheld, I suppose, but it's not just contingent on the business plan being provided. It actually needs to be budgeted, as I said, into the budgets, into the council for next year. I hope that answers what you're saying.
I just want to agree with what Helen said regarding Bruce Watson. Can you please acknowledge him from the council? I remember in the first meeting when it was formed to save the region, and the hours he's put in just absolutely massive.
It's a little bit scary, I have to say. We are figuring out how we're going to spread the work that Bruce did through the new committee structure and staff.
Thanks, Don. Good report. These 7,000 hours, volunteer hours last year, just roughly how many people are involved in that?
Bruce did 5,000. No, I'm not sure. We used to keep track of how many volunteers. It's really, if you come down to it, it's hundreds of volunteers. Whether it's a Lions Club person helping with ushering in one of the events that we run, if it's Rob, our group here, Rob Daniel will go looking after building things, Hayley and the staff putting in volunteer time, those sort of things, and the committee, volunteer workers, events organisers and all sorts of stuff. So I think every year I've put in over 100. Yeah, easily.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Paul.
As council, we should be more in touch with the community, of course, without needing a petition signed by half the town to realise the value of an amenity. So just make that point. We all know, of course, that this is our town hall. So that being said, have you done any comparison with other towns and how they're funded? Because that'd be really useful.
We have done those comparisons, Bruce in particular, and I've got some of the detail of it, but not maybe. I'm sure Bruce has investigated right around the country. But yes, comparisons with Greymouth and Westport as an example. Greymouth, as I understand it, put a substantial amount more. There have been indications of sort of 4 to 5 times the amount. That's been debated. I understand that. So, but it's certainly a lot more than what the region here gets provided. And the Westport Theatre, I understand, gets quite a lot of funding from the council too, just for a movie theatre, whereas ours is more than just a movie theatre. It is, like you say, a town hall and for movies, events, meetings, everything else. Yeah.
So could we have that information?
Sometimes it is.
I can just interject in here because we have done our homework too. Obviously, I'll just clarify. Greymouth put in 30,000 a year, but they pay the rates and insurance. So they don't pay substantially more, and Buller is in the same boat. They put in around 30,000 a year and they cover those other costs as well. So it's important we get that information correct as opposed to...
But you're not talking about Greymouth or...
No, but you're asking for examples and you just asked if you could have that information. So, and I'm just purely correcting.
From around the country, I mean, there's lots of little towns that have town halls and have commitments for their.
That is correct, but we had just had our neighbours quoted for significant more funding, and I'm just wanting to clarify that so that we've got a proper understanding of what actually is done and covered with our neighbours, rather than have a misinterpretation.
I do understand, and I stand to be corrected, that the Greymouth Region Theatre has had interest-free loans as well, paid by the council. But
that could well be a possibility.
So,
I can't quantify on that one, Don, sorry. But I do know what their base figure is, and then they pay the rates, the insurance, and the other costs around that. So unless we get an absolute breakdown of the commercial side of that we don't have exact figures, but it's certainly not, trebling what we fund as council. Yes, Councillor Manera.
You said Paul sports field should be used paid, and now you want the theatre to be paid.
That was my personal submission. This is my region submission. But apart from that, yes, I think that I suppose if I do go back to my personal submission, I think that the point was, yes, the council should be supporting community activities and events and things, but that needs to be spread more evenly and in ways that best benefit the whole community. And from the region point of view, we think that we provide a very big and diverse service to a wide range of people, ratepayers, residents and visitors.
Councillor Beard.
How many actual paid staff do you have at the Region Theatre? I know we have Hayley, she does a great job.
So we have three. The theatre manager plus three, four. No, I counted. Three. Four. Sorry, Hayley. Sorry, you put me on the spot there. Four. They're all part-time staff. Yeah. So we have a wages budget of around, don't quote me on it, but it is in our finances that are declared every year, of 150 odd thousand for those for 5 people.
Thank you. Councillor Phelps.
Just a couple of things. First of all, Don, thank you for your time and putting in your submission. One concern I've got is the cost of the financial liability to the ratepayer over time. So I think the outlook for the long-term business model for picture theatres is about as rosy as video rental stores, frankly. I think with home entertainment and things like that, the main revenue source that you've got in terms of offsetting costs to the ratepayer is probably going to diminish over time, and therefore there'll be a need for greater ratepayer subsidy. And I think that there is a public good argument to be made around a community gathering space, but having said that, there are a lot of other things that may not offer the full capacity of the Region Theatre, but you've got the likes of the RSA, a lot of rugby clubs, St John's, Boys Brigade Hall, etc. They might not offer 100% of the value, but they're definitely not 100% of the cost in terms of the rate they to pay just to have that capacity for some gatherings each year. So yeah, curious to what you have to say to that, and then I've got another question as well.
There's probably lots of answers there, but I do think that the region provides a unique service and facility and opportunity for a lot of different people, as opposed to some of the other buildings which are kind of all just meeting rooms, I guess you might call it. Not to denigrate any of those, but I think that we do provide at the Region Theatre a specific service that's needed in the community for such as large gatherings. Yes, movies are part of it, and that helps to feed.
An income stream.
That helps, yes, give us an income stream for those other really important things that the region provides.
Yeah. And the other one, without being too glib about it, it is quite easy to sign a petition. And so, in terms of actually, look, I commend all the volunteer hours that people put in, and that is commendable, but volunteer labour is very good, but conscripted labour obviously wouldn't be, and I think conscripting $60,000 from the rating base each year to fund it versus if you had 1,000 people putting in on average $1.20 a week, that'd be your $60,000 a year to actually support it. So there's all these other activities in the community, whether it be golf clubs or sports teams or whatever else, where people come together through their subscriptions, donations, etc., etc. Even another area, you've got the old lodge, which is, you know, produces revenue for running shows and other income sources. So what makes the picture theatre so different in your mind?
So I think firstly, this funding is only $18 per ratepayer, not per person, it's per ratepayer. So a whole family has to pay $18, which I think is a pretty good deal overall. And I think we also, the people who are using the theatre are paying towards that. They're paying a pretty substantial amount. They're paying $18 or whatever to go to a movie. They're paying for the popcorn and the ice creams and things. And we're also generating funding through our rentals as well, you know, the cafe and the other two businesses that rent part of the building. So there's lots of, yes, it is user pays in a lot of ways. We're just asking for $18 per ratepayer. That's it.
But if it's $18 to ask out of the rating base, why not just say it's just $18 in terms of harvesting donations or other forms of sort of...
Because we're squeezing every other cent out from every other option we go for. And that operational funding is really hard. The movies and things help a lot to provide that operational funding, but it doesn't do everything that we need, and we need the council to provide it, and the council needs us to provide a town hall. So it's not up to the council to just say, go for it.
Thank you, Dawn, very much for that. If there's no further questions, we will move on to our next submitter. So thank you, Dawn, for your time and effort and devotion to the cause of the Regent Theatre. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. So a little bit of confusion here now on the next speaker, which is the Lions Club. We've got somebody that's in a plane or coming in by Zoom. We've got Neil and Stephanie that are presenting. Can we have clarification on who is doing what, please?
Leighton and I were going to present together, but he's on a plane at the present time because we must be a little bit...
I believe he's on Zoom.
From the airplane.
Not sure. Not sure. Latham, are you there? If you can't, we'll roll over.
We're 40 minutes delayed and he's asked for an hour until he's in Christchurch.
Right.
He was ready at 10.
Yes, I saw that, but he's not now. So do you want to defer till?
Yes, please.
Right, all right. And we still do not have Eli Davis present on Zoom either. So we will move on to Fiona Anderson, please. If you can present. Thanks, Fiona.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I just put in a short submission. I'm just standing up here on behalf of RDA again and the racecourse. So we just want to make sure that at least there's some grazing retained for RDA in the rural half of the racecourse. Because I've been to the last few Joseph and Associates presentations, and they've had a range of different options for that area, and a lot of them don't include grazing. And then I just went online before and I saw that they're sort of grazing around edges. So I'm just not quite sure where you're at with the planning for that half of the racecourse, or for that matter, for the residential side either. So some more clarity around that would be good. Yeah, when I was up there over COVID-19, my horses were there, and I just noticed how many people in the community were up there interacting with horses, and that's something you can't measure. You know, it's just a well-being thing, and it's a passive recreational space that is just really relaxing to be in, and we'd really like to retain that for the people participating, and girls, mostly teenage girls that are up there every day, every night after school. It's hard to measure. They're not a sort of recognised sports group or anything like that, but it's just something that's really important for a lot of people. So yeah, there's been so many, and also all the income, like I haven't put it together as an official thing to present to you, but there's been probably millions of dollars coming through grants through RDA over the last 15 years that's been spent in the community. So that money would have gone somewhere else if it hadn't been for RDA applying and getting that funding, especially lotteries, funding and stuff like that. And so 2 people are employed, and then there's a whole school program going on, kids can get credits and all that kind of stuff. You've heard all this before from me. So I'm just here making sure that that's not forgotten about. Sometimes it's difficult to know what's going on up there. You know, I keep my horses there. I mean, I'm not worried about it for me, but, you know, I'm just thinking about those 15 horses, which would be easy just to, you know, get rid of them and put some other, you know, a skate park or whatever BMX thing or a cycling, whatever hub, or, you know, there's all these other things that are going on, and I feel like the communication is not clear what's going on. Yeah. So some more visibility around some of the decisions would be great for everybody in the community. And in terms of the consultants, like in the fan, there's another 500,000 to spend on consultants there. It's just unclear what that's for. So I think the ratepayers would not have such a problem with it if they knew what that was actually for, whereas there's no visibility of that. Yeah, so thanks for hearing me. Yeah.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you for your submission, and again with you too. I know there's a lot of passion in there with your submission and what's happening there. Certainly taken a good note of your comments regarding visibility and communications.
Yeah.
It's been one of those processes that's sort of moulded in around council and everything else that's done.
Yeah.
I know I questioned a lot of those drawings that were coming out of all these.
Yeah, grandiose ideas.
Yes,
And they have pictures.
and he was just trying to generate conversation from people and sort of people coming in with the ideas themselves.
Yeah, but it was the same thing every
Yes, it was.
time.
I
And
agree.
it's just like, well, you know, let's narrow this down. Is this realistic? This is not Christchurch AMP grounds, even though he's got big pictures of, you know,
yeah, I know.
and you know, music festivals and all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is Hokitika.
Yes.
Let's be realistic.
Yeah. So no, I know what you're saying there, because I did put a line through some of them too, thinking this is not us.
Yeah.
And we will.
And in
we
fact,
will
is
control the
RDA's
narration of
paying,
what is there.
you know, $3,000 or more a year for grazing, and they were paying for the lease as well. You know, if it came to that, they could probably stump up the extra. Donors probably like, geez, really legally, but you know, like I mean, they're not asking for any money.
No.
Yeah.
And it's good, I appreciate your comments too on, because it's something that we haven't necessarily thought about. It's not just the fact of RDA being there, it's the kids that go up there, and there's a wellbeing factor in that, so they've got a space to go to. And whether it's talking to the horses that gives them that healing aspect, or communication, you know, you can't.
And a lot of those kids don't fit into individuals' sporting groups, or they might be considered bullied, or, you know, it's a safe space for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in that comment, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Questions for Fiona, please? Paul?
Thank you. Fiona, you say stop paying for big sports and recreational area at the racecourse. Could you expand on that?
Oh, that was just based on the drawings from Joseph and Associates. So I've been to pretty much every meeting public at the racecourse, and last time they just had all these fantastic drawings of all these grand developments that were going to go on, and I was just like, what the hell, this is just crazy, you know, and I don't think council can afford to maintain something like that going forwards anyway. In a small community like this.
He was just trying to generate conversation and people come up with ideas.
More and more grand as time went on, and yeah, I think they just need to be reined in a bit and be realistic, because you are paying them. Yeah, quite a bit, I imagine. Yeah.
Isn't that the $500,000?
Is that the 500,000? I mean, I don't know. Is that consultants, or what is it for?
Hang on, that's not what Fiona's talking about. We're here to actually get definition from her. We can talk about that when we get to the deliberation stage.
I mean, it would be good to know, because I just think people do want clarity around what that funding is tagged for.
It's tagged for the design and the development of the concept of what's to go ahead.
I can see that the housing side of it will be a big planning operation, and you're going to need consultants there, but I don't think you should do any more planning on in the short term for the recreation.
That money allocation is certainly, as far as the drawings that were done on concepts of what could go into recreation areas, is a fraction of what the work that's gone into the other side of it being the housing. So it was, as I said, done to try and generate discussion and other people's ideas of what vision they had. And he just tried to create more to try and invoke more discussion, but it didn't work.
People see 1.3 million, whatever it is that you got through the infrastructure acceleration fund, whatever it is. And they see that you've spent, you know, that this almost $1 million or more has been spent on contractors, and they just see that, and that, you know, it seems like, well, what are you getting out of it at the end of the day when you've been gifted this piece of land, plus the cash that came with it in the beginning? Yeah, so hopefully someone will come along and offer you heaps of money.
Thank you, Fiona, very much for your submission. Greatly appreciate it, as is your following through it and communicating right through the process up there to date. So we are behind time. The Lions submission is going to be rolled out to 12. And that is in agreement with the Lions members present, which includes Mr. Martin, which we've tied up with airplanes and airports. So, so with that, we will take the break now for morning tea. So can I have a move in a second, please, and resolve that we adjourn for 10 minutes? 10 minutes? We'll break for 10 minutes. If I can have a move in a second, please. Councillor Casson, Councillor Neal, thank you. You're welcome to join us for a cup of tea. We're cutting it down by 5 minutes to 10 minutes and not a quarter of an hour. June. We'll reconvene at 11:07. We've just gone 2 minutes over. Break time, and we welcome Hayley to the podium, please. Hayley, as noted, is the manager of the committee.
Good morning, Neil Ash, councillors, and Simon. I am going to read my paper today because I'm emotional. I don't know if it's the effect of the Mother's Day slideshow or just perimenopause, so sorry about that.
Please, I will say don't lose all your time reading your submission out. Take it as read by councillors so that you've got time to answer questions and explain things further.
Yeah. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Hayley Kirby. I'm a ratepayer and a proud member of our community, also the manager of the Regent Theatre. I've lived in Hokitika for 5 years and don't have the long history with this town that others have, but working in the building has made me feel part of it. Many stories this building has to tell, some I've had the privilege to hear, but if only walls could talk. Although I've only been the manager for a year, I feel like I can speak to the current importance of this building and what it provides to the community, because I see the people. I see the families that work within the building to provide income for themselves and employment to others. The dear old ladies that gather in the foyer for a scone and coffee, then catch a weekly movie together, treasure friendships and quality time spent together. The 5-year-old stepping on stage wide-eyed for their first time at their first school show or prize giving. The 200 plus athletes staggering in for their prize giving after running 100 kilometres through our beautiful coast. The community groups, the Hokitika Trust, the Lions and others that work hard to provide yearly entertainment for our whole community. The external groups that we assist in selling tickets for their own events, the tourists who visit to see our Art Deco theatre, and staff and I show it off with pride. Our volunteers who have restored this old beauty and passionately go about their duties, we also give them a purpose and something to be proud of. When I came on board, my initial focus was building the relationship between the community and the theatre again. Everywhere I go, I have people talking to me about what's happening, who's coming, new movies, or old stories of the past and the people involved, mainly Ethel. I had the community send over 100 photos of their mums for the Mother's Day slideshow, and I had 80 plus people come out for the community Anzac Day movie. I know the theatre is important to them and important to this community. With the newly formed committee and having worked on the strategy and nearly completed business plan, I feel enthusiastic that we are going forward with some very dedicated staff, some that have been at the theatre for over 15 years. I believe the future is bright. My focus going forward is working on the tourism market to make this a significant tourist attraction in order to drive revenue for the theatre. We have them here in their thousands, and at the moment most of them just walk by and take photos. We have the opportunity to showcase our fantastic region, so they will take more away than just that. Our conservation plan and the ongoing development of information panels to tell the theatre's story will only enhance that experience. With history to tell and some amazing local documentaries to show off our region, the history, the cultural significance and our people, we have something to offer the tourists and the promotion of our cool little town with our cool little theatre. It's a space for all, no matter your age, disability, ethnicity, creative interest, all are welcome here. I ask you this, without the council's continued financial support of the theatre, the scope of what we can provide to this town, the wider West Coast community and visitors will be significantly impacted. What happens to the old friends that come for a coffee and a movie? What happens to the yearly spectacles community groups put on for us? What happens to those little kids that step excitedly on the stage in the spotlight for the first time? Where do the 200 athletes meet for prize giving, one that has the modern technology to show their presentations, and somewhere warm and dry, because let's be honest, the coast weather is sometimes questionable. What purposes will our volunteers have now? Where do the kids go for wholesome entertainment, one that encourages them to come out with their friends, hopefully without their phones? I ask you to consider the historical significance of our wonderful theatre and the thousands of hours of hard graft it took to get to where it is and what the future looks like without it. We have come this far, let's keep going. I ask that you please reinstate the funding for the theatre in January.
Thank you, Haley, for that. That was an absolute heartfelt submission, and brilliant, well done.
Haley, I hear your passion. It's wonderful to hear. You've got the energy and dedication to it. You've obviously touched on vision of the theatre going forward. I'm just trying to get an idea of how the vision is being developed or nurtured within that organisation. Is it just you feeling it, or is there a group that you feel can see a way forward?
Well, I think that's probably initiated by Bruce's passion in the building. I mean, Bruce and I have got head to head on numerous things, but I can see what he's actually tried to create for the community. For me, it's about isolating out all these different people and what it is that we can provide for them. So the vision for me is one that I see for the people that are coming through the door, and reaching out to those different avenues and what we can create in there further than what has been already.
Because Councillor Phelps sort of touched on sort of the headwind challenges that you have as a movie theatre that may or may not apply to you. So,
well, yeah, and I will challenge that, because I did say to Don, like, all the research that I've been reading actually has shown a steady increase in moviegoers. I definitely noticed that mainstream movies is all well and good, but we've got a lot of people in this community that want something different. So, the bike night, documentaries, and we've had great turnout for those types of things. So that's what I'm looking into, what it is that we can provide.
Just one other thing, just off the side of it, you've got the main auditorium area and you've got a small theatre. Why do you not use the bigger theatre more often? Because it's got a better effect and better quality.
Well, one of the main reasons, I mean, I've been carrying a lot more movies than what previous managers have in order to sort of gauge where the interest levels are. One of the reasons we tend to try not to use the main theatre is the cost in heating that. So, yeah.
The experience is way better in the big theatre. It's just wonderful, but going into that room is...
Yeah, it's interesting because people either love the Reynolds Room or they hate it. I've had people come up from France to watch a movie that just ended up being rescheduled in the Reynolds Room, and they were very unhappy. So it is a bit polarising in that room for sure.
Any further questions for Haley? Councillor Phelps.
Yeah, note the emotion, but there does need to be some rationale about this as well. And I do think it's all well and good to talk about old ladies coming together in cafes for a cup of tea and a viewing of a movie, but there's a lot of cafes in town. And there's also golf courses and bowls clubs and other things where old people choose to come
Councillor,
together.
we can just keep to...
I know, but I'm just saying, if one thing's going to be on the public record, something else has to be as well. And there are a lot of places people choose to come together that do not get a subsidy from the ratepayer. And to conflate all of these things together and assume they won't happen, picture theatre is not there or it gets less funding, I just think it's disingenuous. So
what's your question?
Well, okay, I don't have questions, comments, but yeah.
So I will make a comment to that. I was a ratepayer and a member of the community before I got involved in the theatre, so I can understand what you're saying. But working in it versus my perception when I wasn't, I see who uses it, and I believe it can be used for more than what it's being currently used for now. But where else do the kids go? The park? They hang around at night. What other entertainment source do we have in Hokitika? And that's what I'm focusing on. I've got, big plans for what it is that we can put on for kids, and, the Hokitika Community Trust and Lions are going to be a big part of that. So I totally understand what you're saying, but, my perception before versus now, I see it differently.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. The sincerity of your answers there, appreciate that greatly. Any further questions for Haley? No. Thanks, Haley, very much for that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Michael, please.
We can't decide, is it?
You can keep that if you want.
Welcome, Steve. Thank you, Michael, for coming up today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm here submitting on behalf of the Regent Theatre, or Western Community Centre as it's known. I was on the committee for 42 years, been working away a long time. I have been submitting before council before. I'll be doing it again to secure this asset. I was supported by Alva Reynolds, the previous mayoress, what was known as the Town Hall Promotion Committee. Remember, Town Hall Promotion Committee, because that's what you have there. That is the Town Hall. It's important to know that it's mortgage free. I'm one of the first two life members, the other one being John White, whose extracts from his book, I add to my submission, you have those. So that's the early history of the theatre. And it's mortgage free. There's a critical time in the association, about 2007, when the early committee, when reports were such that the theatre was about to be almost illegally sold and demolished or put into shops. I was the sole officer at that time, and we were able to make the transition to what was known as Bruce Watson's committee. And we know that the councils are very risk adverse when it comes to owning buildings and maintaining them because of the cost. So I understand that, because they don't do it very well. And so having the thing as a trust or an incorporated society as it is, we have a team about 7 or 8 on the committee and 4 or 5 staff. And so each day, each month, there's about 15 people working on that theatre to actually run it properly. Now, the council couldn't do that. You'd have a manager and you'd have some other people, and there'd always be the maintenance. Now, the important point is that although we need operational funding to assist, the maintenance is all taken care of. Years and years and years of grant funding to tip-top order. It's fully fire springs, it's up to earthquake ratings. Essentially, it's mortgage free. And the key thing is that our constitution says that should we fall over, heaven forbid, then you get to acquire that for $100 like you bought the race course, right? So you've then got the responsibility of managing that and looking after it and running it efficiently. So I leave you those things. That the most efficient way to that is through our trust, through our corporate society, with our whole team of people, mostly volunteers, who'll be doing a much better job for a small increment. We've had 6 new life members recently, or 7 I think, and all of those people have put a lot of time into the theatre, and they're still there doing it. Most of them had 10 years or more. And the important one was a chap called Gordon Stiles. When we came to the point that the questions about the earthquake stability is all around New Zealand, and Gordon was a retired civil engineer just coming home to Hokitika at the right time, and Gordon single-handedly pretty well got the building put new structures and cutting holes in the wall and spalling, and the whole thing's been done up to high standard, basically on completely voluntary effort. It would have cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars of engineer time to pay for that. So there's a really good reason why an incorporated society like ours should be supported to run the theatre. Who uses the theatre? It's now and always been the centre of the town, the whole district. There's a full support around it. It has film entertainment, live shows, school holiday programs. It brings, as you've heard this morning, this is a town from outside the area, from Westland, from South Westland. Provides a central place to come at night for visitors from overseas and from Christchurch in New Zealand. I'm on duty, I work there sometimes, and I'm on duty on Saturday and Sunday nights. I'm always asking the people where they come from, and they are coming from all over the place. So 50% of our patrons, probably, it used to be about 30%, now it's about 50% are in fact visitors to the town and the region. And what else do you do on a night, cold night? So they come there, they enjoy it. A lot of admiration from even overseas. We had Melbourne Society, Film Society from Melbourne and Sydney come, and the like. It's a place for big events. This last weekend we had the Ultra Marathon, 196 people at the funding briefing on the Friday and the prize giving on the Sunday. We've got the Big Bite film tonight. We have lots of school events and prize giving, ballet. Years ago, the Arts Council donated us a Yamaha piano, $8,000 then, probably about $20,000 worth now. We have recitals and the like, so it's a high quality venue. It is town hall, remember that. And good management. It's only possible to run that from the day-to-day servicing essential high quality work. It's a 5 to 7 day a week job, because the theatre's open 7 days a week, except in the no film done in the quieter months. So I believe that there's really support for the theatre is needed by the council for that they've been given. Now, one of our meetings we went to, we were on a hearing meeting, it wasn't a council meeting, it was actually a council meeting held out in the community. And Mayor Mike Havel, previous mayor, said to a anti-person, there was only one anti-person, the Regent Theatre is an essential part of Hokitika, end of story. I say that to you, end of story, it's an essential part. And even that anti-person in the change of ownership has now become a member of the community centre. So in summary, thank you, Council. Council needs to be forward-looking and proactive, not reactive. Please look to serving all the needs of the community's people. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, very much for that. Questions for Michael, please, councillors?
Yes, an acknowledgement of all the history that you put into your submission. That was really helpful. Thank you.
It's always good to know the background, and it was covered very well. It was actually
Probably 42 years of annual report would give you a lot more information.
Any questions for Charlie? Sorry, for Michael. Sorry, Charlie. Sorry, Michael.
You do a great job, Michael.
That's fine. I'm
You have done some
I'm
jobs.
here to volunteer. It's my life. I do that. That's fine. But thank you for that. But just please support us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Mr. Macbeth, Charlie.
I am next.
Yes, you are next. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Welcome, Charlie, and the floor is yours.
Kia ora, Mayor and Councillors, iwi Representative, Chief Executive and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our joint submission on retaining the Ross pool. It can't be understated enough that the pool is a really good asset for our community, a very well used asset for our community. Over the years, it's been a lot of money spent through fundraising, initially right in the early 1990s. There was $80,000 raised. In today's terms, that's probably $240,000, $300,000 to roof the pool. Unfortunately, some of those components, as you read in our joint submission, were unfortunately fitted incorrectly, and that's what's exacerbated the failure of some of those major components. It goes without saying that the structure needs replacing, or some of the components, and we need to keep that very important community asset. It's been on that site since 1911, from memory, so it's been there a long time. And most of the funding to keep that asset there has been through community fundraising up until recent times.
Thank you, Charlie. Questions, please, for Mr. Macbeth.
Sorry, for those who don't know me, I'm Charlie Macbeth, Chairman of the Ross Community Society.
Any questions for Charlie? Yes.
So, good to see you, Charlie. Are you happy for this to be done through a targeted rate?
I think that the submissions, I think all up, there was 50 submissions, and the community members were encouraged to put submission in, and I think 80% were happy, happy to go with the $312,000, I think, was set aside over the next 2 years to keep that asset going, and we are funded, are rated for it.
Thank you. Any further questions for Charlie?
Thanks for the work you've done in getting all the submissions in.
Yes.
To tell us lots of people forward.
And good effort to it. And again, when it comes to the likes of Ross and the Glacier Country and so forth, the communications that you've gone out to your wider community with has been great, because it gives us a better feeling for support and direction. So otherwise it comes down to one or two people speaking, and we don't have that indication of really what sort of support's behind it. So
Yes, well, I would say generally, as with the submissions, you get a fair gauge of the feeling of the community down there, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Paul?
Through your worship, just quickly, Charlie, no doubt you will have looked at the whether or not you could tap the Ross Borough Endowment Fund.
Yes, I'm not too sure in the past that has been tapped. I think from memory there's about $53,000 or $55,000 left in the endowment fund, and I think some of that has been used. I need to stand to be corrected on that, because I haven't actually been involved in this one called committee. But that is possibly an option, but it's there for use over the wider community, obviously for community assets, which has proven itself to be a great source of income for some of the projects that's been done down in the Ross community over the past few years.
Just from recollection, your worship, I think community used it for some squash court maintenance. Squash court maintenance.
It's the community hall, had quite a bit out of that. The Ross Play Group is another one that got about $50,000 from that fund. Before we tapped into that fund for those projects over the years, I think it was about $235,000 there in that endowment fund. And it was a great fund. It was a great source of income for important assets in our community, and it's been well used and well utilised for those important assets for our community.
As Leslie's just highlighted, all of the funding for this project will be depreciation funded, so it's covered already in terms of covenants.
Thank you, Charlie. That's great. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. I saw Sam. You always moved up to the front. Sam's speaking to us now regarding Destination Hokitika. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor, Councillor, staff. I'm speaking to the submission in my role as Chair of Destination Hokitika. I've chaired Destination Hokitika for approximately 5 years. This is my last year. Last year was meant to be my last year. I make no apology that I will speak for closer to 7 minutes and 5 minutes. Admittedly, late last week I did request a later speaking slot because I had appointments in Canterbury this morning. But that was not available, so I got up at 5 o'clock this morning to come and speak to you. So I will try and use that well. I want to start by saying over the last 5 years in general, Destination Hokitika's relationship with Council, I think, has consistently improved, and we have gone from being an organisation which 5 to 10 years ago was quite competitive with Council, has worked quite cooperatively with Council by and large, and have achieved some substantial things in that space. As such, we were disappointed that in the annual plan, not only was the recommendation to remove funding, but it was the information in the annual plan was completely inaccurate, and that continues the information in the I want to say the advice to Council, but let me pull it up. The document, which is entitled Report to Council, continues to be inaccurate regarding Destination Hokitika, as does Appendix 2. But I want to start first because there seems to be a little bit of a misunderstanding both at Council and about community about the function of the funding that is provided via the rate that is levied on behalf of Destination Hokitika to commercial ratepayers, and what it does. And so, for example, one of the statements has been that there's double dipping because we charge members, but we also receive money from Council. And so There's a role in town for general town promotions, and so Tourism New Zealand promotes New Zealand to overseas people to get them to come. Tourism West Coast, which is now incorporated into Development West Coast, promotes the West Coast, and Destination Hokitika promotes Hokitika in general. And so the money that is provided, the approximately $39,000 that we received, goes into the general promotion of Hokitika. On top of that, we would spend about the same quantum of money for some more targeted promotion that promotes individually named businesses. And so those two work in parallel. And I think that there is, it's no mistake, or it's correlative, that in terms of the recovery of West Coast communities post-COVID, that Westland has done better than our counterparts, and it's particularly done better in the area of tourism. And so I understand that there's a rationale that, well, it doesn't happen in Greymouth and Westport, and my response to that would be yes, and look at the result. I understand that there are more bodies in Hokitika that have an overlapping, and so we can look at Destination Westland and we can look at the eyesight. But none of those can take, for example, what we said in the submission, $39,000, and from that, we distribute 35,000 maps locally, we distribute 40,000 brochures around the country, our social media network reached over 300,000 people, and over 80,000 people engage with Hokitika content for the first time. And so I think that's outstanding value for the money that we raise. So then I want to come to what the annual plan has said. The annual plan says that Destination Hokitika was consulted with, and that Destination Hokitika agreed for this rate not to be funded. Neither of which are accurate, and we have met with council and they've acknowledged that neither of those are accurate statements. And so on that basis, I don't believe that council can either morally or legally go ahead with implementing something that contains such inaccurate information. Secondly, I understand that when we look at the analysis that has been provided, that we're saying only about 2/3 of ratepayers have supported this, but we also have to understand that only 2/3 of that have supported this, having been told that we've been consulted with and that we have agreed that it should cease. And so for 2/3 of those ratepayers to say, actually, no, we don't want it to cease, is quite outstanding. If I come to the document that you will have in front of you provided specifically for this meeting, which is entitled Report to Council, date 15th of May 2024, about the draft annual plan hearing. If I come down to 3.6, consultation item, Destination Hokitika option, reinstate value 44,000, rate Hokitika commercial indicative, percentage increase 9.16. It comes under the heading start of analysing indicative impact on rates if the following items are added to the plan. I think that suggests to the average person reading it that the impact on commercial rates is 9.16% if this is reinstated. I don't actually know where that 9.16% comes from, but it's clearly not 9% of commercial rates. I take you to Appendix 2, Draft Annual Plan, page 6. It says the 5% administration fee will continue as provided for under the original agreement. That is not correct either. That was added only a few years ago. So Destination Hokitika has been funded for almost a couple of decades. It has had one increase in that period, and a few years ago we were advised that if we wanted the funding to continue, that this would have to be added. And so we agreed, not because we agreed it was the right thing to do. It does note that this service is not provided to any other organisation, but a lot of other organisations are funded out of the tourism levy. And so from our perspective, you've consulted on one component, which is about funding of Destination Hokitika, and there has been no consultation around all of the other tourism levy, of which we had very little visibility. And this has been none of those other places, or as far as I'm aware, any of the other entities that are representative are having 5% of what's rated taken out for administration. The draft annual plan also indicated that it was inefficient. And I accept that there's a range of work associated with it. But if we look at it from a town promotion perspective, it is the most efficient way overall for this to be done. I think I will leave it there. Oh, sorry, can I?
We're on the 7 minutes now.
Okay, all right, I will leave it there. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Sam, for that. It's a big submission. I'm quite happy to keep the ball rolling here. I've been on council previously. I do remember a similar conversation happening there where there was concern over the information that Destination Hokitika was requiring on businesses as far as rating those businesses. They are those people's, those businesses own private information and not information that council can share, which created a bit of an issue, because I do believe that not every business is paying that portion of rates to that fund, because there is no list as such. This has been formed with very little base structure and very little renewal and updates as we go. And you mentioned before that, you've charged an admin fee, and that's because council does the rating on your behalf. We do not do that with the other community funds. So percentage, and that's why the admin fee is there, and that's why it must be there. So it's important we don't try and put everything into one box and say they're all apples when they're not quite that way. The other point I will make is that we've got Glacier Country down there that is self-funding, well not self-funding, they get a grant from council to do with Glacier Country Tourism Group, and they rate themselves for that. So again, we haven't got a level playing field for those that represent the tourism industry. The benefit is indirect that comes back to the ratepayers from the tourism sector. It's not a direct gain. The direct gain goes to the businesses that are involved with the tourism industry, and then that ripples itself out to other businesses from there. So I personally sort of think, I'm a little bit concerned that you're painting one picture and it's not actually a representation of the whole picture, because it's important we get this onto a level playing field as far as discussion goes.
Sure, can I respond to that?
Yes, you can.
So I want to respond to 3 points. I want to respond to the issues around membership and privacy. I want to respond to the point around level playing field or more around the benefit that comes out of that, and lastly around the information and is it accurate. So council provided, firstly dealing with the privacy, council provided a list of people that were rated 2 Destination Hokitika for over 10 years. And then 1 year it stopped. And so we engaged with council over that, and the initial issues raised were issues of privacy. When we probed into that, we were told that it was become an issue because council had changed the rating base, and instead of rating just in the CBD, they'd rated a whole pile of people, and so a lot of them were only paying 0.1, 0.2 of the rates. And that was why it became a privacy issue, because we raised the question. We said, are you telling us that there's been a privacy issue where you shouldn't have been supplying us with that? And we were told no. We were able to supply you with that because it was only people who were paying the full amount of rates. And so all we're asking for is going back to that. And it seems incongruous to argue that now it's a privacy issue when it wasn't back then, and it's a privacy issue because we're not being rated the 100%, but we're only asking for the 100% now.
Just a correction on the privacy part. With the new Privacy Act, that sets the platform to operate going forward as far as the sharing of information, which is why the rules changed.
Sure, that wasn't what was communicated to us at the time. Secondly, what was the second thing I said I'd talk about? Sorry? Membership. Oh, the benefit. I want to talk about the benefit. So in the draft annual plan, there's significant selling of the benefit of the cycle trail. and the benefit that that brings to the whole community because it comes through. And so it seems that's being treated with one set of lenses, and then this is being treated with an entirely different set of lenses. And so the number of people who came on the cycle trails last year was only half of what came to the entire district, visitors who came to the entire district in March, in a single month. And so what we have is this rate promotes Hokitika to everyone, domestically and internationally, to bring them into the region, which benefits everyone. And I understand there's an argument to be made about how that is best levied, understand that, and happy to engage in that discussion. But it seems that council is looking through an entirely different lens at the Wilderness Trail when they're promoting spending large amounts of money on that because of the benefit it brings to the whole region. Tourism across the board brings broad benefits to the region, and I think that they should be looked at through a similar lens.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Casson, question.
I'd like you to jump in. Thank you very much. You talk about double dipping, it's reported in a couple of other submissions. Keen to understand what you charge per membership for those that aren't rated into it. Obviously, understanding the privacy challenge that you don't know that list, but keen to explore what
We don't.
So there isn't a voluntary membership opportunity?
No, there was, but when you only rated the CBD, and so we got about $40,000 through the rate, and we had about $10,000 through voluntary membership, of which I was one of the voluntary members. Then when the rating base changed, and so all commercial rate players were levied, that was our understanding of it, there is now no voluntary membership. So if people want to take listings which list their businesses and promotional activities, then there is costs associated with that. But to be a member, to be listed on the website, there is no cost associated with that. Because they paid for it through the levy. And there's some,
Your Worship, Samuel, who's chasing Airbnbs?
We're not. We promote some of them who work with us. Our understanding was that council did a review some time ago and was rating them part of a commercial rate base, and that was part of the argument to us around privacy, in that there were a lot of Airbnb. So if they pay a commercial rate, so let's say an Airbnb pay 10 or 20% of a commercial rate, then they're rated 10 or 20% of the destination Hokitika levy. So they might pay $19 or $38. Sure, they benefit hugely from our promotion.
Yeah, and so have we captured them all? Do you think?
I would be very surprised if you come close to capturing them all. Very surprised.
Perhaps the effort should be put into that instead.
So can I ask why? Oh, sorry, Councillor Phillips, you had to report. No, you go.
No, you're the boss, so you go.
No, not that one. He wouldn't dare. I hold the hammer today.
Save the best for last, you go first.
No.
All right. So to me, this is more of an issue of organisation than anything else. I mean, what's being done here through Destination Hokitika is really exercising collectivised or organised branding or marketing effectively. Now,
marketing the town, sure.
Yeah, marketing, and personally, I don't really think a town's a brand. I think that's a bit mercenary. But if you do wish to have a collectivised advertising body, you're free to associate as businesses if people choose to do that. Now, some people think advertising's not worth engaging in, others will think it is relative to the bottom line and that sort of stuff. So what role really is there for a council here in terms of being the collector of that fund rather than going around knocking on doors, ringing phones and saying, hey, we should get together and do this?
The reality is, if you don't rate on this, then the town won't be promoted as a town. What you'll get is a group of individual businesses who will promote their businesses. And I think that the economic data is clear that this town does very well out of tourism, and part of the reason it does very well out of tourism is the Hokitika brand that has been promoted for 20 years. And if you apply, I hear that perception.
Well, if I'm a hotelier, restaurateur, etc., and you fail to persuade me to get in on this, I struggle to see why you're going to why it has to be at the ratepayer's expense, even if it's just the organising and clerical side of having to go around and...
Because it's the fairest way to do for the benefit. And if you applied that same metric to everything that council does, you'd probably fund nothing. And so...
I just think there's a very concentrated benefit here, which is people who have, in the business, have visited...
Can I give you an example? And you could argue it's a self-defeating example, but I'll give it nonetheless. Post-COVID, one of the panel beaters in town said to me, I'd never considered myself a tourism business, but without the tourism, he says, my sales, he says, my work has drastically reduced. And in the end, he ended up selling the business. I'll give another example.
Well, there's one potential member right there by the sounds of it.
Hokitika New World.
Another potential member.
And so, in all of this, and everything council does, what council recognises is that there is a broad spectrum of good, and if you rate it just to those people who are willing to put up their hands and say, yes, I'm willing to fund that, it doesn't work. And that's why we do everything from Three Waters through to, you fund the eyesight way more than you do.
I don't think we should, frankly. That's
Excuse me, councillor, we're talking about this conversation and not the other.
Yeah, and so the whole thing is one of Destination Hokitika's concerns is that it's being singled out here amongst a whole raft of things, and if there was a discussion as part of the long-term plan that said, let's look at our tourism rates, because that's way bigger than the Destination Hokitika rate, and say, let's talk about how we should fund all of this collectively, that's a conversation that we're really happy to engage in. But we think that this is the wrong move, and we think that it's been done with a whole pile of incorrect information. Yep.
One more question. What persuades the supermarket to sell milk or the petrol station to sell diesel? The council doesn't get involved in that. Consumers know they want a product. Correct. Vendors know they want to sell something. It's mutually beneficial to do so.
Correct.
Why is this any different?
Fundamental human nature, when we're dealing with something which there will be a benefit if someone does it, but I don't have to be engaged in doing it. And so what we are doing is we are doing broad promotion of Hokitika that brings more people to Hokitika. And so if the perception is that that will continue to happen, then people are quite happy to say, well, I'm not the primary tourism benefiter of that, and therefore, we're quite happy to engage with how should the rate be more evenly done. We were the ones who promoted the last change, certainly not in the way in which it was done.
Right, thank you. And so, any further questions?
I guess there's one. The submissions that came in,
yes,
it was fairly even between continue to rate them and not.
I think it was more like 60-30, wasn't it?
Well, let's not quibble on that.
Yeah.
So have you looked through the ones that didn't want to continue, and are most of them affected directly by the rate?
To be honest, no, I haven't read through all of the submissions. To be honest, when I go to the link on the council website, I found these documents. I didn't actually find all the submissions. Also, coming back to the point that I made was that in the context of 2/3, 1/3, 2/3 saying they supported, that was in the context of being informed in the draft annual plan that there'd been consultation and we were recommending that it cease. And so that's highly leading as well as misleading.
Right, thank you, Samuel, for that. No further questions there, so we'll move on to Natisha. And she's not here. We still don't have Eli joining us by Zoom. No. So sorry, Sam, we'll get you back again, sorry. Sam will present to us in the Hokitika Holiday Park.
Okay.
You just kind of keep you moving.
I corrected my name on this, spelling my name on this one. I firstly want to acknowledge the difficult position councillors in. And I fully accept that we have a significant rates rise staring us down. and that you are in the unenviable position of there's no way that you are going to please everyone in the way in which you decide to reduce that. Probably the primary thing I've focused on this, and you'll see I've got a whole section in here around volunteer organisations, non-profits, charitable sector. And I reference a couple of articles in that, but you could just about Google any article and come up with similar statistics. The benefit that communities get from volunteer organisations is typically on research between 3 and 10 times the government money that is put into them. And if we look at the 4 volunteer organisations which have been suggested in the draft annual plan to be, I'll just use the word for want of a better word, defunded, then we actually have a reasonable small amount of funding which has a reasonably large amount of impact, or relatively significantly large amount of impact in the community. And I think you will be able to tell from the over 1,200 signatures in support of retaining funding for these that the public perception is in that direction. In my submission, which I did both in terms of Hokitika Holiday Park and personally, there are a couple of things I note. I reflected on Destination Hokitika, which obviously I have another hat to wear in that. That I'm being consulted on the $191 levy, and I'm not being consulted on the $1,600 levy that I'm being for tourism, of which there isn't a lot of transparency for what we are paying for that, and that seems incongruous. I noted in here in support of the Regent Theatre that I view the Regent Theatre as our proxy town hall. If I compare that with Wellington, so I don't know if you've read these paragraphs. The ratepayers in Wellington are objecting to the cost to fix their town hall escalating from 43 million to 330 million. At a population of 220,000, round to the nearest 10k, that's an escalation of 195 to 1,500. Compared to that, we spend nothing on our Regent Theatre comparatively, and as a ratepayer, I would be happy to pay double the $18. I'd be happy to pay $36 towards the Regent Theatre to make sure that we get a good town hall. As a ratepayer, you know, there are some of the assets in town that I use a lot. There are some assets in town that I don't use a lot. The Regent Theatre, I might go to 3 or 4 times a year. I don't go there a lot, but I think we have to maintain it as a town. And so sitting on the other side of part of the discussion we just had, you know, there are some assets in this town that council puts a lot of money into, and I personally get no benefit out of it. But we recognise, and that's the way we work our taxation system and our democracy, that everyone contributing a little bit for the overall benefit of everyone is the way in which it works. So I would strongly support council reinstating the funding for those 4 non-profit organisations. Happy to take any questions. I understand if you've already asked everything you want to ask.
Sorry, what submission are you referring to now?
I submitted one that I submitted in my personal capacity and as Director of Hokitika Holiday Park.
Is that one you're talking about now?
Yes. 60 paragraphs.
Yeah.
And I reflect there on some of the things around tourism and theory to give a perspective.
So, questions, councillors? No? Thank you very much for that, Samuel, greatly appreciated. Moving on, Adam, Friends Joseph Community Council, Adam Howe. Thank you, Adam, for taking the time to travel up from Friends Joseph.
That's welcome.
And Kushler and Logan.
What's yours? Dear councillors and staff, thanks for the relationship that we've sort of been reforging over the last few years between the Western District Council. I'd like to make a special note to Simon and his team for being open, communicating with us to the best of their ability. We try as a community to partner. I'm Adam Hoare, the chairman of the Franz Joseph Community Council, which is an incorporated society which owns and operates the Franz Joseph Community Centre. The actions of the group go beyond that. As part of our business, I think it is a business, coming from a business background, we have relied for the last 20 years on funding from a locally struck rate to fund a 25-hour-a-week position, which is funded our administrator. Our tagline is working together to build a vibrant and progressive community for all. And this really does capture our missions, society's missions. Our community centre, in our opinion, is thriving. We have over 99 gym members at the present. We've got 23 families attending playgroup, baby group. We have volleyball, netball, badminton, got basketball going now again. And those activities aren't connected with the physical asset, and they're only able to happen because our very thin community group of volunteers actually has the key position, Community Development Officer role, which we know as the CDO role, to enable good ideas to happen in our community. The CDO role, it averages about 25 hours a week. The role, as I said, initiated about 20 years ago, was initiated by a small group including Carol Brown, who many of you may know from Fox. She recently re-emphasised with me the importance of the role in maintaining mental health and well-being in the community. It's a touch point for many, and it is a pretty good example of what success can look like. Our townships are mainly made up of working adults with a very, very high turnover of seasonal staff, resulting in a very limited volunteer base. Continued collection of this rate on behalf of the local community will enable the Westland, will enable the volunteer base to know they have the support of the wider community to move forward with projects. Hopefully that will result in more people stepping forward to fill volunteer roles and positions and to take responsibility. We do acknowledge that not all ratepayers benefit equally from the rate strike, but it is clear from feedback that we are on the right path. In the last, since stepping into the chairperson's role, one of the things we've accomplished is a bit of a change in direction. We've gone on the hunt for outside funding. I like the idea of community centre breaking even, and in the past 12 months, our accounts, with the support of the CDO role, without touching Township Development Fund, mean that facility is breaking even. Our hire rates are low, our usage is up. We secured $250,000 in external funding in the last 12 months. One-off projects of R&M have been sussed out. We managed to pull a rabbit out of the hat and have indoor ice skating down at Franz, 603 participants. Large tourism businesses like Toti Tourism and Scenic Hotel have expressed their support in the CDO position. Those remotely run businesses recognise the value of a healthy community and their ability to maintain quality staff. We do trust that through the submission process, our community has clearly indicated the desire for them to support the role to the tune of $35,000 per annum. This is a $9,500 increase from the current funding from the rate strike. This is the first requested income increase in 18 years and will allow us to compensate the staff to market rates. We request that future reviews need to take into consideration a wage inflationary factor. We thank the Western District Council team for their flexibility over the last reasonably tricky couple of years to enable both Fox and Fran CDO roles to make access top-up funding from the Tourism Promotions Fund. We're a small group, we don't have the opportunity or the manpower to keep reviewing and requesting funding. We request that this fund is put into place with a 3-year review period. We believe that a uniform rate is clear. At the present, the rate for CDO is tiered between the commercial, rural and residential. The reason for that, as Janelle will speak to later, is because there's a tourism group in the middle of it, and it makes sense when looking at that as one, that commercial properties will contribute more. We removed the tourism group from this funding avenue. A flat rate across all units makes sense to us. We understand that that formula exists in other communities, 6 other communities in the district. Ideally, we'd love to see on the rates invoice a simple line that said Friends Joseph CDO and how much ratepayers are individually contributing towards that, so they can engage in future opportunities to state quite blatantly, simply, we are not going to get a return on investment. This transparency will help us keep track of funding and give us more confidence to move forward. Securing this funding will be a significant milestone for our community, allowing us to plan confidently, apply for funding applications, suss out issues with our community centre, and aim to be break even into the future. Has anyone got any questions in regards to the Franz Joseph CDO role and where we'd like to take it?
Councillor Kesson. Thank you, Adam.
Great report, Adam, and some awesome stuff been achieved down there in the last few years. The report mentions a $35,000 flat amount and $35,500. Is that, which of those two numbers?
30,500.
That's 500.
That's based on a accepted hourly rate, looking at $29 an hour, 25 hours a week, which has the ability to track, as we have done in the past. We've been operating on the same pay rate, same income as we were when we had Mayor Helen in the role. It's a little trick.
Adam, just for clarification too, that this is a locally funded rate, that you have covered the community within their support, and they sit right behind you, no matter whether they're residential, rural or commercial, in the support of this position?
Received very little, if any, negative feedback. It's been an interesting few weeks actually going out and basically doing a health check on the position and make sure it is touching. We've got a lot more to accomplish and we can do better, but if we can get the security where we can see how to do it well, and maybe we're operating a little bit of a vacuum down there about the full use of facilities and resources you guys and Hokitika and other communities have, but for now we've got a good little team and I want to keep it together and keep it moving forward.
Sometimes these exercises actually bear us well for getting our heads around whether we're filling the void, filling the gap, filling the role expectations, etc., as you've had the opportunity down there with this discussion, as has Fox and Glacier Country as well. So, and the same here in Hokitika with various groups, e.g. the Regent Theatre. So, you know, these sort of exercises can actually bear a lot of quality fruit on them for better outcomes too, which we've got to, you know, all be in support of. Thank you. Is anybody, Jane, Councillor Neil?
Yeah, just can you clarify if West Street has much presence there?
West Street do. They supported our toy library. They accepted an invoice for the toy library. That was to generate money to pay the bills and the rates.
So the two organisations work together.
They do. What we've really accomplished in the last 6 to 12 months through having a consistent CDO in place, at the present time we're lucky enough to have a that's called Sabina, is we're getting communication with outside agencies with it. We're at the point where we can actually have a thought, and she's got the confidence, and I've got the confidence to support pick up the phone to discuss things. We see an opportunity in the community that fits Westbury. We've got a bit of an idea of what works for them, and we won't have the arms here and twist their arm up their back. There are no viable options for hosting groups down there, and without a paid administrator, we would be able to probably pay the rates and the power. Our higher fees would be high, the pool wouldn't be used, and the community would be satisfied. Any other questions? Thank you kindly.
Thanks, Evan, very much for that. Greatly appreciated. Next speaker is Kushla. Kushla Jones. Thank you, Kushla, for taking the time to travel up from Friends.
Right, thank you for taking the time to let me speak. Yeah. So afternoon now.
Sorry.
And Lash and councillors and CEO and stuff. Yes, so thank you very much for letting me speak on this particular topic, which I'm quite passionate about. So I speak on behalf of myself and my husband, Chris Roy. So I'm Kushla Jones, for those that don't know me. We've lived in Friends Joseph now for nearly 23 years. So residents and property owners, and have been business owners as well, and still are. So throughout that time I've had involvement with the Friends Joseph Community Council, a back seat now, and worked alongside the CDO person. So this is, my submission is about obviously the proposal to cease the funding through the targeted rates for that paid position in our community. So I feel quite strongly about the importance of the CDO, that they are a person who is a direct point of contact for anybody in the community, and for outside organisations, which we've just talked about. Adam's talked about the West Street connection as well, and the council. And you know, if we didn't have a person in that capacity, we're a small, you know, population. There's not many people available or able to volunteer to fill those roles, and you know, it just adds consistency. There's people coming and going all the time, very transient, as you know, not just with businesses, but, you know, staff that come into town. We're dealing with seasonal people, you know, they're there for a short time and a good time. You know, absentee business owners and property owners. So the only way that they're really contributing is financially through their council rates. You know, they're not necessarily physically on the ground and getting involved with the community activities. So having the CDO in place, supported and supervised through the community council, mainly chairperson, you know, that makes things happen in our community. It looks after our community facility, which of course is the hall, which in the most part, with that CDO there involved monitoring it is self-funding. The current CDO has been able to seek some significant funding in the last 12 months, which has contributed to, you know, further development of that community facility, which is all about the well-being of people that come and live and work in the township. So, you know, the wider community. I don't believe the CDO just benefits the commercial side of things, it benefits everybody that's in the community. What else? So, yeah, so the proposal, I think sure it would be an easy way for the council to reduce the rates, but strongly believe it's the wrong way, you know, and if the money wasn't sought or the funding sought through the rates process, you know, the suggestion is that the community, you know, finds other means. Well, you know, that's a lot of sausage sizzles throughout a year. That's a lot of, you know, $1 coins, $2 coins in the community box at the checkouts to be able to pay for this position. And, you know, I support the Fox community as well and Glacier Country in general. And I just think if we didn't have that there, the community's going to go backwards. You know, we've made a lot of headway. We've all struggled through the COVID impact and survived. And, you know, we need to move forward and make things better for everybody and attract more back to the community. That's probably about it, I think. Any questions?
Thanks, Kushla. Any questions for Kushla?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks,
All
Kushla.
you've done for the community.
Mary's online. The next speaker is Mary O'Brien, representing the Disability Action CCS, and she's on Zoom. So Mary, if you can hear us, if you could please ensure your microphone's on.
Yeah.
And welcome to the room, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Worship and Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to join this hearing today and also to join via Zoom. I also like to thank the staff who've been really helpful with this. As you know, my name's Mary O'Brien. I'm the Access Coordinator and Street Accessibility Coordinator for CCS Disability Action. One of our roles is strong advocacy for disabled people to participate in the community. And when things are good for disabled people, they're excellent for the rest of the population. I'm joining you from Dunedin. However, CCS Disability Action has a very strong presence on the West Coast. In our written submission, we mentioned the importance of investing in pedestrian networks, ensuring that people who do not have access to cars or choose to walk for recreation and exercise can do so safely. Accessible and safe footpaths contribute to equitable and productive communities. However, the broader benefits of investing in footpaths need to be taken into consideration, and this includes addressing climate change. Accessible and safe footpaths promote transport mode shift, and more importantly, they reduce vehicle kilometres travelled and subsequently transport emissions, and ongoing investment in footpaths is essential. It's unlikely that the National Land Transport funding will be available for footpaths, and local authorities will be required to ensure that transport investment provides value for money and increases productivity. On the other hand, communities are demanding improved accessibility and footpaths and to be able to walk, and that climate change is addressed. To address the above, we recommend that the Council target and fund footpath investment improvements from locally raised funds. Value for money can be achieved by identifying areas that are most commonly frequented by pedestrians and where pedestrians would like to go but can't. Conducting participation surveys which identify disabled people, and also accessibility audits using the information to prioritise improvements according to safety risks and access barriers. We recommend that these improvements are done over years according to Council's funding and work plans. Safety is a key factor for pedestrians when making the decision whether or not to walk. And accessibility improvements improve safety and participation for everyone. Increased participation has numerous benefits. For example, disabled people and older people can access the community and spend locally as against spending online. Community health and wellbeing is improved and the demand for health and social services reduced. We recommend that the council commit a small percentage of its footpath funding, say for example 1 to 10%, to creating accessible footpaths using the methods outlined above. CCS Disability Action has recognised the need for the above, that's pedestrian street counts and street audits, and we have worked with sustainable transport consultancy MR Cagney to develop tools and processes to do this. Changing accessible footpaths will allow some key parts of the council's vision to be achieved, and in particular I'm looking here at people having access to quality recreation and cultural facilities. The people before us have submitted and told us about the importance of the organisations that they're representing. I wonder if you know how many people would like to go there but can't, simply because they don't have access to a car and they can't walk there. And that will be the more vulnerable people in your community who really need to be supported. Another part of your vision is a community that cares for all members at all life stages and to reduce isolation and community in isolation. And this particularly applies to older people. Often when people lose their licenses, that's the end of their social participation, and generally they become unwell. So what we're saying is that by investing a small fund of percentage of the footpath funding will give the council the opportunities to effectively an effective way to ensure value for money in your transport investment and productivity and community wellbeing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for that. Thank you for your submission. Questions, please, councillors. Clarification, questions? Councillor Neal.
Yeah, just like to thank you for being a voice for the disabled community. It's good to hear that point of view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mary, for that. It is a percentage of our community that we are very mindful of and looking to ensure we get things right in projects and maintenance work and so forth going forward. And I have had some discussion with Mike Nolan, who's from the disability sector here on the coast, and look forward to further work with him going forward. So thank you for your submission.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, we have James Sutherland, Federated Farmers. James, I believe you're on Zoom.
Yes, we are.
Cool. Thanks, James. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. I'm also joined by Bede O'Connor, who is the West Coast Provincial President, and he's also happy to take any questions as well. We'll take our submission as read, but just a few key things that we want to highlight is that we thank the council this year for keeping rates a bit more reasonable compared to last year, which was a significant increase to rural rates. However, we would just like to highlight that the Hokitika rural rates is concerningly high, with very little justification. One thing that we would like you guys to consider in depth is the roading of the district and the investment that council is wanting to put forward. You guys had the preferred option of option 3. Federated Farmers has preferred option 4, and you can look at it in the same way as, you know, when you need a heart bypass, you just don't put it off because there isn't funding. The roading in the district is essential to keeping the economy and also the district pumping. So yeah, that's very important to our members to get around the district. Fees and charges, we would just like councillors to highlight that it is important to keep it in line with actual inflation. Inflation is well below what the council stated in your annual plan consultation documents. And we'd also just like to raise a few concerns about the need to increase the dog registration fees, and whether or not council's got any justification around that, as that does hurt our members quite significantly in the back pocket. We do understand that there are significant rate increases for urban residents, but again, this is on the back of the significant rates increase for rural residents last annual plan, and we're happy to take any questions.
I guess there's one question, I can't see it right now, but you mentioned many farms having 8 dogs on average, I think. Would that be the case on the predominantly dairy farming area that we're in?
No, it wouldn't be in dairy farming.
Any questions, please, for James and Bede?
Just a comment on dogs. A number of farmers South Westland and that have river runs do have significant numbers of dogs for their operations. So it would impact a lot of people probably further south.
Thank you.
It's predominantly your beef farmers.
The dog, it wasn't increased in this draft thing, was it? The fee.
It was, did you say it wasn't?
Dog control fees were not increased in this draft. Have not been increased.
They raised the same point last year, I believe, as well.
Any further questions for James or Bede? No? Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining, for taking the time to work in with us, this delayed schedule that we have.
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Next, we have the petition from Destination Hokitika, Great Power, Hokitika Region Theatre and the Lions Club. Steve, you all right?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Foster, and I'm from Great Power. I'm here to talk about the funding cuts of our toilets. We have a lot of elderly people and a lot of disabled people who use those toilets, and it's very well used. Just for one example, the other day I put a large toilet roll in at 8 o'clock and by 9:30 it was gone. The hall is being booked quite regularly, and it's well used. Even the intercity bus comes past and said, use those toilets, so they all come out and come into the toilet, and sometimes I've got to open up my door and let them use the toilet inside. So it's been well used, and it's going to be a wee hub there soon, because we've got Great Power, we've got Age Concern, we've got a near nurse coming in, and we're in the process of having Citizens Advice through there as well. So it's going to be a big community hub, and there is plenty of room for wheelchairs, and I think the council should reconsider doing funding for this toilet. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Steve, for that, and for taking the time to get here, and also to sit through all this time waiting for the opportunity to speak to us. Can I just ask you a question on that, because we're talking the external toilet. So is that cleaned from a voluntary aspect?
It is cleaned, but we pay someone a very small wage to clean it, and it's probably cleaned twice a day. It doesn't take long to clean, but I mean, sometimes when there's a busload of Asians, it takes quite a while, so, yeah.
I know what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Yes.
But everything is voluntary, and we do pay someone to clean the toilet, yeah. But, you know, the amount of money that we get from the council, I feel is pretty small compared to, anyone else, you know. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions to say?
There's 1,200 signatures, all the people were aware of the impact on rates. It was very clearly laid out. And they were all given the opportunity to say, we don't want to say all four, we just want to say one or the other, but all the signatures were submitted on support of all four. I think that is logical about what public sentiment is.
It does, and I agree with you there, but we won't go into the detail of the petition because I do know there was a lot of signatures there from people that do not live and reside in Westland. So they're only relying on the explanation they're given at the time. And I mean, I was asked to sign the petition, the person didn't know who I was, and I was told that all the toilets were being shut down in Hokitika, all of them. So,
I apologise for that inaccurate information. That should not have happened.
Look, it would have been good to have seen it done individually to give us a really good thread of things. Look, I'm not knocking it down for any shape or any reason because it's great what you've done and got out there and canvassed, and it has given us a good indication, which is what we need. We need to know what the sentiment is to all these things out there.
Yeah.
It gives us that gauge going forward with funding or changing directions or whatever. So, it's been a very timely exercise, but I know it's been a very passionately driven exercise as well. So we really do respect and thank you for that. And for your time today. So thank you, Stephen, and thank you for supporting Stephen too.
Thanks. Thanks, Dave. Cheers.
No Greg's withdrawn. Greg won't be presenting, so we will move right straight on to the last presenter, which is Lions.
I take it Latham linking up.
Yep. Nathan's online now.
Okay. Mayor, councillors and iwi representatives, thank you for giving Lions Club of Hokitika time to speak to our submissions. We request the council continues to support the maintenance grant for Laser Park and the community gardens, along with the public toilet cleaning costs at Laser Park. As a service group, the Lions Club endeavours to enhance our local community by working with the council. We are proud of our achievements at Laser Park. Hall, playground and community garden have been achieved through partnerships with the community, including an ongoing partnership with the Westland District Council. Laser Park is a council reserve. Westland District Council and the Lions Club have entered into a memorandum of understanding regarding these facilities. We ask you to continue to support these well-used community facilities. The playground needs a public toilet so that a high standard of public health is maintained. The park is well used by many children and their families, plus visitors and tourists. We respectfully request that the council allocate $18,140 plus GST for increased maintenance grant for the playground, maintenance of Laser Park, community garden and the public toilets for a period of the next 3 years. Please support our volunteers in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Questions, please. Councillor Gillette.
What's the future of Lions about? Is your membership growing, declining, static?
Not growing. People are growing older.
Yeah. I'm just concerned that, Rotary used to exist here and it's disappeared, and I've had some experience in Christchurch, and it's going down a similar path. Those organisations are
yes,
by older people getting older, and there might be a possibility that we might end up having a community project from an organisation like yourself that you wouldn't be able to fund into the future, and the council might end up having to take over the whole liability for it.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Things are changing within the community. People don't want to volunteer, they want to help. They're all too busy.
Yeah. And what about access to funding? How it'd be superficial for me to say, well, Lions is a well-oiled kind of fundraising machine, but maybe it's difficult to get money.
It is difficult, and as you said, the numbers are getting smaller. And, yeah, people think they're busier than what they used to be. I don't know how that works out.
Neil, on the breakdown of what factors into the 18K, grounds maintenance and maintenance of the Lazar Park Community Garden are potentially one and the same thing. So when the raised gardens were created and when all this was designed by Lions, was there always that intention to rely on council to manage that? Would Lions have done things differently if there wasn't that funding from council at the time of creation?
I wasn't involved when that was happening, so I'd only be speculating. But yeah, I think things have just got more expensive and harder to maintain.
Latham, I believe you've got your hand up.
Yes, kia ora Mayor, councillors, iwi representatives and staff. Thanks for the opportunity to submit. I'll just touch on that. My understanding is prior to Lions' involvement with Lazar Park Hall, council itself actually instigated a community garden, and I would assume council through its budgeting processes had planned for the ongoing upkeep and maintenance of the community garden. At that point, through the MOU, the Lions took over the community garden that was established by the council officer at the time, Glynis Byrne, and enhanced it. So to answer that question, effectively council has, for the period of the last few years, exclusive of the $2,500 agreement for the first 3 years of maintenance, been not contributing towards the maintenance of Lazar Park Community Garden. The way that it's broken down in the budgets this year is acknowledging the different components, like you said, Mayor Lash, and the fact that there is an MOU with a third party to maintain the community garden, particularly from the perspective of using it to grow kai that is then recirculated into the community to service other groups that benefit from the distribution of food, which is the plan moving forward.
Thank you for that clarification, Nathan. Appreciate that. It's good to have that background detail. Questions, please, for Neil or Nathan?
And just to clarify, this is the first half of our submission.
Yes, correct. So if there's no further questions on that section of it, we will move on to the second portion of the submission.
So yeah, I'd just like to thank the council, and hopefully we can continue to work together.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you for the dedication and work that Lions do. Right, the second part of the submission. Latham, are you speaking to this?
Yes, sorry, I am. The ghost of council past is back.
Yeah.
So hopefully this is the last time I present in front of the Western District Council, but I just think it's important to support my Lions colleagues who have been here today and just talk through where we sit in terms of Lazar Park Hall resilience strengthening and extension upgrade. I circulated a background paper to the councillors and the staff a couple of days ago and then again this morning, just to provide. Oh,
New Zealand and the Star Alliance welcomes customers
just wait till this to finish.
All customers to board now through gate 15B. That's NZ5562, service bound for Rotorua. Boarding all customers now through gate 15B.
Okay, my apologies about that. And no, I'm not off to Rotorua. So the background paper really sets out the position of where we are now. Now, there's a whole lot of contributing factors to where we are. The journey really started on the fact that the completion of the previous upgrade to Lazar Park never took into account, from any perspective, the fact that there may be a potential earthquake-prone wall on the exterior building, Hall Street facing. So following the completion of that project, Council sent a letter to Lions indicating that that wall may be or could be earthquake prone, and that we would need to undertake a assessment of that wall, which we did, which showed that it was unreinforced concrete block, and that was likely to be need to be strengthened or replaced in order to meet what at the time were the requirements of MB that the council was forced to pass on to through the building team onto people that owned buildings, and there was a timeline to correct that. So work was undertaken to establish a project that would be able to receive external funding, and was attractive for external funders to provide wider community benefit rather than just fixing a earthquake-prone wall in a hall that had already received substantial investment. So the proposal was to extend and enhance the Lazar Park kitchen to create a far more usable commercial kitchen, which could be booked or hired, and also provide in-house catering for any events that were to take place at Lazar Park Hall, as well as being future-proof for the use of civil defence and emergency, of which we were recently called upon. And as a result of the recent weather events, Lions were able to enable the use of Lazar Park Hall pretty quick. Just before based on that project, we then went ahead and got and were successful in obtaining a Better Off funding, and that Better Off funding was conditional on an external lottery grant. We were successful in obtaining the external lottery grant, and pretty much the week before the announcement of that grant, through MB Council's methodology had changed around earthquake-prone buildings, and they'd identified that the building wall was no longer deemed to be at the same classification as it was initially inspected as, but was not prepared to go as far as to say that the wall may not need remedial work in the future. So we were effectively left with a ticking time bomb in that wall. So we proceeded with building consent and resource consent processes of the project. We were drawing down the Better Off funding, of which we were very thankful for, Western District Council, and providing our monthly reports. And then when it was appropriate, we went out to tender. Our initial pricing was scoped using a QS that was significantly outdated by that time, and the original builder was unable to take up the work as a result of their own staffing and workload. So it was put out to public tender. One conforming tender was identified, and that's spelt out in our submission and the brief provided, and that was Evan Jones Construction of almost 2 times the quote. The initial, QS. So where we are now is a real crossroads. We've got the opportunity to go for a Lions International Hunger Grant, but that's dependent on having enough money to ensure that their contribution achieves the project. We've got the ability to go back to lottery community and ask for a top-up, but that's contingent on us having more than what we've currently got as secured funding. And we've got the opportunity to continue fundraising. What we're asking for here is really a safety net or a backstop from council through the reserves development contribution fund that you collect, which we understand has a map and a policy around it, where we're unable to locate that policy on council's website, but do believe there is one in place. We're requesting $200,000 or up to $200,000 from that fund. We understand it currently sits around $86,000 for the Hokitika area, but projected to have about $160,000 come into that fund this year through subdivisions and other developments. The draft document the document that we've put together, I won't read word for word, puts a number of protections and securities in place for council, including the fact that it would be a last resort fund. The the fact that we would want to, both parties would want to be satisfied that there was a satisfactory contract in place, i.e. that the CE or their delegate was privy to that contract and all known costs, and at the moment all the unknown costs were locked down. That Lions would then be able to this week submit the International Hunger Grant, which then would go forward to Lions International in America, which would take 3 months to consider. And we need to put that in this week, because if we miss this week, we can't submit again until October. And that we are also suggesting that this order of funding spent would be better off funding first, community facilities funding second, any additional grant funding we can obtain, fundraised by Lions, and then as an absolute backstop, the RMA Reserved Development Contribution Funds. We believe there is enough in that, in our proposal, to safeguard and secure council. And of course, Lions is open to the discussions around what the future of Lazar Park Hall is, who owns the building going forward, if council does have concerns around the viability of the club and the asset, what that might look like, particularly for a different model or council ownership or other purposes. So I think you are all, smart people. That's why you're sitting around that table, so that I won't need to read out that full briefing document to you. But basically, we're putting forward a proposal that gives two viable options. Either the project dies today or it doesn't. And if it doesn't die today, we've got some major work to do in the coming week or weeks to get this moving extremely quickly. If the council chooses to
No, it's just gone on mute.
if council chooses to not grant the RMA Reserves Development Contribution funding, KTPI, that's completely within council's realms of decision-making abilities, and we would respect that decision too. But what that would mean is that at this stage, the project would be unviable moving forward, and we would have a project on the paper that's future-proofed for some time in the future, but it would be very unlikely that the project would be able to get enough momentum to get back off the ground, based on the fact that really now we know that the substantive issue is that wall, and if we return the funds to lotteries, we're probably unlikely to receive those funds again in the future. So thank you so much for your time. I know it's been a big day for you all, and really happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Latham, and thank you for being available to speak to the submission. I do have a question for you. I'll maybe start the ball rolling with this. It's a big ask of council to put funding forward, considering that the funding that backs that is not a given. So there's a lot of anomalies in the request. Would it not be better to look at strengthening the wall and getting that done, so that removes that risk factor with the funding you've got currently, then proceed with this? At the moment, that the hall is versatile in its use in its current state, isn't it?
Yes, Mayor Lash, you raised some really good points, some that we've tossed around as a club as well. Just to answer the first part of the question, in regards to whether we could just use the funds that we obtain currently for the strengthening of the wall, the answer around that would be whether the DIA and council would be willing to reallocate the purposes and intentions of that fund. I know the Better Off funding had very specific criteria around community resilience, civil defence, climate change adaptation, etc., and also whether lotteries would be able to rescope the grant purpose, because it was really intended to really fit that civil defence and additional community capacity, rather than just strengthening the wall. So I think, in short, the answer is it's a possibility, but I think it would be a harder sell. Go back to the two grantors and say, actually, we've now realised we've had to downsize, and we'd like to reallocate the funds just to strengthen the wall.
Yes, Councillor.
Councillor Davison here. what would the estimated cost be to strengthen the wall? Any idea?
How long's a piece of string? We talked this through significantly with Evan and Tony at Evan Jones. The main issue with that wall is whether you strengthen in situ and effectively mean it's unable to be removed without doing significant damage in the future, or whether you remove the wall in its entirety. If the wall's removed in its entirety, effectively you have to brace the building while that wall's removed. So about 60 to 70% of the carpentry time is associated with the quote is associated with the demolition and strengthening and supporting of that building. So yeah, hopefully that answers the question.
So I didn't get that last bit.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying hopefully that answers the question. It's not a cheap fix just to fix the wall, because if you remove that wall, it's also the wall that the utilities all run through, the plumbing and the toilets all plumbed through that wall, which requires them to be removed also in the kitchen. So it's the wall that actually, in hindsight, should have been part of the original scope of the project, but unfortunately it wasn't. It is where we are now. So it won't be a cheap or easy exercise unless we just strengthen it in situ and make it find funding from elsewhere to do that, and mean that effectively you're reinforcing the wall, so you won't be removing it, which could be a cheaper option, but it does. We don't have any funding allocated to just strengthening the wall.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Nathan, please? Any points of clarification? No. All right, thank you, Nathan, very much for that. Yes, I know it's not easy to sit in the airport and do a Zoom with the background noise that comes through. So thank you for making yourself available. Right, so with the completion of that presentation, that brings us to the end of the hearing section of today. And at this point in time, we will break for lunch. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Resolve that we adjourn for lunch. Thank you, Councillor Casson, Councillor Neal. So we're adjourning for lunch at 12:48 PM. And what's the time frame on this for breaking? At least 30 minutes. So we will reconvene at 1:20 for deliberations. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. We're live. Are we? Okay.
Ready, Your Worship?
Right, so now that we're live, we'll reconvene the meeting at 1:23 p.m. Do we need to move anything we do not there? No, we'll move straight into the proceedings and deliberation part of today's exercise, and with that I will hand over to Emma, who will take us through this section. Emma, are you there?
Sharing the screen possibly.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the introduction. This is the time that you will take to go through the deliberations on the submissions that you have heard.
Is she not going to take us through?
The Review Chair, as far as I know, Emma's sharing her screen for this part of it.
Right, so is she taking the lead or not?
I assume so.
Yeah. Emma, are you taking the lead on this, going through each section?
Yes, I can if you like. That's usually something that the Mayor does, but I'm happy to do that if you would prefer me to.
Okay. Emma, can you share your screen so that we can complete the document?
Yes.
All right, so we'll move into the first categorisation of the submission responses, and that is council headquarters. You've all got the summary in front of you regarding responses, submission comments, a summarisation of those, and also a summarisation of council comments to that information. Discussion on this, please. Councillor Pearson.
With the government's recent announcements around the deferring of earthquake strengthening, is this not an opportunity for us to stop the scheme at this stage and look to move along with that timeframe?
Yes, it is a prime opportunity for that, and I guess also with that is the situation of future Mickey Water building and where that sits. The fact that this has been now extended, the government's about to formalise the extension of earthquake-proof standards out. It's a long time to keep a building that's not contributing a positive income for council, so it is a drain on the taxpayer, the ratepayer. So it actually opens up several opportunities to us going forward. So we are bound by the, as far as any discussion goes on the sale of the Kekiwatara building, we are bound by the long-term plan. That's a strategic asset which has to go to the long-term plan for, I'm just looking at Leslie because I want to make sure I'm correct in what I say. Leslie, you might like to clarify the ruling on that.
So I took some legal advice yesterday to make sure that we could actually resolve to sell it in this environment, the enhanced annual plan. Now, because we have not provided for it as in the long-term plan or even in this consultation document, we will be breaching section 97 of the Local Government Act if we actually resolve to sell it at this point in time. Because it was purchased through as a strategic asset for community health, regardless of the fact it's not being used in that way, it still needs to go through either a long-term plan or a long-term plan amendment, which means consulting on it. I was suggesting to doing a long-term plan next year. We wouldn't want to do an amendment. There's costs behind that. It's also resource heavy. So I would suggest that the recommendation would be to put it through the long-term plan.
Thank you, Leslie. The proposition of potential sale of Mickey Waikato building, of course, is not the actual topic today. The topic is council headquarters in which the building is used, but we will see whether a recommendation comes as well for the next council meeting as far as the future of the Mickey Waikato building. As part of this discussion, Councillor Beard.
Really just a question for Leslie and through the Mayor. I mean, it's all right, I know Leslie's, you found out the legal, requirements, etc., but when it was purchased, was that through a long-term plan?
It was through a long-term plan amendment.
Just a quick question, you might just be able to email me this, but what's the set of criteria for what constitutes a strategic asset? Is that under the Local Government Act or is that within our own planning?
Yeah, it's anything that council deems to be a strategic asset as part of their business, and at the time that was being purchased, it was deemed a strategic asset. And it's sitting within the significance of engagement policy, which directs really how you treat it if you want to do anything with it. So change of ownership or sort of sell, buy, whatever.
So we can't just by the stroke of it make it no longer a strategic asset? Is there a workaround?
No, that won't work because it was purchased as a strategic asset. No, I did ask that question. No.
Thank you.
Paul?
I must be mistaken because it was purchased in haste, and I know that there was an amendment to the long-term plan to facilitate it, but it's done in haste. And now we're told that, nothing we can do, you have to go through this whole long process. Not that I'm frightened of that, because I know what the answer is going to be from the public. To quote a former, in the last election, mayoral candidate, sell them like everything, end quote. And that's what is going to, I'm sure, will be the outcome of that. So, but it keeps coming back like a bad pen, doesn't it? And we have discussed this ad infinitum around this table, and many times have we come to the conclusion to get rid of the bloody thing. And as I say, it just keeps coming back. It gets pushed back in another guise and another form. I look forward to the day, I wish I could move a motion, I look forward to the day when there's actually a motion can be brought to the table to get rid of the bloody thing.
Yeah, if we don't put it through a long-term plan process or an LTP amendment process, we'll be in breach and we could be able to judicial review in the High Court.
Can we do
So
that?
it's up to you whether you want to afford that or not.
I don't think anyone would be taking us to the tribunal.
So what's the time frame for a standard LTP?
So next year, it should have been this year, but we're never going to have that annual plan because we don't know about the 3 waters, and we thought it would make more sense to actually take this offer up from the government. So next year we have to do the long-term plan. So we'll be starting that later this year, or continuing with it later this year.
My view is that these changes to the building earthquake rules have made that building completely null and void. It's definitely a white elephant, and to retain it even as a commercial proposition is ludicrous. The return on investment of it will be negligible. I'm quite keen to move with haste rather than waiting for the long-term plan cycle. I'd like to find out how much the amendment cost would be and what sort of time frame we can work to. I'd also like to get an idea of support around the table today as to who would support disposing of the building. So we've got a clear...
I think if we could, what we could do is put forward a recommendation from today that for the next meeting we have that information on cost and time frame to bring it forward.
We will need another staff member in finance because we've already got a long-term plan to be continuing with audit, and we're doing an annual report and being audited, we can't do it all. We just cannot do it all with the staffing that we have.
It's going to have to go through the LTP anyway. Is that really urgent to get it at the next meeting?
Well,
You mean as opposed to rolling it into June, when there perhaps is potentially some time to do that?
To do what, sorry?
To do that investigative work that Councillor Phillips just referred to?
Till June?
Yes.
June council meeting.
June this year?
Made a request in terms of how long it would
Or
take.
July, as long as it's in time, as long as we can get a plan going forward to get it in.
No, we're talking about LTP amendment because you still have to have a consultation. You've got to prepare a consultation document. It's got to be audited. It's got to go out for a certain period. Then you have to hold a hearing and submissions and hearing, etc. The whole thing.
Well, can I make a recommendation to council then that the future of the Paki Waitara building is on the agenda for the end of this month for a week of direction on the path going forward so that it can be locked in for next year, and any explorative work needs to be done pre then so that we are all on the same page going forward and we know where that work is going to be applied.
Yes. Through your worship, I tend to agree with Councillor Boyd. I mean, why can't you just do that today? A simple recommendation around the table. The recommendation is that we
can make a recommendation.
I think we could get some direction today.
Give the direction as the public.
And then we can work out the nuts and bolts of actually making it happen.
That's what I just said actually.
I think originally, through the chair, 18 months ago when I asked about it, the building was costing us X amount of dollars per year to actually have it. It was running at a deficit, what dare I say, 70,000 a year loss. What the tenant that's in it now, is that still running at a loss? So, well, get rid, like we said 18 months ago. So I can't see why, whatever it's going to cost to do this LTP and the audit thing, we're running a loss anyway.
Well, I've got some anecdotal kind of figures, but it's borderline break even, it's slightly positive, from my understanding. So,
Just bear in mind, councillors, we haven't actively sought tenants for the building. So there is a lot of space that is untenanted that could.
yeah, but it's not core council business to be a commercial property developer. It was more specifically for a council objective, not for a commercial thing.
All I'm saying is that at the moment, we haven't actively chased tenants to cover the costs.
But then the only rationale for doing that would be to retain it with the possibility that we might use it. We've got 4 to 6 years to get here down the road on what to do with this building. And there's been general overwhelming.
Question from Councillor Casson, please.
Are you able to give a ballpark, dare I say, the nearest $10,000 to $20,000 what that process
Right,
would
that
cost?
number to actually prepare, we'll have to get a fixed summary to prepare all the finances and the documents and everything. Audit, I don't know what it cost last time, I can't get into my systems at the moment. Consultation, because there's advertising, there's documents to prepare, there's,
So rough.
I don't know, I can't get in the system, I don't know how much the audit was last year, last time. I don't know. I can't tell
Right,
you.
so I think the recommendation from around the table, which I think is probably pretty much unanimous, I'm not sure.
Well, that's why I'd quite like to take a vote.
No, I just,
We'll just let Councillor Davidson speak.
I'd like her to say it, yeah. So, I look at it this way. There's a engineer's report on this building that we haven't got yet. And there's an engineer's report on that building that we haven't got yet. I'd like to sort of wait until we get those engineers' reports back. Just find out exactly what's wrong with this and what's wrong with that one there. Because at some stage, if council are going to go with this building here, they will need to go somewhere in the meantime while they do it up. So maybe maybe it is the best option to sell that building over there. But until such time that we get the right information to make an informed decision, I just, I think we need to get these reports coming through.
I hear you, councillor, very clearly on that. You need to also take into consideration the decisions that we're about to start making, and we're asking for cuts. And I think the idea of keeping that is flamboyant when there is going to be a cost, unless we actually get out there and proactively market that for true value, true market rate of lease or occupancy, which we're not in the business of. We've got far more pressing things to be focusing our time on. So if we're going to be responsible to the ratepayers and asking them to come forward and present to us on what they're potentially facing, we need to be very respectful of that and actually look at what we're favouring and what we're not favouring as far as council assets and future of. So I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, and as I said before, I want to get the facts.
Look, if we can just go around the table and get a census for this, and then we'll perhaps put forward a recommendation for the council meeting end of May. Right, okay. Yep.
Well, we could just go around the table and encompass everything.
Yes.
I think everyone should have a say on this one.
Me?
Yes.
I think we should sell it. And the money we're going to spend on the engineering report, put that into the court costs. Sell it tomorrow. Out of the High Court.
Mr. Beard.
We've covered engineers' reports. There's been one or at least two reports that have come through. I stood as an elected member saying that I wanted that sold. I asked 18 months ago why. We've been told a number of times, yes, maybe we need to put staff there. Yes, maybe we needed to move there, etc. I'm pretty sure we agreed last time we discussed it that if the staff did need to move out of here, that there was the option of possibly working from home or in a smaller place, not necessarily that building. Yeah, I'm quite frankly sick of mucking around it.
Leslie's got
based on the figure from last time, looking at CPI and probably looking at 30k for audit fees.
30k.
Well, that's nothing compared to the loss that it's making.
You've got staff and house
Right, okay, so again, perhaps if we have an indication of those figures, so we know what we're looking at, we can make a firm decision. It's we're not after the work, we're just after those sort of figures and whether the proposal was actually, we can press forward and do it outside of the long-term plan, I guess is the sentiment at the table. Is that going to be possible to have included for the agenda for May's meeting?
May with the June, the summary of the annual plan. Because then it's the June meeting where we confirm all the relevant changes.
And that will give
Bearing in mind that the May meeting is only a couple of weeks
away. Yes, it is. All right. So is everybody happy for that to be put to the June meeting where that information's there and we formalise a decision? But today we can make a recommendation of council. We'll go around the table first.
We're just going around the table.
Yep.
Just to be grateful for some of this would really come. Looking at the building itself, the amendment I think would be money well spent. But I would also be curious in writing, what are the chances that someone's actually going to challenge it or do this sell it? I'd say relatively low. Like if we're not guaranteed.
It doesn't matter, we are bound by.
Well, we're not necessarily. You can just run.
We are, and we won't because we have always prided ourselves on doing things the right way, and we haven't got into trouble around that aspect of it, and I don't think we should be starting to try.
So anyhow, the cost of making an amendment and it means getting a consultant for the short term and anyhow.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer Councillor Tanker's comment before. Read the room, Tanker.
Sorry?
Read the room.
That's right.
Everyone is saying.
Yeah, but he was asked for his opinion. That's different to everybody. But
I'm not disputing his right to have a different opinion. But what I'm pointing out is that the majority opinion that's been expressed in this annual plan has been get rid of that building. So what we're doing is following that. So read the room. That's the first thing. And secondly, I'll just say that I'm really surprised that we don't have figures, we don't have all that data and everything at our fingertips ready to go. This has been the biggest millstone around the council's neck since the day we purchased, or since the day former mayor purchased that building. And we should, it should come as absolutely no surprise that we want out, and that information should have been ready.
Thank you for that. Right, so in saying that, sorry, Councillor Casson, Councillor Casson, yes, do you want to have a say?
Yep, I think this is about half the room to hear as well. Supportive of liquidating that asset, but again, questions I posed to Leslie, I'd like to know those numbers before we say it's spent 200k to sell it today versus saving 200k and putting it on the market as part of an LTP process next year. We just need to understand those numbers in my mind.
Correct. Councillor Burden.
Yeah, my opinion is sell the building. I don't think we can expect staff to break the rules and sell it tomorrow. I think we need to put it through a proper process. I don't believe asking them to do that is at all appropriate. But yeah, so.
Thank you.
Support selling it, LTP amendment. I think the idea of using the temporary council accommodation it's already been costed. It's very expensive. Trojan horse in disguise. And I think there's other ingenious ways of temporary housing staff if we decided finally to go with this upgrade. As I said, the government has given a lot of building owners a lifeline, 4 to 6 years. And I think the other thing that we still don't know about is there's always the possibility of amalgamation of councils on the coast. So we need to factor that in. So that makes any future decisions about rebuilding continue. So I definitely support just quitting it and quitting it as soon as possible.
Thank you. As far as the future of the coast, the councils being a collective but coming into one, it's down the road that we can't hold or not hold buildings or do or not do work, depending on something that may happen or may not happen down the track. So with that, Jane, you're the last one to speak on this.
I think I might be the last one.
Yeah, I didn't want to buy it in the first place, and also I said publicly that we should sell it. Having said that, I think I would go and just do it in the long-term plan that we're going to be doing next year anyway, rather than spending extra money on the amendment personally, and just make whatever we can out of rentals in the meantime.
Yeah, look, I'm not against selling that building at all, but what I'd like to see is a detailed plan of where these guys are going to go when this work starts on this one.
Well, Councillor Davidson, if we didn't own that,
yes,
we would still have that same issue.
We'd probably have to go and rent it.
Well, chances are if somebody else owned it, it'd have another use. So we can't use that concept to stop us from taking some action.
Oh no, I just wanted to say perhaps it might be good for council.
There are many businesses that often have to evacuate their building on a shorter or long-term basis for fumigation, for renovations, for whatever other reason. They can stagger their occupancy sometimes. But there are no businesses that I know of that own a spare building in case they need to be out of their existing one.
No, but if they own a spare one,
but
if they do own a spare one, then they would look at that as an
That's what I'm
option.
saying.
Okay, so we'll move on. So from this, a question from today, can we put a recommendation forward for, there's no point in actually formalising a decision at the meeting at the end of this month because there won't be time for a report. So do we put everything into June? Recommendation that this comes onto the table in June with a report on the sale of that building, pending the information that's gathered on breaking with protocol, if you like.
LPT amendment.
Well, you go through a long-term fund amendment.
Yeah, just the cost of that.
If you decide to do that on that report, what are we going to do about the budget for the cost of it? Because we'll have already got to finalise the LTP, basically. The annual plan, basically.
Would there be there's possibly some other changes in terms of costs out of our consultation today?
Yes. Yes.
That we'll have to adjust the annual plan anyway.
That gets directed today as opposed to June. It's a kind of decision. If we make a decision in June, on the day we're supposed to adopt the plan, that kills our time frame.
Right.
Lauren's got something to say.
Sorry.
Can we list it in the meantime? Well, at least we know what it's worth, but there's any interest out there.
No, because it's taking about 10 steps ahead of what we're actually doing as a process, which is what
I like your thinking.
binds us. So, yeah. So as far as going forward with this then to,
Can we vote on it today? Pending.
I think you're giving direction today in terms of your preferred choice. Just thinking about the process, we've got to finalise the annual plan, which includes numbers currently for that building across the road. The most logical choice in my position is to tie it into the LTP process. If we're going to bring that forward, there's no reason why you have to make a decision in June either. You could leave it to July in terms of a direction for travel for council. Then we have the annual plan completed. Following on, we'll have to do an annual plan amendment, obviously, as part of that process. So, and then we'll have all the information back from the engineers, etc. as well. I would suggest July would be the best target if you're proposing to do an LTP amendment.
If it is solved, that would more than cover the cost of any cost and amendments or whatever anyway.
So we'll have to show it as an income line in the LTP amendment.
Yeah, but not in the annual plan.
The cost recovery is a project.
Through your worship, when did the Waitara building become the strategic asset? Wasn't it only last year?
No, it is part of the purchase process.
it would have to be a purchase fund.
Yeah, it is part of that significant engagement.
We added one last year too. Is significant.
So what it was, when you purchased it, there was a resolution whether it was a significant asset. Yes, it was never actually written in the policy, but it was actually a significant asset, so all you did was change that.
Which we did last year. Yeah. Right, which is why I thought that we only declared it as a strategic asset last year.
No, it was purchased through the LTP amendment as a significant asset, it just hadn't been updated in the policy. But it was still a significant asset because that's what you resolved on right at the start when it was purchased.
All right, so do I take
the paperwork?
Sorry, is it? Yeah.
The paperwork.
So do we take it then that the recommendation today is that the Peki Waitara building go forward for sale with the required work involved, and it comes to the table to full council meeting in July for a formalised decision?
Is that time frame doable, usually? Well, we can get the paper, we can get a report to you with the figures, but the actual procedure will take a lot longer than that.
No, it's not the procedure, it's just the information.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can we finalise the wording?
Yes, so the recommendation is that staff are directed to seek the information required on fast tracking of.
Can I just highlight the LTP amendment process, because we can't do anything until that's been approved and signed off. Last time it took almost 4 months to get that process through.
So we can't make an amendment until it's been signed off?
You have to go through the whole consultation, section 97, special consultative procedure. So it's getting all the documents prepared, getting the consultation document audited, going out to consult for the statutory time, taking the submissions, doing what we've done this time, have hearings and deliberation.
Through your worship, I don't recall any of this when we purchased it.
I was just going to say the exact same thing.
Maybe we didn't.
Long with a process like that.
Took 6 months, I think, to finally get it involved.
It's wondering less time that gives councillors knew about it.
After the purchase. Yeah.
But the two wrongs don't make a
No, but we're trying to sort it out.
I'm just highlighting that it's going to take, it's not going to be just like fire sale.
There's still potentially a year to gain on doing it, fast tracking it.
If I may, through your worship, the timeline that the chief executive has alluded to in terms of having to do a special consultation for the amendment to the LTP after the fact was exactly for the reason that's been alluded to by Leslie and team now, is because council didn't follow process in terms of purchasing as an asset in the first place. So that is what we're trying to avoid now in terms of having to do an amendment. That's why we had to do an amendment to the LTP, because it wasn't in there as a significant item, even though the resolution for council staff was to go forward and purchase the building.
What process will it follow?
In terms of us having to follow up after the LTP and do the amendment to the LTP.
Oh, yeah,
for that. And that's what we're trying to avoid again. We're now trying to do it in reverse and potentially sell without consulting. So that's the advice from staff to the need, but it is a long drawn out process.
Just to highlight, councillors, we're not trying to put roadblocks in place for a decision. All we're saying is there's a process that needs to be followed, and that is the process.
Right, so the wording is, recommendation for the future of the Peki Waitara building will be discussed at the council meeting in June, July, sorry. Yep, and further decision, okay, no, that's not quite right, is that? Recommendation is that in July, the future of the Peki Waitara building comes back for a formal decision of council into its, as to the sale of the property. Council staff instructed to seek essential information around the long-term plan amendment.
I think you can't say make a decision in July. You have to clarify that you're making a decision to consult.
To consult, right, okay.
You can't decide until after the submissions and the consultation.
Sorry?
Oh, that's all right. That's just, well, should we just start this again?
Yeah, I think so.
Recommendation
Is that staff are directed to come back to council at the July meeting with the appropriate information as been requested to allow someone else to almost last part.
Through worship, one of the resolution reflects the mood of the meeting, which is to, with a view to...
With a view to selling, we'll put the word of view to.
That's what I'm trying to get out of this discussion.
With a view to selling.
There's a general consensus support that the group here supports selling due to the appropriate process.
Can I just add something? Yes. By the time we've gone through all this, we've got the information, and then you come back and make a decision, we'll be on the same time frame as the LTP. So we might as well just go through an LTP rather than an amendment.
But you just said that until the plan is basically sanctioned, we could do it in 4 months, which would put us closer to the end of the year.
No, we've got the next LTP. We say we come back in June with some figures.
July.
We can make a decision, and then we start preparing. We get some staff, if we can, to actually prepare all the documentation. We've got to recruit somebody. And once we've done that, then the documentation and everything gets prepared. You're going to be constructing later, much later in the year, and by the time you have Christmas and get positions done, we'll be virtually in the next year.
Who's the governance team here? It's us. Let's decide, we make the decisions. Let's put a motion that we support the selling of Peki Waitara through the fastest, most appropriate and legal means, and be done with it.
Through the most efficient means?
Efficient and fast.
Well, the fast is not always efficient.
Or end.
Well, at least it's trying to tell you that it is fast.
Well, that's not certain.
I think we're going to die before the thing. As per the recommendation, they're happy with that. And we can go from there.
I certainly would like to get out of this discussion recorded a consensus that
Before Thursday.
that the majority of councillors, that we vote and that it's recorded, that we support selling the building.
Was that not crystal clear by everyone over there?
It wasn't clear by the wording.
Right, so here's a new recommendation. The recommendation that staff are directed to come back to council at the July meeting with the information that's requested on the Peki Waitara building with a view to selling the, this is a bit mumbo jumbo, but doesn't matter, we can tidy it up. With a view to selling the building due to the consensus support of council. That's not quite right either, but it can be tidied up. Is that really what you're wanting, or you want it to be more defined? That's.
Well, it
needs to be that correct.
includes a direction from the
Yes.
group.
Council.
That the building is to be disposed of.
But we can't come out and say that without going through the process, councillor.
That's our recommendation, and we will consult.
Through your worship, and you could take a simple show of hands just on for support for that, not as a motion, but just as a support. And record that in the minutes, and it's can't be disputed. There can be no dispute in the future when memories fade. In actual fact, this is what direction is from council.
Yes, and I think we need to have the direction worded in there too. So show of hands on the future of retaining the Peki Waitara building. Can we just have that crystal clear?
So the question is, support for selling it.
Yes. Everybody except Councillor Davidson?
Quick as we can.
No.
As per what everyone said previously.
Right, so the recommendation. Sorry, thanks, Di. Thanks, Di. Okay, the recommendation of staff be instructed to sell the Peki Waitara building via the fastest means possible. And within
due process.
Due process. And within
The
due
correct due
process.
process, yeah.
Can I move an amendment and change fastest to most efficient?
Yeah.
The most
Fastest is
efficient.
probably a little bit emotive, let's just say.
Efficient means possible and within, what do you say? That means within.
Not really, but this might cost us more, Patrick. I don't want to waste money.
Legal process. Okay. Right, so recommendation is the staff be instructed to sell the Peki Waitara building via the most efficient means possible and within legal process.
That doesn't reflect now the mood of the meeting, which was to dispose of it.
To sell the Peki Waitara building.
We could say the councils recommend selling the building.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Somehow it needs to
yeah.
Include that we've.
The councils, by show of hands, have
Yes.
shown majority support to
But this needs to be moved and seconded and then the vote. It's a recommendation.
I know we've got about 50 submission subjects to get through next week.
Yes, I know that. Yeah, thanks by show of hands and support of selling the now instruct.
That's the last.
I've got nowhere to be. But,
So we'll do that one now and go there. Okay, so just, we'll start with that one and we'll just see. Okay, so testing consensus here. Councillors by show of hands in support of selling the Peki Waitara building. Now instruct staff to focus on the sale of the Peki Waitara building via the most efficient means possible and within legal process.
I think it needs to say recommended to sale because it still has to have community.
Recommend, not instruct. Support of selling the Peki Waitara building. Instruct staff to progress to sale of the Peki Waitara will be the most efficient. Yep, okay, so councillors by show of hands in support of selling the Peki Waitara building, recommend staff progress to the sale of the Peki Waitara building via the most efficient means possible and within legal process.
Rough enough.
Rough enough? Right, can I have a move and a seconder, please? God, ill. So who wants it? Councillor Pearson was first up. Councillor Gillette was second up.
Can't be back third.
Sorry. Councillor Beard was third. Right, all in favour?
Aye.
Against? Councillor Davison, do you want to have that recorded?
Yeah, thanks.
Record that he voted against, please. And that's carried. Right, thank you everybody for that. Right, so if we can get back to the council headquarters, we take it from then that the strengthening refurbishment of the Peki Waitara building for use as council offices is out. The consensus was for the new build at the airport was also out. So where do we sit on the strengthening and refurbishing? Sorry, the strengthening and refurbishing of the current location.
To my previous comment, do we not have to devote a swag money years to
deal
with this charge?
So in that sentiment, do we have to progress this further at this current point in time?
So it's actually not illegal right now, obviously. That's a direction of travel from the incoming government or the new government. Until it goes through and a bill is passed, we still have a deadline of June 27 for this building. Just to highlight too that deferring maintenance or upgrade now is going to increase costs in future state. And we also have the liability of staff that are working inside the building on duty of care to ensure that their working environment is safe to work with that.
Yeah, through your worship, if I may just add to that, yeah, the regulations do mean that we don't have to do it yet, but following Simon's comments, just because it's not a legal requirement doesn't mean there's not a duty of care component. But even from a cold-hearted financial point of view, deferred a day of reckoning, but it hasn't delayed it. Inevitably, it's going to need done at some stage, and chances are, if it's done now, it'll cost less in the long run. It's already baked into the plan. The flag's already been popped for the rate rises and that stuff. I would have an appetite for just saying, just get it done, frankly. But anyhow.
You've got to keep up your.
Just one other point to your worship. This is tied in quite nicely with the library lease, which expires in 27 as well. So it would be quite timely if that was already completed and as part of that. We don't want to roll over another negotiation of a library lease because I can expect it to be reasonably challenging to get a.
It won't be happening. Right, so do we take from that, Emma, that the consensus is to strengthen and refurbish the current location?
Absolutely.
All show of hands in support of that, please. That's unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Emma, have you got that? Oh, God, I looked up to Emma and she wasn't there. Right. Okay. You sure? Okay.
A strong acknowledgement of the strong community support for that option.
Yes, yes, yes. I will acknowledge that because that was a very profound response to that. Yeah, so. Do we need to move in second for that? Do we need to move and second each one of these? Yes, we do. Okay, can I have a move and second, please? Councillor Beard, Councillor Neal, thank you very much. I'm going for the girls this time. Okay, and we already know that everybody's in support of that, so that's carried. Okay, the second one on the list is the land transport level of service. 28% with status quo, 1% inflation adjustment, and 5% the minimum. 2%. Sorry. And preserving our assets was 38%, and improving level of service was 22%.
Just to highlight your worship, once again, we do not know our funding allocation, which will pretty well dictate the funding of what we can and can't do from each TO anyway. So, just to highlight that, option 3 obviously was looking at a potential reduced value of funding, and just to highlight that we're still expecting that to be the case.
Reduced funding from NZPA.
Noticing the comments on those 4 options too, is that as much as it's broken down into percentages of submissions and what they support, basically better not to defer or reduce maintenance in the long run, ensure adequate maintenance, and status quo all come down to being one and the same thing in all reality for what they're implying. They're not saying step up or they're not saying cut. So it comes down to interpretation of that, because it doesn't really define it into cut the expenditure, cut the maintenance out, or anything else, which is a wee bit unfortunate.
Which is 88% of submitters.
Yeah.
Oh, and I might also just note that submitters constitute maybe 1 or 2% of residents, especially when you look at duplicate submissions and people who didn't submit on all topics and that sort of stuff as well. So I would take a breakdown of the sentiment of the submissions with a grain of salt and still exercise your own judgment on what you think is the appropriate article as well. I mean, I personally, my view of inflation adjusted, is we want to see one of our core functions, which is infrastructure, deteriorate. Obviously, the unknown being what we're going to get from NZTA in terms of our share of the voting charges.
Just to hide your worship, the option 3 is what we have tabled in within the current budget. If we're going for option 4, I think it was $100,000 additional cost, which would have to go on top of the current rates.
Right. Sorry, the funding that we're waiting to know what we've got will allow us to do at the minimum level, we've put in for higher.
We actually made a judgment that it will be at the minimum level. So preserving our assets requires obviously them to match the funding request.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, doing the minimum is not actually doing the minimum, that's actually a reduction, because inflation adjusting would be doing the minimum, whereas we're actually talking a real reduction in our transport spending. Is that right?
And also looking at those roads to know where, in terms of whether we're going to continue to service those.
Right.
Right, sentiment, please.
Sorry, Carl. Is Carl online? Carl, can I ask you to make some comments accordingly, please, if that's okay? Carl's crooked today, I'm afraid, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Through your worship, can you all hear me? I'm assuming.
We can. Yeah. Thanks, Carl.
Okay. So the bid that we've got in presently with NZTA is option 4. There was, after our initial bid, there was a council directive to revise them further, which was option 3, and that anticipates some reductions in the values going forward. As it stands, it's been indicated to us that we're not likely to get what we've asked for. And that's going to be across the country as well. What we don't know is how much that's going to be reduced by. We won't have an indicative allocation until the 27th of this month. That's the time frame that's been indicated to us at this stage. So it's probably a fairly safe bet at this stage to look at that option 3, but we will need to do more following that, just to examine the levels of service that we're providing on some of our roads. So that just really gives us the ability to size everything to fit within whatever allocation we get.
Okay, thank you.
So we really can't make a clear decision, can we? Because we really don't know what we're looking at in terms of an impact on rating with either option.
Councillor Minera.
We have got roads too that need to be hit by damage. Is this come up now or not? Or are we going to look at what's happening here in the future? Or are we going to
Well, that's part of the budget that we've got and part of the decision now, and that'll come back down to, I guess, Carl, would that be right then, that they will force a decision on whether that work is done to reinstate those roads that have been flood damaged? We can't do anything there until we know where we are with the funding, would that be correct?
Well, that's a separate funding allocation. So the April storm damage, which affected the Jacksons River Road in particular, is a separate funding allocation that's over and above what our normal allocation is.
Yep.
That's also within this present financial year, and likely with the timeframes for reinstating it'll go into the next financial year. But that's a separate item from the National Land Transport Fund component. So that's an item that we also need to fund out of council's own reserves, depending on how much financial assistance we qualify for that event. So that's a separate matter to the main National Land Transport funding application, which is our next 3-year triennium of funding. As it stands, I think the option 3 is probably your best way forward. And like I said, we don't know if we're going to get more or less. It's more likely to be less, and that's what that option 3 addresses. But again, it can be tweaked to suit whatever our allocation is at the end of the day. It's just unfortunate that we're in this position at the moment, and this will be affecting others around the country as well. And that the changes to the government policy statements on funding and the whole process has been significantly delayed, which pushes the timeframes out in terms of our annual plan process as well. So it doesn't make for an easy decision.
Just, yeah, be aware of the conversations around footpaths during the submissions. And also, Carl, you might be able to answer that. Where did we get to with the footpath list that was presented to council a few years ago by Samara Wright?
I think we have been progressing through that. I'd have to actually do a review on that just to see where we actually did land. But again, on that subject of footpaths, that is one of the areas that is being looked at for potentially significant cuts, and that really is a bit counterintuitive in terms of what we need to try and achieve for our communities. But that's the direction that the government set.
Worries me that the footpaths are the ones that are most likely to be cut.
Just to highlight, there has been quite a number of footpaths upgraded following Sumatra's. So I don't know if she's covered them all, so Carl will be able to do it.
It's interesting to know for Ross as well, because it's a big topic.
And bearing in mind too that the footpath program was well behind where it had been, because I know from when I was on council with you the time before, the list was totally different, to get those footpaths that were on the list previously hadn't been done. So there's been a bit of juggling going in there historically too. So yes, Councillor Burton.
Through the chair, just in regards to footpaths, I think yes, a lot of work may have been done, but in my opinion, there's still a lot of work to be done. And from that traffic light assessment list that we were provided with at some point in time through Carl's transport report, I think there's still a number of footpaths that are below what's an acceptable standard. Is that right, Carl?
There are a few, and those are what we're largely addressing in this present round. And the intention for that is to review where we've got to at the end of this triennium and re-evaluate the footpaths and rescore, which will set the priority list for the rest of them going forward. And that will have to be cut to suit whatever budget we have available. And if we put forward a certain amount and the government come back with less, or NZTA come back with less, the decision then is whether we choose to fund that higher amount ourselves, and then we'll wear the additional cost, or whether we reduce our budget to suit the amount that's been allocated.
So my question's on that point and has been for the last 10 minutes. The decision to make a decision today based on information not coming to hand until 27th of the month seems risky or foolish, depending on which way you want that to go. If we put in for option 4 and we haven't been told explicitly no, what my personal opinion is option 4 is still my preferred option, to the point in which they say it's option 3, and then we have to make that decision whether or not we carry that extra funding on the ratepayer versus on NZTA. Are we in a position to make it to 27th and only meet earlier as part of this process to make that decision when we're informed of the information? Still allows a month before the June meeting to adopt the plan. Because otherwise we're talking semantics of whether or not we have the correct information or not, and then we say option 3, and if they come through with option 4, which we proposed, we've shot ourselves in the foot through a process of guessing or assuming, which in my mind isn't a great way to go.
Isn't it just works the same way depending on which way you go for 3 or 4? Because if we go for 3 and we get a higher funding, then we can
Through the
increase,
LTP, we can adjust it up
we
to
can
5
adjust it
second
up.
years.
And it
So
then
it's-
sits with the work on the rates figure
right.
without having to then amend the rates, isn't it?
Yeah, so the allocation is over 3 years, and how you divvy that allocation can be maintained at a current rate level for year 1, then obviously optimised in the year 2 and 3. Does that make sense?
I think as long as we acknowledge that the overwhelming support is for, and it's the path we'd like to move towards.
Yes.
And I think we could go down and say we go with the status quo.
With 3,
Yeah.
It's not the status quo.
it's to the minimum
Well,
service.
Yeah.
Pending on the funding announcement on the 27th of May, when, if it's favourable, we will look to increase the budget accordingly, the work programme accordingly.
If the funding comes through.
Yes, yeah, depending the results on 27th of May.
Still allows a month for the process.
Yep. So how's everybody sit with that?
Maxi.
Alright.
Not mine with that.
Alright, so you're not in agreement with that? No, you want to go reverse, you want to do option 4 with 3 as the backup, whereas I'm saying option 3 with 4 as the backup.
We don't have the information at hand.
I agree with Ashley.
But is that not regarded as being risky then, because then we're going to have to go back and cut the budget, cut the rates figures if we don't get the funding, whereas at the moment the budget, the rate figure is struck on option 3.
We're not actually going to have to cut the budget, we're going to have to look at potentially that does cost more to our ratepayers because 40% of the submitters and a lot of other people out there want the roads to be preserved, not to go backwards. If we go status quo, it's going backwards. Inflation adjusted, we're staying the same, do the minimum, we're going backwards. It's a CPI inflation minimum backward step. It's that much less road, that much less footpath, that much less everything getting worked on in a district that has lots of roads and lots of people that need the use of those facilities.
But that's right.
And I'm sorry, there's also something else to factor in here. You're not going to get that many people coming in lobbying us the way they have today on behalf of the Keep the Footpaths Good Society or anything like that. So I think this has the danger of being a politically tempting option, but we just keep sort of cutting it back year by year by year by year while we want to keep funding other things. I don't think that there's that much room to cut, to be honest. I think we want to maintain the stand that we've got at the moment as a minimum. Personally.
It's also come through from the consultation, hasn't it? From the option 4, so I think it's best if we can start with that. We're listening to what people have said.
That's my opinion.
I'm happy either way. I think we should just acknowledge the uncertainty, and it doesn't matter which option. The end goal is option 4, obviously, so let's just go with Ashley's idea.
Option 4, which will mean a change in the rate figure.
May.
May.
If we don't get the funding.
Well, no, the figure will have to be adjusted now to accommodate the extra spend.
We would have to put that in the new proposed budget.
So that will have to be factored in now, not later. Doesn't get added after the 27th. Leslie will need to ensure that that gets added now as we work through these items. So consensus please around the table for option 4 as a preferred option. Show of hands please. Right, okay. Okay. So we had that moved and seconded, please, moved and seconded, presuming Councillor Casson wants to move that, seconded by Councillor Glegg. And all in favour? Carried. Right, the Ross swimming pool upgrade.
Can I interrupt? Before you read out percentages, where, I think I've seen this, I can't find the document.
Different document, Jane.
Oh.
It's in the report.
Sorry,
It's
it's
report
in
to council.
report
The
to
draft
council.
plan 24-25 hearing deliberations and decision report. Page, we'll start on page 2 with the rest of the
So on tapes. Right, so the Ross swimming pool upgrade, 82% of the 50 say repair the pool structure.
And other four support it but don't want it to be a targeted rate.
No. So, discussion please, councillors.
Yeah, I support that.
The repair,
It's not a luxury.
that we repair the pool? Yep.
It's must have.
The community that seem to be interested in funding it through their own targeted rate as discussed.
It'll only be a curmudgeon that would say don't.
Yes, yes.
It's not out of a targeted rate as such as the community rate, isn't it? Which is itself a targeted rate, but we're not being levied for the board here that's coming out of the community rate. Correct. That's already been accumulated, is that right?
It's part of the community rate, the Ross community.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right. So, is everybody in support of that? Is there any further questions on that one?
Regarding the Ross Borough endowment fund, so that's not possible to introduce even a portion of that to ease it a little bit.
So it's pretty,
Depreciation reserve.
it's actually a reserve fund, so it won't be going on to adding to costs.
I don't think, that's not, is that what you asked?
No, well, I thought that perhaps
You were talking that whether we've got a funding there.
that part of that 50 grand, throw that towards
That's the reserves fund. Yeah.
No. That's the endowment.
Endowment fund.
It's been whittled down over the years.
The depreciation reserve is exactly what that is built up to do, which is to repair that structure. So we would use that before we would suggest using the endowment. Yeah.
Right, so Ross swimming pool upgrade.
I'll move that we hear the whole
Repeat the pool, moved by Councillor Burton, seconded by Councillor Manera. All in favour? Against? Councillor Phelps? Are you for or against? Sorry, you didn't show your hand.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you for that one. Right. Item 4 is the Franz Joseph Waiau and Fox Glacier Country Community Development Funding. That's wrong.
We're just looking at CEOs on the side, aren't we?
Eh?
We're just looking at CEOs on the side, aren't we?
We need to get clarification with this, to be sure. This is not talking Glacier Country tourism funding and community development. It's combined, it should be separated, so we've got them combined on here. They are two separate things and should not be tied into one.
Subject 49 is Glacier tourism.
So it's quite, there's quite a lot of stuff on this, so just need clarity as to what they're asking for. So they want funding through the Glacier Country.
Tourism
And
group.
they want the 13, was it 35?
35,500 is the CEOs.
CEOs.
So they want that funding through the tourism.
No. 35,500. So Fox and Friends, in my understanding, it's two separate communities want to rate their own communities.
Yes.
$35,500 each to fund CEOs in the townships.
Right.
And separate to that is the $13,000 that Glacier Country Tourism was given through localised rates of that, both those areas combined I believe the understanding is that the tourism promotion rate going forward, given it's a tourism piece which I personally support. And then the fourth to that is the further request for $125,000 of funding for the next 3 years, which can coordinate through submissions and Jen alluded to in the presentation today. So that's why this is convoluted, and we're talking three or two items reconciled online that got added in after that, so we need to be careful. We're making separate decisions.
Yes, and can we please make sure going forward that the Glacier Country tourism rate is separate to and separately worded to the community development roles, because they are not one and the same entity as far as funding goes and utilisation. And they don't sit in alignment with one another with the submissions that were put forward. So I did have that request pre this, I did change that building up to today, so my apologies because that just creates confusion again when the submitters have submitted under their own entities, not together. So we're talking about, first off, we'll do the Glacier Country tourism rate, because that is how we were submitted to today with the presenters, as opposed to a bulk funding. So Glacier Country tourism rate, does everybody understand that component? I'm separating them out to what's on the sheet.
So that's 13,500?
Yes, correct.
Going flat.
Yes.
It just comes from Friends and Fox.
It just comes from Friends and Fox Glacier businesses. Yes, and they want it, yes.
But weren't they wanting to have that increased? Have I got that wrong? Weren't they wanting 125?
That's a separate item. I believe they're wanting that to come out of the tourism promotion rate going forward, which makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. So the continuing of the community of the Glacier Country tourism group rate, consensus on that. Is there any questions on that? Question, Jane?
No. Yeah.
Oh, in favour? So those are in favour of the, this is, you've got that pen, we're doing the Glacier Country tourism rate, yes. Tourism group rate.
To stay locally rated or to move to the tourism promotion rate?
Well, there's 2 points to this. One is to move to the tourism promotions rate, and one is to continue the funding. It's a matter of where it's categorised, isn't it? What it comes, the umbrella it comes under. Correct. Yes. So there's 2 points to this one. One is that the funding continues to the Glacier Country tourism group.
Maybe we discussed before we vote.
Well, that's what we just did before, and nobody raised their hand, so sorry. Councillor Moore.
So I'll still get you can make it practice.
Yes?
Yeah, so my suggestion would be to continue to rate Glacier Country tourism, right? But as for taking the funding from the tourism promotion, I would defer that, because my suggestion would be that we need to take a step back and have a look at that whole thing.
I totally agree.
In relation to destination particular as well, and how it's all divvied up. So defer that one to another year.
Yep. I think that's and I hardly agree. I think the whole structure needs to be reviewed because it's not quite fit for purpose as it is. So
what are you suggesting to this then?
Is to defer the funding, yes, but not to change the funding pool.
To defer that
for a full discussion.
Yes.
I'd support that with the status quo happening, as long as we make a commitment for our LTP to include a full review of the tourism promotion rate with a look to changes.
Councillor Phelps.
So if I may, we've created something of a nuisance for ourselves, acting on behalf of Destination Hokitika, collecting all their rates, when realistically those group of business owners could fully associate.
We're not talking about Hokitika though.
No, I know, I'm aware it's a different place, but I'm just saying, I think we're duplicating a similar model in Glacier Country, and you could also leave those business operators to do that.
They all pay $400 plus GST per member to be a member of the organisation.
Yeah, so we don't.
A model which could be taken for the group you just mentioned, but it's a separate agenda item.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, rather than rating for it, they could just make those contributions themselves without us being involved as a council.
One view,
Well,
yeah. We all have opinions.
It's providing a service for the community.
You need to take a reality check on this. The Glaciers get 20-something% of all the international visitors to New Zealand. They do not get off the plane and make a beeline for Hokitika.
No.
They're coming straight to the Glaciers. And so the Glaciers I 100% support what they're suggesting. they're comfortable with being rated for it and paying for it themselves.
Yep, I agree. They asked for very little else.
I did ask for a line on, as if the C, they wanted it as transparent on their rates.
Yes.
Showing.
Yes.
Bringing the CEO.
Yes.
Yes.
So we can do that for the glacier tourism rate, that can be a separate one, but we can't, if you do put funding in the tourism one, we can't do that.
Right,
It can only be the glacier one.
Right.
And it can't be at the fixed rate, it can only be at the total fixed rate, because remember, your rating units change all the time.
Yes.
So if you do a fixed rate across them, they're not going to get funded the amount they want. You can only have one as fixed.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay, so thank you, Leslie, for that. Glacier Country Tourism Group, continuation of their funding. All in favour? Show of hands. Councillor Davidson?
Yep, sorry.
Councillor Phelps? No. Okay. Against? And record against. Thank you. Sorry? And a mover and a seconder, please, that we accept that funding continue. Sorry, back to front. Councillor Beard, Councillor Casson, sorry, thank you. That should have been all in favour, so apologies, I'm back to front. Just accept. No.
Are we noting those comments, the status quo sticks this year with a view to review the...
That's next.
That motion, please.
Okay, so, separate items, number 4. So the fact that they've asked for that change, we will record that as status quo will remain for this year while a review of the whole structure, the tourism promotion rate is reconsidered in line with the LTP process, correct? Yeah, sorry. That was a bit quick, wasn't it?
Tourism promotion rate.
Status quo to the Glacier Country Tourism Group rate this year. Categorisation, I guess you'd call it, rate this year. On a full review. This year. Okay, that's, right, that's right, this year, allowing for a full review into the tourism promotion rate in conjunction with the LTP in 2025. Promotion rate in conjunction with the LTP in 2025. Right, so that is the second part of that, is the tourism promotion rate remains at status quo to the Glacier Country Tourism Group rate this year, allowing for a full review of the tourism promotion rate, put a bit too many of those in there, in conjunction with the LTP in 2025. Happy with that? Okay. Do we want to be moving that as well? Yep. Yes, please. Move and seconded to that second amendment, please. Councillor Casson, Councillor Cleese, all in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. The second one on the table from this whole Glacier Country area is the CDO, the Community Development Roles.
I think we'd be doing those communities a huge disservice if we didn't fund them. I think that, from what I've heard today, key people in those communities that really hold those communities together. And having someone paid properly in those roles and being able to draw in external funding is invaluable for those communities. So I fully support that and support that increase they were asking me for.
And I do think that some of the ones that voted against that are not probably aware. It doesn't directly affect them, so.
And the other thing too with that, I think Councillor Neils, they probably do not understand how that is actually rated, essentially.
There's no effect on someone outside of those two.
No, it doesn't. I agree with Councillor Boodham with that. The value that those roles bring and the external funding that they seek as well to contribute to community projects and so forth. It's really quite exceptional how they function and what they do. Paul?
I totally agree. But perhaps in the future we can make it clearer that in seeking that feedback, it only applies to those that have.
Yes.
You know, so not everyone in
Yes.
the district.
Yes.
So I've
Yes.
asked that question, so I'll answer that.
Yep.
Whereas that's not going to.
There's no ticket, the same issue.
Yes, yep. The other thing that they've asked for is the fact that this is rolled over for a 3-year period. That would need to be part of an LTP, wouldn't it?
If you want to include it in long-term planning, yes, it would have to come back next year.
Next year, and then it could be set into a 3-year roll.
Yes, definitely. So we'll, for council, if councils decide to hold it this year's, to go to 35,500, we'll include it in next year's budget, or LTP budgets for consideration.
Into the 3-year roll, okay.
I can see their point on that. It is a lot of work.
It is.
And I think it needs to be added in there, if we're putting it in for long-term, in the long-term plan, 3-yearly reviews or what have you, we need to have a CPI adjustment there, because it does say it hasn't been adjusted for 10 years. It's unacceptable that all of a sudden they have a staff, they have work that needs to be done, and they can't actually afford the staff anymore, or can't afford to keep them, well, don't have the flexibility to give them a pay increases. So having that.
Yeah, that's just highlighted. It's the community who pay those rates. So if the community says no CPI adjustment, it's up to them.
Yeah, but I'm
Increase
just.
in the funding application.
Yeah. So we can.
It means they don't have to come back to us 10 years later and say, oh, the funding hasn't been increased for 10 years. It's a lot harder to increase it once over a 10-year period.
They can definitely come back annually and write in submissions to any plan.
With this to come through for next year under the LTP. Okay, so the motion on this one is that we support the increase in the funding application for both Fox and Franz Joseph CDO Community Development Officer roles.
Can we put the dollar over there?
With the funding application, support the increase in the funding application for the Fox and Franz Community Development roles with a 3-year period to come in.
To be reviewed.
3-year period to be reviewed in next year's LTP.
Can we put the $35,500?
Yes, we will need to put the actual value in, yep.
Happy to move forward?
With the 3-year. Support the, we need to put the dollar figure, support the increase in the funding to
35,500.
35,500
Per role.
per role. Per role. Support the increase in the funding to 35,500 per role. Support the increase in the funding application from Friends Fox and Friends Joseph CDO roles to 35,500 per role. Just tidy up once we're finished. With the application of a 3-year period to be reviewed in next year's LTP. Everybody happy with that? Right. Mover and second, sorry.
I was just going to comment, no increase for 15 years or something.
Yes, it is.
Across the country, there's a few of them in the
Yes,
same
there
boat.
is a few of them in the same boat. So mover and second on that, please. Councillor Casson, Councillor Davidson, thank you very much. All in favour? Unanimously carried. Thank you very much. You like tweaking that? So, thank you. So right, that's the Glacier Country tourism rate covered. That's the community development roles covered. And that's also a review of the whole tourism rate structure to be done as we progress through to the LTP next year.
I suspect the next one is tied in as well.
Yeah, so the next one is the Hokitika area promotions rate, which will, as Councillor Casson said, potentially come under the same umbrella. So, again, there's probably a little bit of I don't want to be disrespectful, lack of comprehension to actually what that role is, what that funding is and what it does do. So people are sort of potentially putting their comments in without actually understanding how some of these things work, which we need to be mindful of, because potentially going out next year with the LTP, we need to be considerate of that and actually perhaps explain how some of these things do work. So, councillors, discussion. Option 1 is council ceases the Hokitika area promotions targeted rate. 2, council continues to collect the targeted rate. Comments, please.
It doesn't seem to be that well targeted, is it?
Hokitika commercial businesses.
Are they all paying into it?
Yeah.
Pretty well taken. Through your wish, I would suggest that, to continue to collect it and to, but also to review as part of that tourism promotion rate going forward.
I support that given
Probably an awful lot more.
I support that given Sam's comments around the fact that they don't think we've been engaged with as we were going to do last year when we had the same discussion at last year's annual plan. So we look to do that process this year and look to see what happens with the LTP for a bigger decision around these things.
Consensus around the table on those comments?
I don't think I missed what you said.
I was supporting what in terms of funding for this year with a view to review it as part of the tourism promotion rate review in the long-term plan, and supported by the fact that Sam has alluded to the fact that the field the organisation's been consulted with as we said we were going to this time last year we had the same discussion in the same place, same reason.
Everybody's happy with that? Sure.
Or will we opposite some?
No, we'll have Beauty before.
I have actually, conflict of interest, I have actually been on the Destination Hokitika committee for 5 years. I'm not on there now, but they do a very good job. Very, very good job.
Patrick, Councillor Bumps.
Yeah, if they do a good job, they should have no issue getting everyone on board, and they can all come together freely like any other business association, of which there are many up and down the country. Yeah, well, that's one, but yeah, there's no real need for council to be involved. Yes, historically it has been. I think that's been a mistake. I think carrying on with that mistake, or just because we've made that mistake in the past doesn't mean we should continue to do so, but there's absolutely no reason why the same outcomes can't be achieved if they're doing a good job. And if certain businesses don't want to put it in, well, that's just not a strong vote of confidence in the work that's being done by Destination in particular. But if they are doing a good job, well, the council out, and they shouldn't have any issue getting their funding without our help by basically giving them a rating officer to help them go around and do their business. So I don't think we need to continue doing this, frankly.
Thank you for that. So is any further discussion required on this? Support to cease the Hokitika area promotions targeted rate?
I'll move on.
Do I have a second to that? So you're
I don't apologise to me, we'll look to the rest of
okay, so option 2, council continues to collect the Hokitika area promotions targeted rate. Which is the preferred option, councillors? Option 2. Option 2 with for this year with a review to a whole of structure with the tourism promotion rate before the next LTP.
There was an email come through from Samuel this afternoon.
Yes, challenging my comment.
Yeah, and so that might need to be looked at when the consultation.
Yes, there's a lot that needs to be looked into and cleaned up and clarified. Agree.
Sorry, I just suggest that also we ask Destination Hokitika to come and present to council on the work they actually do, because having seen the presentation of what they did at their AGM, I was absolutely blown away by what they're achieving on their minuscule budget. So I think people would be impressed. So while we're getting them along to the presentation.
Councillor Phelps.
I don't know about that.
It's a very, very valid point that you make, councillor, because also too, even having the Regent Centre team in here a few weeks ago, talking to them and having a one-on-one conversation with them rather than a formal meeting, the gain that they got out of that was, you know, they've just been so grateful for that opportunity, and that's probably what we do too little of, is actually sitting down with a lot of these groups and actually understanding how they work, what they do, how they do it, what they do it on, so we have a better understanding of what we're supporting or not supporting moving forward.
Absolutely.
And I was on that committee pre-COVID days, going even years COVID before that, and there was a lot of work done trying to make nothing. I mean, I know we're working for Westland, but it was trying to make Hokitika more of a destination rather than a stopover or a drive-through into the glaciers. And I do believe that work paid off.
No seconder? No seconder.
We both townships. Why can you tell us what we do?
Okay, so, host temporary area promotions, targeted rates. The third option is option 2. The third option is option 2. With a review to the structure of the tourism promotion rate and the LTP. I think we'll put before. We don't want to be waiting until the LTP goes out. We need to be doing a lot of this, having these conversations before the LTP. Because it's important the information contained when you go out for consultation is actually something that everybody agrees on and we don't have this situation recurring. Yeah, okay. So the option 2 is the preferred option with a review to the structure of the tourism promotion rate before the LTP 2025. I have a mover to a seconder, please. Councillor Neal. Councillor Kesson, sorry, I was oh, sorry. All in favour? Against? And Councillor Phelps, would you like that recorded? Yes, please. Thank you. Right. Thank you very much. Heritage West Coast funding. This is one of those funders that I'd like to know what the sentiments are of our neighbours Boller and Grey.
And they probably want to know what we're thinking.
Well, we're first on the rank, so, eh? No, they haven't. Yeah.
They won't.
Right.
I think it's just going to cost us money and more money.
They had quite a lot of other options that they were going to, I thought. So I think they'll probably get some money and they might have to cut down their wish list, but they'll get, they'll get something.
It's all very vague too. There wasn't, I tried to extract some breakdown of what the money, the total value, where it was going to be. It hadn't been.
I think I've mentioned we're probably the first came on the range as far as funding. So if they get negative from us, then they'll go elsewhere and look at where they can make that up. Sorry.
I was going to move a motion with decline the request.
Right.
Second it.
I'll second it.
Second, Councillor Manera, all in favour? Against? Carried.
I see that Patrick hand in hand.
Right, Region Theatre funding.
I'd second that, Jane.
Eh?
3 o'clock. I don't know if the chair said she's not listening here.
Sorry,
Sorry, what? I'd like to move that we reinstate the Region Theatre funding.
Really?
I don't think we should have taken it out because.
And I'd like to second that.
Councillor Pickett, all in favour?
Aye.
Against?
What are you talking about?
No, apparently. Well, yeah, the goal and motion removed, pretty much.
Yes.
Could I just make a contribution?
Yes.
That in future, as we face with something like that we simply engage with dialogue.
Yes.
Because there was a lot of work.
Yeah.
Created an unnecessary amount of angst and anxiety.
I think there was a wee bit of confusion as well, whether we said that it was going to be X.
Or whether it was up for discussion.
Up for discussion on business case.
Yes.
So I think, yes.
Again, more communication.
Yeah, that's right, better communication, yes. And I think again too, that lines itself to getting these groups in and talking to them so we understand where they're at, but I think we want to have a better line of communication with the Region Theatre Committee going forward, and that they will be in here talking to us and we can go on site or whatever and have further conversations with them.
About building relationships.
Yes, it is, and they're paramount for success in the communities. So all in favour of that motion, please? Again? Against? Councillor Phelps wants to add Councillor Manera.
Correct, you're taking money out of.
Do you want your vote recorded against? Yes, I'm not asking you.
And the neighbouring volunteers.
Councillor Manera, do you want your vote recorded against? Yes.
Not volunteering.
Okay.
Your worship, just making a note that there is the CPI adjustment included in that amount.
Just completely one bit.
Can we just have some quiet, please? Is the CPI adjustment included in that? That was
A
asked.
maximum of 62,000.
Funding with plus CPI for the theatre should be in the annual plan. That was a
What's-
comment.
What's the amount of the MOU?
Just to highlight to your worship, the business case they're developing should see, or proposing to see, some increase in revenue. So a 62,000 cap is just like a sinking ceiling approach, whereby, cost as it increase, should see that profit margin decrease. If we have a CPI adjustment, there will always be a margin between what they are paying for insurance and rates, etc. So it'll always be just no challenge for them to find the best revenue otherwise.
Is CPI currently?
It's included, and also business case is included as a review of business case annually. Yeah.
Can I just clarify? Through your worship. Sorry to interrupt. Can I just clarify? So what are we actually reaffirming? Are we reaffirming current funding agreement, which is all based on a continual business case, or we're going to scrap that and just give them the money? Yeah. And
How much money are you giving them?
Just talking about a review of
The historical business case was added 4 years ago, mainly because council was reluctant to give them anything. Prior to that was about 30,000. The council bumped it up to 57.5, I think it was. But I wanted to see a transition away from council funding. Hence the reason of business case and how they're going to find their way to self-funding at the time. Obviously, that's great to where they are at the moment. They're still requiring the same amount of funding year on year. So it hasn't.
No, because their submission seems to revolve in the fact that they're not viable no matter what, unless they get topped up all the time.
That's what
So are we saying that, are we going to discontinue the funding agreement and just have some other funding arrangement, guaranteed funding? Discard the funding agreement requiring a business case. We're saying they're never going to be able to stand on their own feet.
Well, it's a decision of council.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify, because we voted to just give them some money. Well, what are the conditions? Are there any conditions?
The conditions are that they, as they're well aware, that they must present that business case that they are working on, which
So
also has a proposal in
As
it.
per the current funding agreement that they've agreed to.
Yes,
That's to draw down this current year's funding.
No, it's a year-on-year requirement.
Every year, so there'll be a new updated.
All it
business
is a
case
refresh
every
of it.
year.
If they've got a solid business case, it's not an onerous task to present to council how they're progressing with it. And it's just an update of where they're at and making sure they've got a 3 to 5 year horizon view.
Yeah, but I don't recall it ever being expected that they would get down to zero at the bottom of their balance sheet. Yes, we wanted to see that they were going to be more self-sustainable, but not completely.
No, I think you're right, and that is the discussion that has been there of late, that with the business plan that they're putting together, they've also got the vision that they're looking at finding out where that figure sits, if they can reduce that dependency on council and find out where that is going to sit. So that's part of the business plan they're going to be bringing to us, as far as looking at whether they can change the income that they can generate from that building. So it's a matter of giving them that time and that support while they try and see what they can do.
Understanding the number of volunteer hours that have gone into all aspects of it, it's unlikely that they'll be able to squeeze it down a lot more.
Yes, Paul.
Thank you. I think it's unfair to expect them to become self-sustaining. And also, if you would acknowledge at your peril, I would suggest, councillors, the sentiment out here to loudly expressed in this annual planning process for support for the regional theatre. And try to deny that funding in the future, and look, I suggest you never pay the price. But the mood in the community is very clearly in favour of the regional theatre as a town hall. It's it's a function that is in many other parts of the country, I understand, is accounts, it's a bread and butter of a council, a town hall, and there has to be some recompense for that, and the fact that, I mean, we've heard it repeatedly today as well. The volunteer, and as Councillor Neil said, the volunteer effort that goes into that, the savings from that is enormous. It shouldn't be undervalued.
No.
Plus, talking of values, and you need to go back, of course, is what we've been reminded sharply in the submissions, is the council's values that we state, which is about the well-being of the community, and all those things that we state as a value, what we need to be true to.
Yes.
And this is unlimited.
Yes. Agree. And I mean, you know, we do have to acknowledge the level of volunteer work that goes into that. It's absolutely incredible. And the dependency on those volunteers is. I will say one thing too, though, is that from this discussion that has happened, there is a lot of people out there now that are quite prepared to step forward and actually offer their services as volunteers to the Region Theatre, which is great, because it's not fair that the weight sits with a select few. So, you know, it's, yeah, it's not being conducted the right way, Paul. I heartily agree with that, and we will be making sure that we do things better next year as far as communication. But we'll also be having a discussion with these community groups going forward so that we actually have a better understanding, and also, you know, reciprocatingly we work with one another in a better way. Councillor Beard.
Comment for Patrick.
Hey mate, can you tell me everything?
I know that you had a feeling towards little old ladies having their coffees and scones in the Regent Theatre for you, but one day you will be a little old man.
Oh, yeah, there's a whole heap of cafes around here.
And you will appreciate that.
Point taken, we'll just call that off that one right there before we get to bidden territory.
Say little old lady.
Okay, so the Regent Theatre funding, moved by Councillor Neil, seconded by Councillor. Excuse me, please, can we have some order here? Thank you. Oh, well, I'll throw it. We have a motion from Councillor, moved by Councillor Neil, seconded by Councillor Burden, that the funding to the Regent Theatre be reinstated as per the current funding agreement. As to the current funding agreement. So everybody happy with that? Councillor Phelps and Vanera recorded their votes against. Yes? Everybody with that? Thank you. We didn't start till. Right.
You said it might, you said it might continue.
So, does everybody want to continue? We're over time limits.
Yeah.
Right, so can I have a move and a seconder that we continue? Needed? Yes. Councillor Neil, Councillor Casson, thank you very much. All in favour? Right, we will carry on. So, general community grant funding. Should these be all boxed into one category? I thought we dealt with them normally separately.
What, sorry?
The general grant funding, we've normally and historically dealt with these individually.
Well, these were just general comments, so I put them separately. But if you've dealt with them already,
well, we haven't.
Lions and grey
it needs to be broken down.
well, it's come up later.
Lions is on.
This is not one vote for all this, because we've also got the two submissions from Lions.
They're on number 19.
And then Christmas lights is probably the only one that doesn't help us.
We can defer to that.
Yes, but Metariki should be in there somewhere too, shouldn't it? So, right, so first off, we've done the Regent Theatre.
If you're going to go through them one by one, Zar Park, toilets.
Yes.
You go through.
Yes. Well, at the moment it's boxed, everything's boxed into one, either it's all in or all out, which is not the way we normally.
Well, my view was $4.47, for goodness sake. $4.47 for Zar Park toilets. Looks so miserable. We have toilets.
That's still managing there.
Hang on, which page are you on?
Oh, the submission key.
We can do it now.
On that one.
Number 19, your worship, in the spreadsheet.
18.
Continue to fund Lions and Redgrave out of the court.
This one?
No, the one, back of the agenda, back of the run sheet.
18, public toilets.
Then where is there? Right, okay. Thank you. Right, so first off,
Because I don't think there's anything really that we can cover in 8. It's just a.
Christmas lights is probably the other thing.
We could deal with number 18 now if we want. Just get that.
I think we need to be crystal clear on the other components and then we know what we're talking about for the general community finance. We don't have any confusion of what's in and what's out.
We've done D8, we've done the theatre. Lions Club's got its own agenda
So
item.
we've got public toilets.
Water toilets have got an agenda item. That's the Christmas lights, which is over in IC stats within 8 currently. It doesn't get hooted up somewhere else.
Public toilets, number 18.
Not worried.
Sorry?
I could just make a note that item 8 is to be covered individually. Moving on.
Christmas lights like kind of else.
It's actually indicating that toilets is number 18, Lions has got
19.
Yeah.
We've done
Yeah.
D8, we've done the theatre.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Christmas lights is the only thing that comes up in the point for covering it. But if no one has anything to say, you put it back in.
While we're at it, I mean, there's also $5,000, I think, in your report for Waitangi operation.
In the general community grant funding? Yes, it needs to be broken down.
My understanding was we voted in favour of keeping that running. The only ones that are here ones that we look to see.
So grants today.
So what is in the community, general
Anything
community
up
grant funding and what is out, please? Can we have some clarification on that? So that we ensure we get this correct.
So Waitangi Day is in the budget at the moment, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, so we don't need to discuss that further.
Now, was Matariki taken out?
No.
As far as those were, Christmas lights were slashed.
But
For
what I
Matariki.
was suggesting is that the Every was suggesting that the Waitangi Day funding over there is unnecessary. Because we approach any Waitangi, we take turns hosting at a different variety. And we either get funding from the Waitangi Commemoration Fund or we fund it ourselves.
Right.
And that's how we've done it. And going back a few years, yes, the council did contribute to it, but we haven't tapped onto that funding.
So we apply on your behalf for
That's right.
$5,000.
Yes.
And that goes towards the Waitangi Day, it goes towards the women who's holding the event.
Yes, yes, but it's not coming from council funds, it's coming from.
No, it's a top-up.
Commemoration
Yes,
fund.
yes, yes, correct, yes, so it
So
shouldn't
it stays
actually
in
be
the
in here.
Well, it has to be in place.
No, it's just a vessel for a funding application, so it shouldn't be there.
It shouldn't be there at all, in that category, no, yeah. So we've got Matarikis in there, Christmas lights was taken out.
Were there two different Matariki ones in the past, one with Lions
Lions won one, yeah.
and one with
We
Eagles?
cancelled that.
No, Lions were asking for extra funding.
Yes.
They were.
They had from the last year's
Yeah.
annual plan.
So what else is included in
We're
that?
seeking it again.
Yeah,
So it depends, I mean, the monthly one depends on whether or not Hosting Nights are going to have an event.
yes,
once a week,
yes,
which we did two years ago, last year we didn't.
yes.
And this year, I'm not sure we run out of time. If it's there, it's, it could be used, but if not, it involves, it could be involved in something else.
Oh, and it's dedicated to the Matariki Festival and it's only dedicated to iwi as well for that application. So if you're not planning to require it,
Well, I can't say that today, that we're not going to, because we may have plans. not personally aware of it, but what I would suggest is that, given that it is June 23, 24 or something like that, if we get to that time and come to council and says, give us the $5,000 less, then use it for something else. Don't leave it, I don't see the point of leaving it in the budget. It could be used.
Happy to take it out. It's actually your requirement at the end of the day, so if we're not going to utilise it.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm not saying that we don't want it, I'm just thinking that's.
We may or may not use it.
If we don't use it, then it could be used. It could make a difference to some other project.
If I may, just through the Mayor, just being aware of what's happening with other government funding avenues at the moment, going on the line of Matua Paul here, is potentially just leaving it in the budget and then it becomes a discussion point sometime early next year in terms of whether it's going to be utilised in the budget going forward. So if there is the potential that the funding that is currently available that we're applied for to subsidise might not be available, and then potentially may require that 5K to be available for them.
Right, so the Heritage West Coast funding, we've just clear on what that covers. We haven't missed anything out.
Go down a line.
Sorry? Sorry, it's the general community grant funding. Sorry, I wrote my notes on the wrong line. Sorry, apologies.
So the topics we had in the consultation were obviously the Christmas lights, and we proposed to remove those.
No one gave feedback on that, so
No.
they can say it.
So we had the Regent Theatre, which obviously we've made a decision on, Destination Western, which we've made a decision on, Destination Architect, and the other topics that would just be raised regarding Anzac, whether we remove that now as part of a vote to take that out as well. And Manariki we've decided to keep in for now as $5,000. Oh, Anzac, sorry.
Waitangi, not Anzac.
Waitangi.
So Waitangi, if it's removed, doesn't impact the avenue of funding that comes for that.
So we've made funding applications before supporting Waitangi.
Right, okay. So are we just noting that as an amendment to within there? So the general community grant funding covers Manariki?
It does at the moment.
Does at the moment, okay.
Proposing to withdraw now, which is a new change, is to remove Waitangi commemoration funding, which is $5,000.
And Christmas lights.
And Christmas lights, resolved to remove those as well.
Right. Resolved to remove Christmas lights, I think they've already been removed. That.
We still have to vote.
All right, removal of Christmas lights and Waitangi general funding. And the general community grant. Community in between general and
Right, move a motion.
Right, so the resolution is to remove Christmas lights and Waitangi from the general community grant fund.
What are the Christmas lights, Helen? Which ones are those?
So it's a contestable fund, $10,000, which we go to all the community organisations to put their hand up.
Which lights are they?
Christmas lights.
Yeah, which ones?
Anywhere in the district. Southwest, so anyone can put their hand up.
They all apply and put the lights up and create a Christmas atmosphere.
So the ones that go across to Well Street, no, you took. Oh, no. Okay.
They're a separate line in budget. These are the contestable fund we're talking about, community grant.
So the resolution is to remove Christmas lights and Waitangi Day from the general community grant fund. We need a mover and seconder on that. Yes, mover and seconder please. Councillor Monero, Councillor Phelps, all in favour? Carried. Thank you. Right, what's next on that list?
Number 9 is maintenance.
Number 9 is maintenance.
It's up here. Yeah. So these votes extra 45 points.
So this is where we get to the I'm just noting.
Yes.
Really, yeah.
Just got to make sure that that comment in there is to do with general community rate, which is to do with the lines and road trail so far. We need to be
Acknowledge the
crystal clear on this.
Right.
9 is where we will note the comments, the submissions to the maintenance. Yep, and we've covered that off already, so note the comments on the maintenance. Number 9. Number 10, Rosswood Paths.
Just comment in relation to those chip seal footpaths. Are they actually properly swept? Would be my question. There's a lot of loose chip laying around on tires, and once you get on loose chip, it is quite dangerous. So they need to be vacuumed or by the road.
Is Carl still online?
Yes.
Carl, did you hear that question?
I did hear that, yeah. So the smaller chip does tend to be a bit friable for a bit longer, and we are just working in ways to alleviate that a wee bit more. So we've taken on the feedback regarding the loose chip. I mean, we do sweep it and clean it up anyway, but it's becoming a bit more of an issue in some areas where we need to do an extra sweep, and that's something we're taking on.
So the extra sweep will happen?
Yes, yeah, no, we will review those and do an extra sweep where it's required.
Thanks, Carl.
The other, through the mayor, just the Crocodile Kotarangi road up the main one up into the gorge. I have had a few ratepayers say to me about some of the tight corners, etc. Can they be widened if they're on buses and all the rest of it? But I'm presuming that road, I haven't been up there for a wee while, I'm presuming that road is pretty well maintained.
I think the biggest problem is that as the tourism numbers increase and the way the travelling changes, is that we've got buses going up there. In the past it was cars at most camper vans, whereas now it's testing the roads and the...
At least one piece of road is quite a bit heavier than the
Yes.
some buses are often.
Yes, and the milk tankers have problems with some of those corners, but it's quite often the dairy companies that come to the party with some of
As
those.
part of the particular gorge upgrade, we also got funding to upgrade Wickham Valley Road. It used to be just a gravel road, if you recall, so it has had a lot of money spent on it in the last 5 years.
It's just the next bit back.
The next bit back, which is more of those...
90-degree corners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just a few comments, just, could it be widened? But, I'm presuming that all those sort of things get back there.
Just, I suppose, Carl, could you answer?
Yeah, well, there are a number of areas there that we need to look at a little bit more closely, but again, we've got to build the business cases for that funding and take that forward. But yeah, we have got some of those areas on our list just to do further work in future. We've got nothing hard and fast planned at this stage, though.
Carl? Yeah, I think Kay Godfrey had that on her submission too, but she didn't talk about it today. It was, she wrote up about it.
Yeah, so we've had a number of incidents at the end of or at the start, I guess, of the Whitcomb Valley Road, just near the Godfreys themselves. There's a 90-degree bend, which is becoming a little bit problematic. People don't seem to see the large chevron sign there and are going through there a wee bit too fast for the road. So that's something that we will be looking at going forward, making some improvements there. We also recognise that there's a couple of slightly narrower pieces on that road still that we do need to put forward and create a business case for doing some widening.
In terms of your comments around business cases, Carl, when was the last time we did traffic monitoring for flow of traffic out there, especially during peak season for tourism?
I think there will be some counts from this season. We do annual counts in various locations, and that's one of the areas that we do track the traffic on reasonably closely. So that all helps for us in terms of building the case for generating that funding.
Thank you.
Is this the only place that Crocodile comes up in relation to Kay Godfrey's submission?
Is it rating community rating zones 37?
37, okay.
So on one on the side. So we've noted maintenance, we've noted cross footpaths, we've gone on to the road up the valley. Yes. Communities, number 11, communities. Put funding into all communities, not just Hokitika. Is the sentiment out there? I know there is a perception that, and I should probably say the word perception, because, yeah, in all reality, a lot of funding does go into Hokitika, but that's where the general populace is. So it probably supports that to a certain extent, but I think we're well aware of spread.
Just for your worship, we made a conscious effort through the Better Off funding and the Three Waters funding to spread the funding across the whole district. So we had 43 projects in Three Waters covering all the way from Pass all the way up. So that included touch points everywhere. And the Better Off funding has been spread around as well, including community, the contestable fund, which has done a lot of projects all the way to all the communities. So we made a conscious effort to do that rather than spend it all on one or two projects.
One word, relativity. Population.
Right, so noted. Closed council workshops.
Debt and breach of LGA, they're all points.
Okay, I mean, gosh, breach of LGA, well, we aren't in breach of LGA. Comments on debt is noted. It is intergenerational. And closed workshops, sorry? Closed workshops is just noted. Yeah. Closed workshops is noted.
Was there an opportunity for some of our workshops to have the door open? Why?
Can I just make a comment, Your Worship? So commendable for councillors to do deliberation in public today in the annual plan process. The last two trainings have all been closed deliberation. So having the ability to talk openly about all the applications today in public is a great step forward, in my opinion. In terms of closed workshops, if there's commercial sensitivity, it's assigned to a workshop. Obviously, that has to be done private. There is opportunity to widen workshops to the public. And I think that needs to be that's quite close in terms of what type of workshops they would do.
I just think that over the last 18 months, we've had 30 odd workshops, and I'm sure some of them could have been open.
And if anybody wanted to sit through the initiation into council and its assets and everything else, it would have been nice to have shared the load, but as part of the workshops that we've been through too. Workshops that we've had that Ronnie's just quoted the number, there's been a heap of those have been part of that acknowledging and skilling as well. They haven't all been about projects and so forth.
Oh,
it's been on the
absolutely.
horizon. So it's important with that figure that we're crystal clear on the content of those.
I think we should make a note that our intention is to be as open as possible. All our workshops as per the report from our ombudsman.
Yep.
and through the workshop, not just openness in workshops, but also in what's put into committee. And have to be really judicious to what goes into committee. Sometimes there are some things that are you know, questionable as to why they're actually in committee.
I know it's commercially sensitive, but there's also name sensitivity as well. So we're noted on those comments.
We definitely could do better.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Someone said, I was going to say, someone said to me once, and I would be inclined to agree with them, a lot of what gets discussed in committee prior to the sensitive aspect of it doesn't actually need to go into committee. That might be, there might be certain things where we're discussing whether or not to go ahead with the project at all, and only after that does the conversation come to the tenders that have been levied and that sort of stuff. Whereas actually whether or not to go ahead with the project is not the commercially sensitive part of it. It's once you get past that and you get a yes or a no, and then it's all right, of these tenders we've received, which one are we going to go with, for example. So there's quite a lot prior to that you could have in an open sort of environment. So it's sort of like when the conversation gets to the rub, then you go into committee, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that.
Has there ever been in the council meetings, we do meet at 1 o'clock? I know we've had ratepayers come here and then they're wanting to speak, but they've not, like a public forum, but even that first half an hour, or is that just always not great?
It's historically, sometimes it works and sometimes it's not great.
It's a thought process.
Yes.
Because it's not covered under standing orders.
They're surprised. Staff can't be, the management often are blindsided, and doesn't, unprepared, and you just got accusations thrown with no information to respond. They're difficult.
Well,
That's like most councils.
At the moment, people can contact me and say they'd like to speak, and they tell me what they wanted to speak about, and we work through it that way, and we have the people here. So there's structure to it. That's got to be there. Sorry, debts noted, breach of LGA is noted.
Sorry, on debt, can I just note in there a note of caution that our debt currently is 34 billion, yeah, and our limit is like 50. Yes.
No, it all depends on our revenue.
It's in that vicinity, though, isn't
It's
it?
not calculation, isn't it? It's actually probably more than that. It's 175% of our net revenue. That's right.
Not that it'll be the target, of course. But my note of caution is that we have some massive borrowings that are just around the corner. One is this building upgrade, is $8 million. Number two is the Hokitika wastewater plant, probably $15 million in that facility. Franz Joseph wastewater, maybe another $8 million, $10 million, who knows? And that's, there we go, there's another 30 million, just like that. And that's without even starting the nightmare of the co-funding that we're going to be faced over 3 years with the buyout on the Waiho flat. I mean, it's going to come, and there has to be co-funding. All this is worked out, but then that co-funding has to come from local, and the local share can only be low funded, and there's just some horrendous borrowing on the horizon. I just urge caution, and some of these vanity projects that have been bubbling along need to be stopped.
Noted, and I think we all share that same concern with what we've got coming up, which is for the cause. I think we've already discussed the Peki Waithra building. We've got a couple of other subjects on the agenda for this next meeting, which will see the same overhaul and review. We have to scale things back, and it starts now. The ratepayers are expected to, and we've got to follow suit. We should be leading by example. Debt, breach of LGA covered rates. Quite a few in there. We know the opposition is there to the rates increase. Is there a fairer way of doing it, managing it? We're in the hands of of guidance there for those comments?
Not really. Flat rate can't do that because we're on capital value for a start, and secondly, the targeted rates around different because certain areas will have different activities that aren't provided anywhere else. So, that really wouldn't work. You can cap the rate, but you'll have to take stuff out. So it's up to you what you take out to cap the rate. So. And certainly to get to a 5% plus inflation, you have to take an awful lot out.
We would have to take enough out that would actually cripple doing anything.
Yeah,
to be at that 5%. The 5% cap is just, it's an impossible figure.
Possibly another example of people not totally understanding how it is done. So maybe we need to be better.
Yes, and I agree. Education on rates it's a really, as we all know, it's a really complex thing to get your head around and understand. And then you see something presented in a slightly different way that can throw you all together into what your previous interpretation was. So,
and there's also a comment here about rate increase on top of property valuations and double dipping. We don't get any extra money because of the revaluations. It's just the way that the rate is actually it's very much between everybody, so it's not double dipping at all.
Councillor Beard, sorry.
Oh, you have tried to explain a number of times in the public forum, in newspapers, how the rates all work, and so
if people don't want to know, they don't want to know. Councillor Phillips.
I'll just, echoing Leslie's sentiments, the only rates reduction is a spending reduction, and if there's no appetite for a spending reduction, then it's a spending increase, and therefore it's a rates increase, and that'll be what we do on into the future, and very likely repeats the deficit's growing. Thank you, guys.
Which brings me to my point as to why should spending reduction be off the table? And as I said before, at this time of the year, anything goes. It's all on the table, in my view. And that is, and so the expenditure, we've got some big items in there that could be, in my view, could be worked down. And yes, look, I know that the Three Waters depreciation from the improved decision last year, in my view, has come back to bite us in the proverbial. That's only part of the equation, of course. But any cuts that we make has an effect, doesn't it? And so it's not to say that we can only look at that Three Waters funding, etc., as to where we try to make savings. Any cuts we make today will affect that bottom line. So it is possible. All it takes is a bit of spine today and cut out some of those big projects. Number one, Tocha River Bridge, $800,000. It doesn't have to happen. It's not going to be fatal to the Wilderness Trail. Besides which, I mean, it's not going to collapse tomorrow. They're only, for goodness sake, they're not 10-ton trucks going over it. They're bicycles, for goodness sake. Doesn't need to happen. Doesn't need to happen. This absolutely whip it out of the budget. The money for the race course, I 100% disagree with it. That funding is 512,000, I think it is, which is for the consultants to come up with a master plan for the race course recreation area or something. Absolute rubbish. Don't need it. It's not necessary. And at a time when we should be looking at restraint and deferral, that is a classic case that should be off the table. There's too much time. That's my view.
In terms of debt reduction, is asset sales.
Yep. Right, okay, so rates is noted.
We'll come back to
Both of those items on the
Yes, yes. And also noting the improvement in communications that goes out to ratepayers and the general community and the comprehension of that as well.
Sorry, the Chair, Riley, you and I were talking about that, and you suggested, like how easy it is, how we think it would be easy. Remember when we were talking about the swimming pool or the playground, how there's always confusion about what it costs the ratepayers, everything else. when we're doing a project, this sounds like school children stuff, but when you're doing a project, can we not put up a board and say, right, this is what it cost you, the ratepayer, this is what we got from whatever funding, this is, so there's always.
And we have to do a better job selling the story, like with the swimming pool, we've had, the playground, we've now had council staff correcting people in the newspaper with incorrect information. So we need to, at the beginning of the project, we put up a giant sign at the playground or the swimming pool or wherever we're doing something saying, well, this is the project, this is the start date, the completion date, this is how it's funded, all there, black and white for people to see. And you can't argue with it. And they can write in the paper that it's going to cost 1.1 million, the next day 1.5. You know, it's just...
It's a cost blow you'll need a new
people
sign.
just think...
Yes, that's okay.
Nobody else to count. Through your worship, and that is a good idea to put that sign up and to show that. But having said that, I think those halcyon days of the funding that falls from sky like manna from heaven are long gone, and so you ain't going to be seeing that funding again. And as for the Casware playground, it was $1 million. Yes, half of it come from lotteries, but half it come from ratepayers.
Yeah.
And I still say to this day, it was extravagant, it was unnecessary, and it's a waste. It's going to be on ratepayers for years to pay that bloody thing back. We've got a perfectly good playground stuff.
We're not going to get into this argument and debate on this now because that's personal opinions, which is fine, we all have one.
But it's symptomatic of what's happened.
The Lazard Park we didn't create. This one here is replacing an aged playground which has huge support in the community, and we're not going to debate that now because it comes down to personal perception and personal opinion. It's already there, it's a done deal. So, moving on to staffing levels and costs, please.
Well, I did read on Facebook that Simon's on 700,000 a year.
I was starting to read that as well.
You must be able to shout us copies.
We need to put up a sign saying that I should see you gets paid.
Do you want me to make a statement on staffing, Your Worship?
Yes, please.
So staffing, obviously we need to deliver services to our groups and our portfolios. We take this very seriously in terms of headcount. I'm very conscious of this as a topic across the board. We are still the leanest council on the coast. Just to highlight too that the number that's in this annual plan includes those numbers that come from CCOs. Obviously, and that's obviously going to be part of this review. But we pay market rate, so we get it assessed annually as part of strategic pay. We do it on behalf of most local government bodies. We assess our staff against those and obviously pay accordingly. There's a union process I go through annually, biannually now, to make sure that they are well represented and they have the ability to negotiate any increases. So once again, we are staffed at what I would call the optimum level to deliver services and things.
So when you say leanest on the coast, does that mean that we've got less staff than anyone else, or is it less staff per capita?
What I mean by leanest is that if you look at the numbers, the other two councils are a lot higher than ours. It's hard to compare apples with apples because some of them have things in, some people don't have things in. But yeah, in terms of...
That's precisely my point, I guess, that it is very hard to compare.
You'll never be able to fully compare because it's
probably the leanest council. That's really is relevant.
But in terms of delivering the service we need to deliver, I believe we've got the right structure. Obviously, there's a role that we are debating at the moment, but structure to deliver on that service.
Through your worship, I think we're on thin ice to describe ourselves as the leanest council on the coast in terms of staff.
That's excluding consultant use outside of it. So,
well, yeah, there's another can of worms. but when I started sitting around this table 4 years ago, the staffing level was around about 56, 57. Yeah, and now it's 70.
4 years ago.
Yeah, only 4 years ago. It was under 60. And now it's 70, and that's excluding consultants. I think we ought to be careful about comparing ourselves with Graham and Buller, because I think that it could come back to bite us. Plus, I've still got written in my ear the public dissatisfaction survey, which is the worst in history. That was only last year. It hasn't been addressed. So there are factors here that also need to be considered.
I've got, I know how how the staff work in this building, but I guess it's probably poor timing from a ratepayer's view that, and I have had several ratepayers come and see me to say, there's another job advertised at Western District Council, there's another job advertised at Western District Council, when they're looking at this rate rise and then
yeah, but bear in mind, no replacement role.
yeah, I know, but they don't see that. So yeah, I don't have a problem with the staffing issues, but yeah.
And also too, I will note that some of those increases do and are accounted for out of the additional requirements from Wellington as far as monitoring, measuring and reporting. So, you know, a lot of it, some of those positions are generated from requirements out of Wellington, which is grossly unfair to put that pressure on councils as well. Stephen.
Sorry, so how do we compare with our current staff budget compared to rates revenue? That ratio, is that something that we can utilise as a comparison? It's going to be an issue whether we like it or not. It's going to continue to cause angst out of the community, I'm afraid. Trying to make this the most efficient and cost effective.
We can reduce headcount, but the consultant costs will go up. Outsourcing work is where it will go. If you look at the planning department in Greymouth, they have one planning role. All of it's outsourced, their planning, and their cost must be green, so I don't know what the number is. So it's catch-22. You either have it in-house and actually save money, or you actually outsource it.
We've got ratepayers that want both. They want less consultants and less staff.
Yeah.
And less spending and more service.
Less spending.
We're bound by legislation to deliver in 20 working days building consent, resource consent, etc. To be able to do that, you need the turnover to do that.
And that's fine, because that's providing a service which is traceable and has a payment attached to it. But it's, I mean, consultants, we do have to look at that, and I'm not talking the consultants or external. There's a difference between consultants who actually project manage and consultants that actually assist with consents and so forth. So we also need to be crystal clear on what we're talking about and we'll refer to these things, because there's also different price tags that come with them.
Simon, is there a sort of term that covers both consultants and in-house staff, whether it's personnel costs or labour costs or what?
They're not matched together.
No, but is there a sort of cover-all term? I'm just sort of thinking in terms of, because it's neither here nor there whether it's in-house staff or consultants, but just what the general overall percentage of expenditure, what the sort of personnel expenditure, be they staff or consultants, is as a sort of fraction or a percentage of total council expenditure. Because I would imagine that would be fairly constant among comparable councils, whether they happen to be in-house staff or whether they happen to be ring-in consultants.
It'd be dependent on discipline and type of role. You can convert the consultant hours to an FTT equivalent, and they actually work out what that headcount should actually be. I don't have those numbers with me right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because I do think it's something that people like to get rolled up over their cornflakes about in terms of, there's too many staff, etc., but it's only ever going to be proportionate to what the level of spending or overall activity is. And I just wondered if there'd be some way of just showing that in a fairly sterile sort of way, going back 5, 10, 15 years to demonstrate whether there has or hasn't been any variation effectively. So, I don't know.
Yeah, we need to be careful, of course, with careful what you wish for with consultants. I'm aware of one instance, not too far from where we're sitting now, in another council, where the consultant was paid $300 an hour. Consultants
And like I said, it depends on yes, what they're associated with and what they're employed to do, but yes, they don't come with a cheap price tag, that's for sure. So staffing levels and costs, any further comments on that?
Oh, so I've done a good job and I reckon carry on.
Yeah. Staff certainly do, we're certainly not talking about staff performance here, it's talking about staffing levels and costs. There's no two ways that we're talking about staff.
I'll just clarify that, you know, none of us in criticising this is criticising the staff, that's like saying that criticising the hospital care. You know, it's terrible, but but the nurses do a wonderful job. It's the same thing, it's overall, that's what we're talking about.
Yes, absolutely.
Just one last comment, sorry, Richard. I can guarantee there's no slack within my organisation. The team that I have working for me are doing just once again, reinforcing what you were saying, doing a great job. And we are very conscious that when a new role comes up, to make sure it's optimised to its best ability and selecting the right person. Sometimes it's very hard to attract people to the coast as well. And we are getting some great recruits coming through now. So every time it comes up, we raise the bar in terms of expectations.
Right, any further comment on that? No. We again note that, thank you. And what we will do now is stop for a 10-minute break because we're over time. Everybody needs to stretch their legs. This is the little boys' room, sorry. Break for 10 minutes, Councillor Monero. Thank you very much, Councillor Flett. Thank you. We will adjourn for 10. God, 357, I was going to say 352. 357, and first up for discussion is spending, which we kind of have already covered. We do note the comments. It would be fair to say we've taken the comments on board. We are well aware of the sentiment out there. Does anybody want to add anything to that?
I think most of these nice to do projects are referring to as projects that we didn't initiate, just ended up being dealt them from our predecessors. There is some work we could do in the museum, for example. Really, there's nothing that we've got on the table.
Yep.
Most of those points will come up in the next 36 points between now and the process.
Righto. Right, so is everybody happy with that, that we note the comments? We very seriously note the comments, and focus on that. Public toilets, number 18. So I guess the main thing that we've got to look at is the maintaining the opening of the Drummond Hall toilets. Because I think at the moment they have been removed. Is that correct, Simon?
And the plan, they're currently not, yeah.
So there are a few things in here that we need to tidy up. One is the Drummond Hall toilets, are they to stay off the funding, or are they on the funding?
Can we just be reminded of the cost of keeping them in?
Yeah, we're just trying to track down the yarn.
Who's there for ages?
I know.
So the hot water could be turned off. Is this talking for Great Power or Drummond Hall?
I think in general it's a cost saver, I think, but
Is that materials compliant with
Don't know.
hygiene standards?
With the grey cow one, Steve alluded that they pay someone to clean.
Yes.
That's so,
Yes.
I think with the grey cow one, that's,
We grant them money to do it. They pay someone to do it, but there's money that comes from us.
Yes, so going around the levels. The Drummond Hall, I think we should take a warning that we've got from the gallery people that have talked to us, tour operators. I think it's a real threat, and I think it's a mistake to
take them out,
close those toilets, so leave them open. The grey power toilets, we've heard again, how necessary they are, not terribly expensive. They are cleaned twice a day, Steve say?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. And leave them in. The problem that we've got, and the Bazaar Park toilets, as I said before, $4.47 rate power in her ticket is hardly to be begrudged. Put it back. Again, they're cleaned by they handle it all, everything. Yeah, it's not owned by the council, but it's a good service for a popular playground, which was there before. And the other one was I wanted to say was if any toilets were going to be coloured, I would suggest, this might be very popular with some, but those dirty ones down the beach.
Yeah. Do you know they apparently are the most used?
Yeah, but the terrible, smelling, dirty toilets, they're not a good advertisement for her particular at all. People would walk a little bit further if they just want a signpost. That's all they need. They're only well utilised because they're there.
Well, where are the closest ones? It's quite a long walk if you're old or if you've got little kids. So I would rather look at how they can be fixed up.
I would actually say Tinker Street ones would be closer than Sunset Point.
You don't need toilets everywhere, Jim.
The young kids and for elderly people, I think, yeah.
Well, I think you look at other towns and don't have toilet every block. You have to walk. I mean, they're public conveniences, but they're not a public convenience in every corner. And I think if we're trying to save on cleaning costs and operational costs for toilets, that's the one that could be gone. And the other thing is that we made a run for our own backs by accepting all that free money from the government of all these toilets being plonked everywhere up and down the coastline. And we said at the time, this will come back and bite us in the Kumu because you have to, in the end, you're going to have to, they don't clean themselves. You're going to have to be paid to clean them. Hello, here we are, down the track, and we've got an extra toilet cleaning budget.
So I will correct you on one thing, is that we didn't say at the time this was going to bite us in the bottom, because I was here at the time and I actually tried the toilet situation. But and I stand by it. What we actually have supplied is well commented and respected. And I know from travelling up and down through from here down to Haas, those toilets could be placed better. And the feedback I get from people is we've got it right. A lot of places struggle, which is why people stop and visit the bushes. So, but yes, I heartily agree here. Now, the weekend when I was at the finish line of the 100k Ultra Marathon.
Did you do it?
Yeah, I did. I started 2 sections of it and I was at the finish line here at Bears. I didn't want to go into the toilet that was there because I always come in there feeling like I need a high pressure wash. Yeah. So I walked around to the toilets over there and it took me 3.5 minutes. It's nothing. If you need to go, you go, because you don't wait till you're bursting, you go. So, when you look at what we've got here, I mean, but the same can be said for the Zara Park and anything else too, because I mean, basically, when I was a kid and when my kids were little, if we were going somewhere, the kids went to the bathroom before we went. I think these days people get in the car and go somewhere and then think, oh gosh, didn't do that, perhaps I should have. Sometimes it's just a matter of planning what you're doing and when you're doing it. Yeah, I mean, yes, kids are unpredictable, but we've got to think. And I think actually the toilets over there at the Drummond Hall area, when we do the CBD planning as far as buses and camper van parking and stuff, I think that should be factored into that whole planning, because at the moment it keeps them out of town. We don't have the facilities and the parking space and the room in town to accommodate those. So I think at the moment they actually solve a problem that could be worse if we migrate those sort of vehicles into town.
Your worship, for Drummond Hall and another thing they do, of course, is they service the main tourist street. Why would you close them?
So, yes, Councillor Burton.
Through your worship, my only concern, absolutely support having the toilets in Drummond Hall, just from the feedback. I spent a day last week wandering around talking to some of those business owners, and they say the first thing that people come off those buses, they come in the door, they say, where can we go to the toilet? Yep. Go down there, they come back and they spend money. Yep. My only concern with those Drummond Hall toilets is I believe they probably need a refurbishment, and the added cost there, what sort of, do you have any idea how we fund that or what that looks like? Because they really are at the end of their life.
Obviously, as part of Drummond Hall and Drummond Hall itself, that building is priced as used by date. Any upgrade was going to be inclusive of an upgrade in that space if we were going to put it on the same site. We did have a few years ago a relocated toilet, Drummond Hall toilets, but obviously that's been taken out of our future plans now. We don't have a cost to give it a spruce up. Get cost to do that, put it in the capital plan consideration in June.
But that's a separate issue. We're just talking about current funding. I think we should just go with Drummond Hall and Great Bow toilets and just move on to the next thing.
Can we finalise position on the Zara Park?
Yes, we need to. It's on its own, isn't it?
Can we get some understanding as to how we fund these? Some being Great Bow, roughly $5,000. The Zara Park is roughly $10,000 to fund. That's some disparity between one toilet being cleaned in town and one toilet being cleaned some 100 metres away.
I would suggest that if Great Bow can clean it for, was it $5,000 twice a day as a volunteer, I think Zara Park is also cleaned by a volunteer, cleaned twice a day, so there is a disparity.
Yes.
We don't have to fully fund Lions. We can part fund it, as long as we're contributing.
We match the Great Power number.
What I can't work out with Grey Power is if they're going through a roll of toilet paper before 9 o'clock in the morning, how on earth their costs must be higher than what council pays them if they're going through that much toilet paper. You know, I cannot work that out. So
unfortunately, he didn't say whether it was a contingent situation or whether it was a
no, but it must be.
Yeah.
They obviously, if they're so heavily used and they're being cleaned by a paid cleaner twice a day, which is what he told us, they can't even be covering their costs.
After a busload of vehicles.
It did not say ethnics, it's the Asians.
I was trying not to say that.
And also, we don't emphasise the role of toilet paper either, so.
Right, can we just stick to the knitting, please?
Yes. I
Size of roles and everything else.
I think the only issues on number 18 is Drummond Hall and Grey Power.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think they should be put back in.
Yep.
I think they should look at it.
Right, so
Let's vote on it.
commenters, leaving Drummond Hall and Grey Power toilets in. Can I have a show of hands, please? Against? Right, the toilets stay in.
Could I also suggest, Your Worship, that we ask management to have a look at the future of the well-laid toilets?
Yes, I hardly agree because.
We're getting rid of them.
Yes,
Not to upgrade them.
No. I have actually brought that up in the last couple of weeks in conversation, so.
So, Mr Chair, can we have just have some confirmation on what we just did? So we are resolving to leave Drummond Hall and Grey Power toilet.
Reinstate, because it was taken out, so resolving to reinstate Drummond Hall toilet and Grey Power toilets in the, funding. Can I have a mover and seconder, please, for that? Councillor Neil, Councillor, I was going to say Tinker, Councillor Davidson, sorry.
That's all right.
Long day. And Councillor Phelps Jones will vote against recorded. No, thank you. That one, so that's public toilets.
Excuse me,
No, we're doing that with the Lions and with the comment of a review of the World Street toilets.
sorry, just in terms of Paul's comment about the World Street one.
Yes. World Lane.
About getting rid of, how about just reviewing it rather than?
That's what Penny's putting, is that we
Thank you.
review the future of that. He said review, he didn't say get rid.
Good on you, Paul.
So with a review of the World Lane toilets.
I think Jan requested funding to give it an upgrade, minor upgrade.
Eventually toilet, yes.
This is a well-named toilet.
Yeah, there's a bit of money in just to, not to replace the toilets, but just to fix it up.
Clean them up.
To do some painting, replace them instead of.
So is a question to do with the work that Jan's talking about? Yes.
Wouldn't it be better to use that funding to upgrade Drummond Hall toilets?
What sort of figure are we talking now?
I'll have to go check. I think we've got about 50 or 60,000 in there. But when we did the budgets, when we did the budgets, this council requested that we close down the Drummond Hall toilets and fix up the Beach Street toilet, so we can flip it around. I mean,
a liquor paint isn't going to fix the problem with well-laid toilets.
no, well, it's more than a liquor paint. Correct.
So what do you see as being the work for that toilet down there? It's quite structural.
The well-laid toilet.
Yes.
Well, firstly, we need to look at the doors because the doors are getting stuck and the handles are coming off. So we want to replace the doors, put proper hinges on them because the wind comes through there and smashes those doors quite a bit. So they take a bit of hammering. So a bit of an upgrade on that and look at some of the sanitary fittings and like I said, some paint and just look at all the steel. There's a bit of rust and that sort of thing. So it's, like I said, it's not a replacement, it's just going through the toilet, seeing what we can do to prolong the replacement of the toilets and move that out by a couple of years rather than.
So with that, have you started that work and all?
No, that's in plan for the new.
Right,
new
okay.
plan,
So in light of that then, do we want to change direction of that? Because we need to be doing that urgently before that. Otherwise, yeah, we'll start that work and, yeah. So what's the consensus around the table for that funding? Because it is there. Because it's there doesn't mean we're going to spend all of it, but, have you had a look at the Drummond Hall toilets to see what's...
No, because the decision was to keep things flat, so we didn't plan for anything, but I mean, we can go through and get a couple of quotes and see what that comes down to. They are pretty old, but I
Look
would...
at both the toilets, don't
Yes,
we?
yeah.
Let's do a visit to the toilets.
The previous discussion was that because the Wellsland toilets gets the most traffic through it, the call was made to keep them open. But like I said,
Yeah, well, I guess, you know, if the toilet's not there, then people go to the next possible place. It's probably a convenience thing, isn't it, that they're there, and use it. That's a hard one.
You could take an argument to every single.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could. You could. Absolutely, without doubt. So, okay, what's the sentiment then, councillors? We've already sort of said about refurbishing, re-establishing the Drummond Hall loo and continuing with, Grey Pound.
I think we get the review back on presentation on that before we spend any of that money, and then we can go from there.
And often to get some quotes to see what
And on Drummond Hall
cost, that makes sense.
So are we agreeing to reinstate Drummond Hall and Grey Power toilets, haven't we? We've already done that.
Yeah.
And then we want to be reviewing
We need comments back on how much it would cost.
well-laid toilets versus refurbishment of Drummond Hall toilets.
Bear in mind, Councillor, the refurbishment can be part of an LTP conversation, doesn't it? So they can last for another 12 months as well. We can defer that until the LTP conversation.
Yep.
So do you keep that money in the budget to be used if required?
you can do an assessment in any case and see what's needed, and cost that up, and say there's the figures, and then it can be made of this.
That's brilliant, thanks, Jan. So have you got that pen? Yep, very end stage.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jan, very much. So we're reinstating the Drummond Hall toilets and Grey Power toilets and the funding. Moved by Councillor Neil Davidson. Councillor Phelps records his vote against. And Jan will come back to us with a review on upgrading World Lane toilet versus Drummond Hall toilet to a council meeting and
Not versus, and
will that be Jan probably
two toilets.
June?
we just got cost on both.
Thank you.
Right.
And assessment.
Jan will come back to us with a upgrading World Lane toilets and Drummond Hall toilets in June. Yep. Right, yeah, we will. Right, thank you. So we've got that recorded. Right, Lions Club funding.
I propose that the Lions Club toilets costing is the same as the Grey Power. They want 5,000, isn't it, towards their toilets?
Yes. Yeah. So you want to propose that?
What does Lions Club want towards their toilet costing?
10,200 plus GST.
Yes.
10,000.
Through your worship, can we ask Jan what it does cost council to clean one of their own toilet pans in Hokitika for some sort of comparison? Because we've got one group saying it's costing 5,000, we've got one group saying it's costing 10, 11 or whatever. What is it costing council to employ their contractor to clean a pan in Hokitika?
It also depends whether it's contracted or voluntary work. That's the challenge.
For a contract.
So for Cass Square, which is a 6-span toilet, we pay $8,023 a month during the winter, where we do one clean a day, and $10,168 during the summer, where we do 2 cleans a day. So that's a 6-span toilet.
That's a month, 6 pans, so divided by 6.
48,000. So the total bill's what? Was that 67?
Worked out the cost per pan.
1,600 a month in the height of summer, 2 cleans a day for 10k divided by 6 toilets.
I just reiterate my point of view that it's irrelevant what it costs in true dollars to clean this community toilet. It's just a matter of what we get to contribute. I agree with Donna, we should just chuck in $5,000 as a contribution to clean the toilet and just stick to the already agreed $2.5 grand grounds maintenance. Done. And that's it, $7.5 grand, as we can do.
So the concern is,
no, it's very relevant because it's this is discretionary, whereas our own toilets, we have to clean them.
Yes.
We don't have a choice.
So when you say you have to spend $8,000 a month,
Information is still done. I should take that decision.
Through worship, I mean, we have contracts done with the Deliberations and Harry, where the locals clean the contract and how much they pay. There is a rate, isn't there?
Sorry, I'm the winter period from May to September is $8,000. Per month is $2,400. Sorry about that. That's what we do today.
So, yeah, does that equate out, as Paul's just asked about the communities further south, as in Harry, Whataroa and Cranes, well, everybody down there. So is it the same rate per pan clean worked out?
It's basically the same rate for the cleaning, but we do pay a bit more to get the consumables from the paper down to some of the.
Right. Okay, so what does it work out per pan?
Depending on what number we're getting, the change in the numbers.
So shouldn't that be, Your Worship, shouldn't that be the benchmark? From what we paid then, it should be what we pay for the Zara Park.
Not the benchmark for down south, because as down south, there's a cost to get consumables there. So it's $400 per pan, what's that, per month? Is that right? Yeah. Okay, so $400, how many pans at the Zara Park? One.
$4,800 a year.
4,800 per year.
Great Power saying.
Which is in line with Grey Power, exactly.
Yes, just one toilet for $8,000.
Yes, external. And there's one at the Zara Park. That's,
That's
yeah, right,
what
it's a benchmark, yes.
Exactly, and that was what I was trying to get at. If the figures actually add up to what we are paying Grey Power, then good.
Yes, yes, one toilet.
So who provides the consumables? All Zara Park and
We do. They do.
And so for Harry and Whataroa, who pays the consumable?
They get a grant as well, so they pay their consumables. We buy consumables for the toilets that we clean.
And on top of the $400?
Yes. Right, so that's for the cleaning.
So that's the difference. That's what I'm saying. How can Grey Power possibly be breaking even at $4,000, $5,000? Because consumables and paying a cleaner, that's what I mean.
They don't pay cleaner.
He told us today, he said they pay a cleaner.
Inside.
I think the cleaner is probably paid a very token payment.
But yes, we do have to be consistent across the board. Down south is the freight, the cost of getting consumables there. So what are we sitting at then for the Zara Park toilet and Grey Power toilet?
Well, we've already decided on Grey Power.
Your Worship, would it be the 4,800?
Yes.
Plus consumables? That would be fair, with what we pay to.
My only concern with the Zara Park is the fact that that place is hired out a lot, which gives them access to that same toilet, so we've got to be sure that we're not subsidising the cost of those consumables and the cleaning through the rental.
There's 3 internal toilets that supply the whole.
So they don't use that external toilet?
In between.
Right, okay.
They would use the external toilet if they were in a wheelchair.
It's
an
a
accessible
right,
toilet.
okay.
That toilet, is that open, what time is it open?
Open 24/7, it doesn't have.
No, I read somewhere it's open 9 to 5, didn't
I've never seen 5.
I? Did I read that?
8 hours, something like that.
Or was Grey Power 9 to 5?
Right, so where do we sit with this, councillors?
Fair is fair, I guess we need to find a consistent number that each pan is paid to community groups so that you've been a consistent model to run.
Do we have any idea of consumables per pan?
I don't have it with me, but I can do it.
Oh, seems overly complicated. Why don't we just
Yeah,
make
it's not fun, I think so.
Otherwise,
Yep.
we'll have to rate for it, depending on how many toilet rolls they use. Let's just make it a flat $5 grand.
Yeah.
And £2.5 grand for ground maintenance, job done.
But then that's not fair, then, is it? Because that's not what we're paying elsewhere.
It doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter.
It's just,
Doesn't matter. Wouldn't it be-
it's just what we're prepared to contribute.
Through your worship, wouldn't it be easier for us simply to go back to Lions and do a little bit of negotiation? £5 grand, that's what we pay for the water and Harry for the clean of these, and then there's consumables on top of that. How much consumables can improve it is from that toilet. And I'll say, oh, well, $1,500 a month. There you go. Not that difficult. I mean, they're the ones that are going to know, aren't they, as to have, the cost of the consumables.
Well, they won't, because they'll buy it all together.
But they should also, with everything else.
We know that some if we supply them to Harry Herring for a rower and the likes, we know that per pan roughly we spend this much per month, this much per year per pan, and we can report back to that number.
That's use.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And water would be in Harry would be fairly well used.
Yes, because they have water buses.
Yeah. And Bazaar Park, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Do you know what your consumable bill looks like down there?
22,000.
Just for the.
What is Harry Harry's?
You use that toilet all the time.
What is it? You don't know what you pay for consumables?
No.
Loo paper and cleaners? Right, okay.
See, I mean, in terms of the Lions Club, I would assume they've got 4 pans there, so they would divide their consumable bill by 4. That would be the only way they could work it out.
They'll be able to tell you tomorrow
Count
how much they pay for consumables to have one toilet that's open to public.
The per plan cost for cleaning isn't always relevant either, totally, because it takes that long to go and clean one toilet there. If you're gonna go and clean 3 toilets there, go get 5,000 to use for that one, 15,000 for that, what a deal.
Same amount of travel.
I'd clean that, yeah. So, and just the time and effort of going there, so just the cost when you're working it out.
That's the one toilet you're talking.
I'm just talking in general about adding it up, so probably with the Lions, I don't know if they clean that individual toilet plus those 3 at the same time. They're just saying it's, yeah, task if there's other ones there as well.
So then I would imagine that the cleaning the public toilet daily.
Yeah, quite possibly.
We're just presuming here, councillors, and we don't know. So what's the sentiment? What are we going to be doing? We're just going in circles here discussing what we don't know.
Our park's open to the public 9 AM to 5 PM, 7 days a week.
Right. So it's not after hours. Okay. Right, so starting at the top, grounds maintenance, is that agreed on that that's 2,500 plus just? Is it
In line with the current agreement.
in line with, yes, there's no change to the current agreement?
Yeah.
Maintenance of Bazaar Park Community Garden, they've put a request in for 5,000 plus just. 1370 per day, I don't think it's a daily job.
Yeah, it used to be voluntary, didn't it?
Yes, yes, and I think it probably should still be.
Do you want to vote on each of these individual costs?
No, I'm just wanting to see, well, we could do, but I really wanted to get a gauge on what's in and what's out, and agreeance.
Well, I just, it's not maintenance of the garden. I just support funding the existing commitment to the grounds maintenance, and I saw somehow a cap of about £5 grand on the toilet.
That's consumed.
It's your peril.
Right, so Stephen, you're putting the recommendation forward at 2.5 grand plus just for the grounds maintenance and 5,000 plus just for the toilet at the Bazaar Park.
Well, I'd like to float that and see what everyone thinks.
So what's the consensus around the table, please, councillors?
Just inflation adjusted.
If you want to go with 4,800 plus consumables, it's not going to split things about.
I just wonder, we should use the fairness in that we're expecting to clean the toilets at Harry, and we throw them $5,000, plus we provide them with the consumables for it, or the money for provide consumables. But at Bazaar Park, we're going to throw in $5,000 which way run. Where's the fairness in that?
Because Lazar Park started as a Lions asset volunteer organisation, whereas the Harry Harry one.
No, there's only one lot of toilets in Harry, not 10.
Well, not necessarily, and also the throughput of the toilets in Harry Harry far out exceeds Lazar Park.
Yeah.
Far out exceeds by multitudes of tens. You're probably looking at, through the summer period, over 100 odd people, more than that actually, 4 buses. You're looking at close to 200 odd people plus per day through there every day for the peak of summer. That's high usage. So I think the fact that they get assistance with their consumables is quite justified. So where do we sit, please, councillors?
Look, I don't mind splitting hairs over consumables. The rationale behind what my thinking is that Lions is a well-oiled fundraising machine, quite different from any other community group, and I'm sure they can cover the consumables. But we can sit here till 6 o'clock debating.
We're not going to be doing that.
They are covering,
assure you.
they are covering the labour, aren't they?
But they're a volunteer group, that's right.
Okay, so
we could turn around and say there's 5,000 for consumables to cover their donated time and cleaning that toilet.
Say that again, Helen.
it's risky.
Helen, say that again.
We could say there's $5,000 to cover consumables to cover their voluntary cleaning of that toilet.
Yeah.
Just for the Lions.
Yes.
We give Grain Power $5,000 for their toilet.
They provide their own consumables.
And they, yeah.
We drafted this plan at 0 and they talked us into $5,000, you can have that and walk away.
More democracy.
It's all lobbying.
With those wilderness trail, how do the toilets on the?
Oh, don't start.
We do need to be.
Give them $5,000.
That would be a junior item 21.
We're just
Yeah,
talking
but we need
about
to consider
Lions.
that at the same
No,
time.
we don't.
No,
Only our toilets.
I think Lions covering Grain Power and the 2,500 for the grounds at Laser Park should be covered off here.
Yes, I do take it. Yes, and then we'll go to Wellness Trail.
Or we might need to, whatever we decide there, might have to find.
Someone knows
Your worship.
Councillor.
Stephen's got a motion on the table still
Yes.
from his previous piece.
So, where are we at now, please? We have got this coming forward, we've got 2.5 for grounds maintenance, 5,000 for the cleaning of the toilet, including consumables. Where does it talk about training, please, everybody?
Yeah, we're good with it.
Okay, can I have a show of hands who supports that, please?
Can you repeat that motion, please?
Oh, yeah, they should be.
2,500 for ground maintenance, 5,000 for the cleaning of the toilet. Support, please. Against? Abstaining? Okay, 2 abstentions, 2 votes against. Do you want your voting recorded against?
One abstention, 2 against.
Sorry?
1 abstention. You said 2.
Oh, sorry.
One abstention.
Did I say 2? Sorry.
2 against, 1 abstention.
I'll record mine.
All right. So that is the consensus of the day, and the maintenance of Lazar Park Community Garden has been removed or denied. Say.
I'll be excused to go to the toilet.
Pardon?
I'll be excused to go to the toilet.
Make sure it's clean.
Take your own toilet paper. Have you got that pen? Move for Lee Davidson. Councillor Bootham. Abstention. Philipson there recorded against. Yep, that's the funding granted to Alliance, and the community garden is not funded.
Grounds maintenance.
And the ground. Of those, yes, that's correct.
Is that going ahead?
Yes,
Yeah, okay. And then that's not one.
that's not. Garden has been denied funding. Okay, section 2 of this is the funding for the completion of Lazar Park Hall strengthening, extension and resilience upgrade. We do not need to be spending or want to be spending. We need to have tight discussions on this, please. We can stick to the knitting. Yes, Paul?
In this time of restraint, or trying to show some restraint this afternoon, I don't think it's possible. And I think what's really necessary is to strengthen that unsafe wall.
Funding's available.
Yeah. I support that too.
The kitchen's fine, I mean, it's a bit pokey, but it's a good little kitchen. Yes, lovely little kitchen.
So, just on that recommendation that Paul's put forward, I support also the funding for them to do the wall. We don't know whether they can do that out of that remaining.
No, so the funding for the Better Off was to do a major kitchen upgrade, etc., etc. So that's what's been signed off by the department.
Yeah.
So to change that is too late. So they would have to forfeit the remaining funding and give back lotteries funding as well. The wall is actually, it's not non-compliant at this stage. So that could be a future project, a future funding application. They could do on their own back.
Have we not chosen to reallocate other Better Off funding though?
Sorry?
Have we not chosen to reallocate other Better Off funding, beach access and things like that? Could that conversation not be had that the existing money allowed for, so we look at something that we use to strengthen the wall?
That is the same project, so reallocating is to a different project generally.
Repurposing the project.
We've got to lock this down by the end of this month in terms of the allocation. So to get a quoted price to do that wall, etc., won't happen by the end of this month. So I can't see how it can be reallocated within the same project.
And just
time frame.
Also, the lotteries funding was based on the fund doing the complete project as well. So they won't be able to proceed at all for the Better Off funding.
What is in
No, we're supposed to reallocate.
So Lions have already spent some of that Better Off funding allocation.
Yeah.
So what happens with it if it hasn't gone into that work?
So that we're not required to return that. But I've got a resource consent, building consent, so that project still can be done at a future state, which they can use that information or that material for.
Right. Right. So.
Do you want to make a comment?
So with that, I take it that we effectively are respectfully declining the request.
Well, it's just a backup anyway.
Well, it is, and there's too many,
What happens to backups? What happens to backups? Will end up being number one.
That's right.
Yeah.
but it's relying on too much other funding.
They've got lots of work to do before
Yes.
we get that in this part, so we'll decline it at this stage.
So, again, recommendation from this is that we decline that funding for the completion of the Lazar Park Hall strengthening, extension and resilience upgrade. So consensus around the table, please. All in favour? Right, Councillor Luton's abstaining. Jane? Oh, so it's unanimous to support that. And abstaining by Councillor Luton.
Did they get a second quote for the
No.
building work?
No.
They've got a meeting here if they didn't get anyone else involved.
Sorry?
Maybe they should try it.
Yes,
The first time it went out to tender, there was no one. The second time.
Yeah, it depends on what jobs they've got on, doesn't it?
We will actually need a mover and a seconder for that, won't we? Like everything else. So sorry, can I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Beard, Councillor Monero. Thank you. We know all in favour was aye, so that's carried. One abstention. Thank you. So the next one on the subject is the racecourse development, which we've noted. It is on the agenda at the next council meeting. So we will roll that to there. It is on the agenda for the next council meeting, so I think discussion here at the moment is not going to give us any gains. We've noted the comments, we know what the sentiment is that presented today.
It'd be interesting to know what are the sentiments of councillors in light of that, given that if we were to cut $512,000 out of that budget, it's going to affect the bottom line.
Well, I think we need to wait till we've got to the council meeting at the end of this month, because more information will be put to councillors then, and then we can make an informed, constructive decision. At the moment, it's only opinion based on limited information.
Yeah, there's no further committee meetings, so there's no further cost going to be incurred on that until we discuss it in May.
This month.
Oh,
This month.
oh, okay, sorry.
Next week, week
Yes,
after.
yes. So that's what I'm saying, we can have a discussion now, it's not, yeah.
Serious, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Yes, that's been changed.
Because as Councillor said, there's no more committee meetings, there's no more else.
No more comments.
No, this month, and it's on the agenda, and yeah, so we'll have a discussion there, and take a plan forward there. West Coast Wilderness Trail. So certainly the sentiment is to shelve the new bridge. And again, there's too many anomalies of that. We don't know what it's going to cost. We don't know what the engineering review is of it for.
So we're close to having a final review. Yeah. Carol can give you an update.
Through the chair, Your Worship. Yes, I have approached WSP to give us a final end date for when that bridge is going to be at its end of life, trying to keep it safe. That's coming shortly. The original review that we had done on that bridge for maintenance services was that it's going to be quite a few $1 million over quite a short time to upgrade that particular bridge. However, we are looking and reviewing different options of putting an alternative for a lot less cost and longer maintenance.
Would it use some of
Just to
the
clarify.
existing structure?
Sorry?
Would it use some of the existing structure?
At this stage, no.
So just to clarify, councillors, until we have all the engineering information in front of us, that funding that we have in the annual plan won't be spent until we have a clear direction of council. So it is a placeholder only, so it's not allocated to anything at this stage other than doing design work and engineering. And then it'll come back for council decision.
Through Your Worship, with respect to now, maybe time now to make a decision and cut it out of the budget, defer it or whatever, but it's not a necessary expenditure in these constrained times. Cut it. Now. Not wait for a report, not wait for engineers' reports, cut it out and then going forward, we can reassess how much it's going to cost for a replacement, etc. But but to put $800,000 when we've just been pinching pennies about toilet paper is pretty ridiculous.
Huge.
Mr. Worship, we're happy to take it out of the annual plan. We can a discussion comment in the LTP if it requires any further comment.
Yes.
What is the appetite? Sorry, Councillor Manera.
It is a heritage bridge and it's the longest one in Summits Hemisphere. The only one like that.
The last four stand Howard Trust Bridge, yeah.
Is there any chance of outside funding to save it or?
There's always a chance of funding, but it requires a strong business case. Just bear in mind that MB supplies, based on application, $300,000 a year for projects. It's capped per council or per major vote right. So we would need at least 2 years worth of dedicated funding to even pay half of the likely cost. But there is potentially mechanisms and fundraising and all sorts of things. It can be reinstated in a future project. And so at the moment, if the appetite's not to proceed, which I would concur with, we can always bring this up as a future project.
Have we explored options of ensuring rather touch crossland?
Yeah, bear in mind that's quite a cost in itself. There is road reserve that cuts back through, I suppose it's about half a kilometre north. It can come back to the state highway, but you've still got to be on the state highway all the way back to Ross from there.
To be fair, that's far better outcomes than I think a dead end trail, which is
Yeah, huge economic loss for Ross.
Oh, we wouldn't.
Ross because
It wouldn't.
Economic loss for Ross.
Yeah, it wouldn't stop there. It's probably stop further up.
which is even worse.
No.
It's all hypothetical, let's just remove it from the plan and see what the best options are.
Yes, because there's a lot to be researched, lot to be looked at. We've got to look at sponsorship, we've got to look at other heritage options of funding. There's a lot of options that have to be considered and investigated.
Submission.
Yeah.
Submission.
So what are you saying here?
take it for review.
Just take it out of the annual plan.
Well, not
Put it
plan,
back
must-
in.
like it's still-
We just don't know how much it's gonna cost.
So
It seems that they don't want to spend that much money, and I can understand it.
So support around the table for removing that from the budget.
I'll move it.
Seconder, councillor Gillett, all in favour? Show of hands, please.
Yes, I'm not sure actually.
No, I'm not sure on that one either.
Three abstentions.
I've probably got a bit of a conflict of
Interest.
That's the council worship.
I needed to go back through that again. So Donna, you want to abstain because of that?
I think so.
Right, okay, if you're doing that, so, show of hands in support of the motion, please.
Based on
1, 2,
heritage,
3,
based on
4,
outside
5,
funding.
6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in. And Brian, are you in or out?
Was your hand up, Helen?
Yes.
Oh, I can't. I'm a Ross Floyd, I can't go.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'm just abstaining, but
Yep, no, that's gone, that's gone. And 2 against, and you're abstaining. 2 abstentions. You're in.
I'm against.
You're against, yeah. Jane and councillor, sorry. Right.
Who you got in? How many you got in?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
5.
yeah.
5, it's a done deal, it's out of the budget.
But
But there will be more
is
work
going
to be
be
coming
done.
forward.
Yeah.
There will be more work in the long term, yes.
Just to reassure council, we'll bring the detailed reports back to council, just to make you aware of the challenges that are with the bridge and potential alternative route.
We're jumping ahead of ourselves with putting it in when we don't know what the consequences are,
Correct.
alternatives are, and if there's anything else available. And I'm quite sure that Jackie could get involved and see if there's any other funding available.
Well, she would,
Heritage.
she's already highlighted
Yeah.
that she'll be happy to.
Yeah, yeah. So
fundraise.
let's push for those.
And if Earl got notice that all of a sudden tomorrow we're not allowed to use that bridge, we need to know, but.
Yeah.
There will be a decision as part of this conversation.
So, councillor Manera, what's?
Well, I don't think the ratepayers should be paying for it, but if we can get outside funding or something like that, you know.
Yeah, so the motion is to remove it from the budget, but more remove from the annual plan, sorry, with more investigative work to funding options
alternative access.
and alternative access on that one. So everybody happy with that? Yep, cool, okay. Now, Picky Whiter building,
Dissolved on that one.
we've actually already resolved.
Result, is that what you want?
Yes, we have.
We can resolve.
We've resolved that. Housing. Housing, well, it's got housing, but it's got consenting should be easier.
So these are the points I've taken from the submissions.
Yes, I know, but housing consenting should be easier. Literally, the housing title, but we note that as a point, consenting should be easier. For that, point noted for 23. Investment in public spaces, again, we can note that. Building and resource consent processes. That's points noted, and we are dealing with that through the creation of a Planning and Regulatory Services Committee. Re-establishment of. Over to the museum.
Public information.
Sorry.
What's that? That's in the public now.
What's that?
A subcommittee, a committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hokitika Museum. We have resolved to progress the fit out of the museum. It is on the agenda for this month. And I have asked that we review it in total as far as capital and operational expenditure in that project. It's a huge amount of money, and that building should be open to the public, in my sentiment. We need to go over that with a fine tooth comb, that's my personal opinion. Happy to discuss further. I'll just take councillor Manera first.
Have we finished the cycle trail? Like, that's like, we did the bridge, but there's money there getting put into it too, like $60,000 grant and all that we go to for that.
Oh, sorry, that's the trust.
All the tourism fund and all that, you know, where that
Sorry.
money goes.
The trust, yes, sorry. Can we come,
Sorry,
There was a wee bit of.
right, we'll go back, we'll drop back, we'll quickly drop back to the other comments on the trust, sorry.
Emma, could you scroll back up, please? 21, Emma.
She might not be here.
Emma, can you go back to 21?
I guess the big thing with this is that from when it was created, the trust was created, is it still fit for purpose for where it's at now? Is it serving for purpose? Does it need to be?
The conflict of interest, I think, needs to be reviewed.
Yeah.
Do we put that in the tourism commercial rate long-term plan review like we had with several other topics there already?
Yes. Because it was noted by the submitters, the speakers. They brought that in.
Yes, I support some sort of new structure or realignment of fit for purpose. The trust and the maintenance somehow being combined instead of having a trust managing and collecting money for marketing, and then you've got this hash thing where we've got our maintenance team going to be contracted to West Roads, and that's all funded separately. I think it's time to have a big review about how the trail's managed and funded and maintained.
I agree with that too. Consensus around the table?
Agree.
I support Stephen's comment.
Yep. Okay, can I have a move and second on that, please? Just to make sure we cover this. Thank you, Councillor Beard. All in favour? Right.
Yep.
So that is that we review the current structure of the trust and performance and effect.
Jane, you asked
just
about
the trust
the toilets.
Yeah.
But the
Well, the trust
toilets-
manages the trail, so.
No, they're not one and the same.
No, they're not. All right, so trust and trail.
The trust, the trail and
Trust and
maintenance.
trail.
Yep. Trust, trail and maintenance.
And maintenance.
What about the tourism fund? Can we change that?
Sorry? Yeah, just and maintenance.
We're doing.
Well, I'm talking about
So the trust and the trail encompasses
We've already
everything.
resolved tourism.
In conjunction with
Which
the
is
review
how
of the
they fund
tourism.
it.
Right. It's in there. Thank you. Right, so we've got that covered off now in its entirety. Sorry about that, Brian. Councillor Manera. So back to the Hokitika Museum, please. Sorry, trying to keep you all confused at this late time of the day. Councillor Manera.
We've been told to cut off. Here's our chance. We can't compete with round the road. So this is a chance to cut off.
I think he's talking about the Manamu pathway.
What are you talking about? I don't want to name anyone, but so here's our chance.
They are big figures.
We'll cut it right back, yeah.
Councillor Gillette.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Manera. I think the 1.48 million odd that's allocated from the previous council, there's an opportunity here to reassess that spend. I think the building it's unfortunate just sitting there with the climate air going 24/7 from what I gather. And we don't have any exhibits in it. It's sitting there empty and we've got exhibits in Pakiwatara. Doesn't make sense. There must be an easy way we can get this thing up and running, people in the door, and not go down the grandiose path and save some real ratepayer funds here.
Paul.
I agree with the news comments before. Although we approved a few months ago the budget for that was before we knew how much the rates were going to blow out.
Yep.
Now we know how much the rates are going to blow out, and they're going to really hurt people, and people are frightened about how they're going to actually find another $30, $40 a week to cover the rates.
Yep.
And we're talking about, this, it seems extravagant, but the budget it's a very large budget. It can be cut, in my view, and the time frame can be substantially shortened.
Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Paul, for that. Appreciate that, because I know how passionate you are and how fond of the project you are. So I appreciate the honesty in your comments there. So
I'd just like to see the doors open.
Yes.
Next school. I just think the doors need to be open.
They do need to be open. I'd like to see it open for the next tourism season at the end of this year, to be honest, because it's a beautiful building just standing there, going to waste.
They had an example across the road
Yes.
of what could be done, and it was great. Just simple, good stuff.
Coming to May.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, it's a small town museum that used to be really well done, until it was closed because of the earthquake. But it was done on small Northern grant, and it was done really, really well.
It was.
And I just don't see any reason why a lot of those exhibits that were in there previously can't just be blow the dust off them and put them back in there on display. People will love it as they loved it when it was last opened. And that includes the Meccano future, my add.
Yep, okay, so we'll take that as noted, because as I said before, it is on the agenda for the end of May, and we can have a full and frank discussion then. So if everybody's quite happy with that, we'll note it. No, we will be looking at that at the council meeting at the end of the month, if everybody's happy with that.
But that would be under the understanding of a clear.
I've got it down as a review of the funding, operational and capital expenditure that's earmarked for it.
And time.
Yes, and time frame, yes.
And with any of these staff reports that are coming back, they will include comment as to the consultation that's just happened?
Sorry?
Any reports that come back from staff on any of these topics, they should include the consultation result. So as part of the report, that would be appropriate to say in the annual plan consultation, there's a strong feeling towards doing that.
But we do know what those are, and we need to take that into consideration when we discuss.
But ideally, it would be part of the staff report as well as extra comments.
No, it is part of the staff. It's our responsibility to represent the ratepayers that voted us in. So to me, it's our responsibility to take notice of their comments and have them in consideration when we deliberate on that topic.
Yeah, I don't think it's
appropriate
background information to come back from the staff reports.
I think probably at the council meeting at the end of May, that the councillors need to have those specific points that are on the agenda covered by having those points with them too. So we'll just note that rather than take an action on it, knowing that the discussion is going to be at the end of the month. So contractors and consultants. I think we're all in agreement there. We can note that. The comments that are there. Does anybody want to take that further? Yes, we did. So we'll note the comments there.
Quite a few of these are just comments that are made and move on.
Yep. Budgets, noted. Consultation process, noted again. Yeah. We did follow the Act, but we have to be mindful of section and time and impact. So certainly noted those comments going forward. Significant natural areas, SNAs, noted. Yes, no, I didn't say that. But yes, house water supply. This has been up for discussion for quite some time, where they are wanting, a limited number of residents are wanting an exemption to the residual disinfection chlorination. And the costs involved with that and the avenues taken that has been declined. And this is the same people coming forward wanting more work done there.
Do we have a quantum for that section of the community that are in support, or?
Oh, only from me having conversations with members of the community down there.
Would it be one person in favour of the chlorination? I think.
Oh, there's quite a few that aren't phased. Aren't phased about it, no. Yes, they have residents there, they have houses there. I think the biggest issue has been that they need to go into the houses that are uninhabited and turn the taps on and let it run. And get rid of that odour first and foremost, but there's a drive for that. There's a hell of a cost. Nowhere else has got the exemption. Is it that other one that Lily got there was?
There was one applied for Selwyn District Council, but the amount of water monitoring to actually exclude it is actually cost more than actually including chlorination.
So door one is chlorinate, door two is you don't have to chlorinate.
Mainly because of the fear factor that
those.
goes with
Yeah.
it, so it does put off going down that track.
But if it then becomes a choice between a pristine water.
Yeah, but there would have to be a targeted rate for that community.
Yeah, I understand that. I think they all understand that. And if it becomes a choice between that pristine water and stinky chlorinated water, I think, I think they would, it'd be interesting to know how they would vote at the House committee. When were those approaches made to the government or Taumata about seeking exemptions? Because the rules around those exemptions, of course, were all part of the three waters from the previous government, and they were obviously couched in a way to make it extremely difficult for anyone to get around them.
Through the chair, Your Worship, that wasn't actually the case. The abolition of chlorination, and that's brought about because of Havelock North event where people died. The three stages of treating the water is filtration, UV, which all our plants had, and chlorination has been placed upon us to actually do that. And I strongly suggest that we don't remove chlorination. Because you're putting, it's potential of putting people at risk. It happened before, and it can happen again.
Well, with respect, hasn't happened in the past, and we've drawn it for 15 metres down in the house riverbed. I don't think it can be prepared to have a lot more. And I think if the House people ask for an exemption, we should explore that possibility thoroughly. And
if I can, it hasn't been on behalf of the community, it's been led by two people. And when I looked at the signatures they had, and most of them weren't from Haast.
Okay, there was a petition.
Yes, there was, and there was a lot that did not come from Haast, that didn't have properties in Haast.
Okay. Well,
so until we see something a bit more structured on the actual requirements of that community, and I'm going to be down there shortly, so I'm going to be talking to them about it.
My understanding was that the Haast people were pretty well united, but they...
I think it depends on who you talk to with that one, but I'm going down there shortly.
Even if there is consensus among the community, we would then have to go and argue with the Boffins up in Wellington, who would pay for that? Would the House community pay for the legal costs? Would the entire rating base? It'd be a David versus Goliath struggle, and it would probably end up in the same place anyway. Like, I don't like it being forced on people, but...
It may not,
do need to keep
going.
Yeah.
Yes, it may not, Councillor Phelps, because the government has changed since those rules were brought in, and the current government is possibly more relaxed about these possibilities. We don't know until you go down that road.
No, it's quite right, but there is quite a significant cost involved with applying for an exemption as well. So I'll go down to Haast and have that conversation with the wider community, and we'll go from there. I'll bring back those findings. It won't be in the next couple of weeks when I'm down there, but I will be down there I'm down there in the end of the first week of June, so.
Well, and I think it's something that we should definitely be keeping our minds open to. I agree with people. I was talking to Sam Broughton when he was here, and they looked into it, and I don't know the details, but as a summary, he said it would cost $350 per ratepayer, per household, to have the pipes and everything sorted, so they didn't need chlorination, and that was going to be every year forever. I suspect there'd be lots of people that would be quite willing to pay $350 a year not to have chlorination.
It's a larger rating.
Oh, absolutely. I know. Yeah, I don't know all the details, and so just talking about where it is. But it's something that we should be open to at least looking at and getting factual costings for the communities.
Noted on that one. Right, next one is the library. We'll note the comments there. Doc funding, note the comments there. That's a conversation that's already been had with Wellington. Targeted tourism promotions rate, we've already discussed that. So we'll note the comments there and refer that back to earlier discussion. Sorry? Yes, review and tidy up in the LTP next year. Councillors, we'll note the comments here.
Can I say something?
Sorry, yes, sorry.
I think Ross has got a lot more in common with South Western than it has Otira, and I reckon that should be changed around.
What should be changed around?
Well, it's in the, it's in the northern wards, so they're in with Otira, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think it's the northern wards, everything northern population.
Yeah, it's based on population. It's not, we don't have any family.
Stephen, too, in our population.
Yes, we're doing the representation. Sorry, can we just have?
Just remind councillors you've already signed off the representation review.
Sorry.
Yeah. Recycling. Noted.
Emma, could you please move that up a little bit?
Community rating zones.
3 ratepayers from between around Waimea Creek have all commented around the boundary lines and the important to the particular community as opposed to the Kamara one. They're in the Kamara school zone, so they go to Kamara and that should align that. I don't know if that now's the time to look at that, or when we look at tidying things like that up at another stage. But that's also similar to what Kane's raised out the gully, is where those lines fall and how that's funded. So I think we need to look at that.
Does it need tidying up, you think, the rating zones? Because there is that anomaly that's considered of raters, isn't it?
Rating zones?
The community rating zones.
That K.
That K Godfrey brought up.
No, it's not a rating zone, it's a targeted, special targeted rate for expenditure expenditure or funding towards their community hall, township development fund, and the fire station and things like that. So it's not a community rating. For some reason, it started being called a rating zone, but it's not. I found something back from 2008, and it said keep the special projects rate for Cookatorangi.
We need to rename.
So it's not a community
No,
rate.
so we need to tidy up the naming of it.
Yeah, so we just need, I've asked them to do that in the final document.
Thank you.
The other part of that was the 3 submissions around from north of the Iowa River, where they're pulled the Hokitika community, but they're in the Kamara school
Yeah,
um,
so
zone.
they probably come here for using the amenities.
Their points are they would go to Kamara as soon as they're taking their kids to Kamara.
They don't have a theatre there, and they don't have a swimming pool there, and things like that.
And I think the school zone has just been put in place. I think
The host one has changed.
Yeah, well, I think that's been changed, so that's what's caused that.
Change ratings on just schools and so on.
Well, you're saying if they go to that town, then they're better suited to that town than they're going to if they're going to the kids to school. You guys have those facilities, not those in Hokitika.
Just back to the Kokorai Kotirangi rate, special rate, the comments around them not being provided with information by council, council not being clear with them about where the funds go and how they're spent is not actually true. Helen and I, and possibly Jane, did you come out to that meeting? No, Helen and I went out to a meeting 18 months ago, just not long after we were elected, and they started talking about this. Council keep increasing the rate, but we don't get any more money and what have you. I came back to Leslie, got all the figures, and it was passed on to the committee. So they had the full breakdown of how much was collected and how much was expended. And we worked out that they were actually getting more.
Yeah.
They actually were getting more than what had been collected from there. Yeah, so the spend was higher than the collection. So they have had, the committee have had that.
Just to highlight too, I know the comments were made regarding providing information, and it was only a week before us finalising the report, so the request for information was massive, as you can see in terms of when you get that information, and we've provided what deems smoke and mirrors, but we've provided her the feedback she's asked for. We did fast track the requirement process to make sure it was done before the for this thing, obviously.
And at the end of the day, like I said to Leslie earlier, the community asked for that rate to be put in place. If they no longer want to pay it or have it collected, they need to tell us and we'll take it away.
All the township development rates are all community led. It's their rate. They get targeted rated for it. If they don't want to pay it, they just need to tell council that we want to withdraw from this in the annual plan process. But then they can increase it, decrease it, really down to that community.
How often do they get reminded that that's up to them?
They're reminded annually as part of the, so when they say they've had it for the same for 10 or years, it's entirely in their hands to ask for more or ask for less. Because if there's a target rate, they pay for it at the end of the day. If the community wants it, you know.
Thank you for that. Right, Three Waters. Noted. Noted. More points. LGNZ membership. Noted. We have already funded. Greymouth has gone the same way as us, and Christchurch will make their decision this afternoon. So, yeah, so change the report. Eyesight. Sorry, Jane.
So just we went through rather quickly before with the recycling. We've said noted, but they've actually asked us to do something, and I wonder if that could also be looked at with local charities in relation to recycling rubbish. It's a wee bit like the costs on the sports fields. So all community groups can we look at what their fees are, should they be different or not at some point? Round up on all of that.
I don't understand what your question is regarding recycling.
They were asking for rates, different, cheaper rates for recycling for community groups.
So that's under the fees and charges for.
Yeah, it is, but it's like when we charge for Cass Square, we charge the rugby club, whatever. So whenever we're charging community groups, it might be good for building, raising, we could charge raising, whatever those are. Should community groups and charities be charged less? And I know that it puts the price up, the rate up comes, but we need to have that discussion and just try and be consistent. Yeah.
It's not drunk, is it?
Okay.
How much recycling do community groups?
Well, like, I can't remember who that one came from, but St Vinny's, I think, end up with quite a lot of stuff to take to the dump at times.
Charge service, general rated or 50% rated. Not sure what
We can
The charge of disposal of so it's community orientated organisations should be offset.
There's something that we can probably do about the discussion another time. Okay, so Three Waters we've covered off by noting. LGNZ membership was noted. Eyesight, I'm not going to get into discussion with that now. We will note the comments. It's part of the review and it will stay there. It will not be discussed at the table. Parking.
sorry, can I just go back to the outside? We did put in the annual plan consultation document about bringing it back to council.
Right.
So maybe a kind of decision on that.
Right, so it's not in the, those comments, it's not in there.
No,
if you want us to bring that up now.
Yeah.
Formally approve, bring it back in. Okay, happy to. Happy to. Okay, so can I have a move and a second, please, that we bring the eyesight back into council's control, please? Is that finger up for a question or to be a mover?
Be a mover?
Well,
We had already discussed that.
It has to be, it's been out for consultation, so we need to move.
Yeah. Second it. Thank you. All in favour? Against? Carried. Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Parking. Yes, agree, and that's part of the CBD review. Parking is in there. Yes.
It's been raised with me several times, but there's still an ongoing issue with business owners parking vehicles all day.
Yes.
And I don't know how we can address that.
I think we perhaps need to discuss that with the CBD review. And put that under, make sure that's covered in that discussion as well. It's growing its legs as far as the project, but I think we need to make sure that we cover everything that should be covered in there. Okay. 42, Westland Industrial Heritage Park.
I support that, whatever they want.
So we're noting the comments in there.
What is it actually?
Well, they've got a commercial lease. We want the lease review.
Continue noted the comments, but continue to support.
I'd just like to make one comment. I mean, it's great what they do, there's no doubt about it, but Pekawatara, one way or another, was always going to be temporary. Because either we were going to sell it, or turn into something.
The new owner might be doing profit as well.
Exactly, we don't know, and at the moment, I think it's great that we support that program because the good that they're doing, and even for the fact we've got feedback from the schools.
Is the Boys Brigade Hall an option for them?
Well, I can't speak for the Boys Brigade, but I did visit them as part of the conversation with the race course, certainly had good talks. But they don't like permanent structure being put up because their gym is pretty low the size of.
There also are ways you can have temporary boxing rings set up in other facilities, like things that lock into the. A permanent ring is nice, but you don't have to have it. There's other ways around it.
Well, we should just help them as best we can.
Yes, I think so. And at the moment, yes, they're doing so much good out there. It's a credit to them, especially when it's given time and no charge to the kids. And the impact even from the school saying the difference in these kids is quite exceptional. So
I agree, it's great, but why are we supporting them and
not others?
So this is what comes back to that
Yes,
review of all the community groups. Just to be consistent.
Yep.
Just a point, thank you.
Noted. Solid waste. Sorry, the main comment is collects recycling at the transfer station with an outlet for sorting and a store at the industrial park.
Through the chair. Yeah, my comments beside this document stand. We've got waste minimisation and management plan review underway at present. We've got a new waste collection contract coming in the middle of next year, and picking up and carting material up to the Heritage Park.
Thank you for that. So the comments we'll put down as noted. There was clarified liability. Moving on to 45, responsible camping.
Your Worship, this is very dependent on tourism and infrastructure funding. We've been successful the last 3 or 4 years. Except for 1 year where government withheld the funding. We have no idea whether there's going to be any funding made available for this coming summer. At the moment, it doesn't sound positive. So this generally covers all food and camping activities, except for the Yep. Obviously, there's quite a lot of legislation that has changed in this space as well over the last 12 months. That needs to be incorporated in the new bylaw review, which we'll be picking up in the near future.
This is the compliance officers.
Compliance, we call them ambassadors. Ambassadors looking after providing facilities in education and reporting, etc., and signage, etc.
But can we make costs there if we don't get the funding?
Make costs.
Sorry, we can't make cost reductions. Yeah.
We will go to a skeleton process whereby it'll be token gesture rather than for the process we're in at the moment. Historically, it's been seen in a frame review by ratepayers that we're paying for freedom campers and ratepayer money. That's why funding is always been the option. Free loans. We know there's a good job being done in the last couple of years in terms of it. There's been hardly any complaints coming through. And we've kept very vigilant on those hotspots every day, twice a day, to make sure that new education is happening. But we won't have that capacity if there's no funding coming through.
Yes. Through worship, with respect to, of course, that's because the number of free roads on the road has dropped.
Noted, and yes, please. Not a very good terminology to use. We can just be respectful.
What is respectful? They leave rubbish and they leave excrement and they leave nothing in the tills.
Yes. I think most of us will agree with you, it's just how we actually refer to them.
Rubbish chucked out of car windows by local people. Appalling. I bike the highway and I see it.
It's not toilet paper though.
No, it's not toilet paper, it's locals chucking out McDonald's paper.
And that's if they drive a horse car. Nothing's changed.
Right, so we'll keep going. We've noted those points with the responsible camping. Moving on to volunteers, noted, and we do support the volunteer community, and most communities in New Zealand would be not what they are without the amount of volunteers. And a lot of the time those volunteers aren't from set organisations, they're just people that go out and do good in their communities. So,
And they enjoy doing it.
And they enjoy doing it, and it covers a multitude of examples. So
And I think by some of our decisions today, we have reflected that we do support.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Right, fees and charges. Dog control fees, high cost for farmers, that was actually probably attributed more so from last year. They were increased this year. Resource management fees, increased sport fees for Care Square. I guess at some stage we need to look at that again and actually revisit what Care Square costs versus the income it generates.
Those costs did go up last year, did they not?
Yeah.
Yep. So, some stage we'll put that there for a discussion and a review onto that, whether we can revisit anything there.
Do you want to review that as part of the long-term plan?
I think so, yes. And we will get to that. Coastal hazard planning. Oh, sorry. Do we need to move and second that we're going to review that of the long-term plan? No, we don't, it's just noted, I think.
It's part of the normal duty with fees and charges.
Yeah. Coastal hazard planning, that's all under the TTPP, an extensive lot of work there, actually taking that into consideration and reality, so we will note that. Leicester Country Tourism Group, we have dealt with that.
No, that 125.
125k over 3 years was the second part of that.
Oh, it was too, sorry, yes. At 125 was funded, this would be an extra cost, yes.
Why does it have to be? Why can't some of that money come, put it into the wilderness trail, do it back to where it come from?
They're asking for an additional 125 trains. This is correct. This is new funding.
Was that they pay into the tourism fund?
Yeah. So the tourism fund will go up by 125,000 if we approve this.
Is this on top of 13 or including what it is on top? So 138 then?
Yeah.
Isn't this what we're going to review as part of the tourism promotions rate?
It should be added to that.
Look at that whole thing, I mean, I don't.
Yes, but they are asking for additional funding. We're talking about the continuation of that 13,000.
No,
we've dealt with
125,
yeah.
I think is like, I think it's a little bit unreasonable to, in the current climate, to come and say, well, we want another 125,000 on top of everything else, when we're going to review the whole tourism promotion rate. And I think it's a polite decline on the 125, and we're going to, but we're going to review how it's all divvied up.
Just remind councillors that DWC picked up Tourism West Coast, and that was the 100,000. They didn't approach us for another 100,000 on top of that some years ago, which we declined.
Cemetery tourism is not related to that, though.
It's not related to.
No, it's separate.
But why wouldn't they be part of the promoting of that area as part of their work?
You mean Tourism West Coast now as part of? You mean now Tourism West Coast as part of DWC will be promoting the whole region? Yeah.
Previously, they used to ask us for 100,000 per council.
Tourism West Coast did?
Yes.
Yeah, so do they just fund that out of DWC's annual operating expenditure?
Now they do.
Now they do.
I'll just say leave it to it.
In line with every other conversation we've had today around reviewing the tourism promotion rate as part of the LTP, I think we've asked for that and suggest that they come back to us with a similar application if that's how they feel in another year's time as part of the long-term plan process. We're not in a position to come with that level of money now.
No, it's a new charge that they're asking for, new income. So,
I think it's good enough for elections.
yep. So, Ash, do you want to, application?
Let me note the application for a further $125,000 per family for 30 years. Fundamental challenge I always have.
He can't, he struggles with that.
Let me note the request. Politely decline, as Paul said.
Can we talk for you?
No, I'm good.
And politely decline.
Invite them to raise this as part of the next year. Noting the fact that we've already signalled out.
Under the
strong
review of the
review.
promotion, tourism promotions rate.
And then,
Yes.
and it will be taken into account.
Note the request and politely decline their application. Just tidy that up afterwards, yeah.
Ryan's got something to say.
Sorry, Ryan.
Doesn't tourism country pay into the tourism promotion rate?
Yes.
So why is all the money going to the wilderness trail and the eyesight? Why can't some of that money stay in the country?
That's what we're going to review, because that's, yeah. I mean, they're wanting additional funding. We need to look at the structure that's there and make sure it's fair and equitable across the board.
Destination hope tickers.
So raise the request and politely decline the application. Yep. Additional funding. And invite Basic Country Tourism, which is EG, to raise this as part of the LTP.
But then that's part of that conversation as well.
Do we need
Yes,
cows? Let
full
people
stop.
figure it out for
And then
themselves.
just put, this will be,
Do we need cows?
this will also be in the review of the tourism group promotion, tourism promotion rate review.
People want to go and go figure it out.
Review of the tourism promotion rate, yep, perfect. Okay, all right, so I'll read out what the motion is before we ask for a mover and seconder. The resolution is to note the request and politely decline the application for $125,000 of additional funding and invite Glacier Country Tourism Group to raise this as part of the LTP next year. This will also be in the review of the tourism promotion rate. Ashley, Councillor Keeson's moved. A seconder, please. Councillor Gillette, all in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. You happy with that? Okay. Improve transport accessibility. Invest in public transport. I think we've noted these comments in it. Funding non-shared walking recycling paths. Again, it comes down to budgetary restraints. Noted the comments. CCO review. Noted.
Your Worship, we do need to resolve to transfer the items, the swimming pool, the Wilderness Trail to West Road and Jackson Bay back to council.
We do?
Yes.
As part of the CCO review comment? Okay. Okay, so resolve to transfer the swimming pool?
Swimming pool and Jackson Bay activities.
Pool and Jackson Bay activities.
Back to council.
I thought we just did one here. Eyesight. No, was it the eyesight?
Eyesight.
Yes. We've done that, so it's just the swimming pool and Jackson's Bay activities back to council.
as a person? As a person?
No, during the committee, a week later.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, as of. So we-
Eight.
Very good.
July.
Effective 8th of July.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's that.
Yeah. And secondly, is the council resolved to transfer the maintenance of the Wilderness Trail from Destination Westland to West Roads? We've already resolved to do this as consultation.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just saying, we did talk about it before. Reviewing that trust of that.
And use the full title when you do it, from Destination Western, just put from DW to West Roads. Spin those out.
I don't want to pull
No. Yeah, just put some, when you're finished, just try and spin those out. Okay, councillors, sorry.
I'm just going to be a fly in the ointment. We've had a discussion about a review of the trail trust and the maintenance. And though we've already decided to shift the maintenance contract to West Roads, there's risks with that. And I tend to think that as part of that review, we should leave the trail maintenance where it is temporarily.
Too late.
That's my view. It can't be changed. I'm on the record saying this may not work.
Why can't it be changed?
There's reason why it couldn't be changed.
See, I tend to agree with Stephen. It's all right.
Because we did say we were going to review the trust and the maintenance.
We'll hold on to
Keep
it
people involved.
until we bring it in-house and then make a decision from there.
Yes.
Does everybody understand that?
Just
I'm
to
not sure whether I
highlight,
can discuss it in public.
No.
I'd just like to highlight that staff have already been made aware of the change process. So,
Yes, and there's issues with that as well, but, yeah.
the council's providing this direction. Are we going to be reviewing it again to change in a future state, or is it going to be staying into the LTP process? Because we can't just flip off, going here.
Yeah, I know, it's dangerous, but,
Does it sit with the whole review of the trust and
if
everything?
it stays where it is, we're not flip-flopping it,
Yes.
we're just retaining the status quo, so there's no real danger in that regard.
To the LTP.
To the review that will be done with the LTP.
Yeah. It doesn't sit well with me.
Just to highlight that the maintenance of the trial has done exceptionally well, and the trust is managing it exceptionally well. So the whole process is working well at the moment. It doesn't mean it can't work with West Roads as well, but there is risk that.
Yeah, I completely applaud the quality of work. It's got to be done better. The people involved are first class, and I want that to continue.
Right.
As part of the review, my thoughts and recommendation is leave it where it is. Don't change it. I know it's contrary to what we were trying to do with the CCO, just that particular little part of the business, leave it there and make a final decision about where the trail management could go as part of a bigger review. Because it could be that it goes to West Roads, and then out of the review, it goes somewhere else anyway. So why don't we just leave it where it is?
Yep. Support around the table?
Who do they report to?
DW. Yeah.
So the fact that we've already taken action on this, what are the steps we need to do to?
We'd have to advise of council resolution not to move it, and then we'll go and talk to the various parties that are involved with the process.
It'll be much smoother.
Yes, it would.
From what we know.
Yes.
We can't discuss.
Yes.
It's never too late until the more the way is sunk. And so I'd say just do it.
Right, so consensus around the table to follow through with Stephen's recommendation. We will have to write this up formally as a resolution. But before we get to the next stage, what is the consensus around the table for support? A show of hands of support. Councillor Monero, do you support or not? Yes, you do.
Because it involves employment, should we be doing
What, sorry?
Should we be doing this in confidence?
Yeah. No, this is just resolved to move the entity, it's not to talk about staff. It's obviously a conversation around all of these aspects, with the assets or reports. The staff are well aware of it, being consulted on, so it's not, the fact that we're not proceeding with one of the items as part of the consultation process, and nothing is formalised until council resolves it to happen.
Motion applies with 7 votes.
Yep. Right. So if we can have that, so Simon, we need to, another one.
What about wild foods, can we?
We're not talking about that, it's not on here, we're keeping to the subject on here. Unless you want to shout breakfast. Right, so, we have to.
So you resolve to transfer both Jackson Bay and swimming pool
Back to council, as a
to that first.
Yes, done that.
And secondly, the proposal to transfer the West Coast Wilderness Trail maintenance from Destination Western to West Roads has been rescinded.
To West Roads has been rescinded.
Vote on that. It's gone through.
We'll make it official, but I just wanted to get an idea of whether we were going to move it or not. So, first resolution is to transfer the local swimming pool and Jackson's Bay activities back to council as of July the 8th, 2024. The second one is the proposal to transfer the West Coast Wilderness Trail maintenance from Destination Western to West Roads has been rescinded. I have a mover and a seconder on that, please. Councillor Glegg, Councillor Burden, all in favour? Against? Are you?
I'm going to abstain on that.
Abstain, one abstention. Carried. Thank you everybody for that. Aligned services, that's in supportive of that and it's noted and we are doing that and those conversations contrary to the paper and to regional council are actually happening quite consistently. Rates and mission policy. Sorry.
I don't want to comment, but the aligned services, the only way that we're going to, we always talk about, merging the councils, etc., and we don't need 4 councils, etc. The only way that that's going to happen, we know this from the politicians, is if it comes from the people. It's not going to come from the councils, because the councils aren't going to sign the road warrant, are they?
It's not quite true, but...
Well, yeah, aligned services is one thing, but formal information is quite another thing.
Yes, it is.
The only way that that's going to happen is if there's the local government commission support backing. If there's a petition that is raised to, if the feeling out there,
that's what the community does.
well, if the feeling is that strong, that there should be amalgamation, the only way to do that is to.
Our current Prime Minister has made it crystal clear that there will be an expectation of councils around the country to consider amalgamating with their neighbours. He's very well aware that some neighbours don't even speak to one another, let alone are prepared to work with one another. It's a general consensus between the 3 councils, I'm not too sure where regional council sits on this, that we need to first and foremost look at how we bring together services, because at some stage it's probably inevitable and we aren't opposed to that, but we do certainly feel, and I fully support this, is just to throw it into one basket and then somebody say this is how it's going to be structured, it'll fail. We've got to start with the services before we look at the overall structure, because we've also got to take in consideration the likes of Karamea and Haas as the furthest points that potentially would miss out on representation, and that's something that can't happen either. So it's not as simple as a petition saying bring in a commissioner or anybody else to councils. That's got to be collective across all 4, and that's not going to happen at this stage. The best approach that the mayors have taken with this is the fact that we work on this collaboratively, and you will know from being at the mayors, chairs and iwi meetings that we work on this collaboratively. We have these discussions, and where we can bring things together, we do. But we're also very mindful that there is one player in the team that would like to be top dog. Yeah, so that's something that we've got to bear in mind when we do have discussions and so forth going forward. I'm not particularly fazed about what they think of their skill base and ability. I'm in the same boat as the other two mayors, so I won't say any more on that one. But it's a work in progress. It's going to take a long time. If we're going to do it and get it right, it's got to be a very, very progressive process. And I think Wellington are well aware of the conversations we're having and the work that we're doing to share services going forward.
With respect, I understand all that, Your Worship, but with respect, it's glacial.
Yeah. But it's the overall structure. I mean, yes, there's an argument that cost savings to be made, but there's also an argument that it's going to blow out the receive cost savings. So until an independent person actually has a full review on how this could work, it's fair game for people to challenge and so forth. But
last time I reviewed it, we
GDPP, yep, exactly. And I think at this stage, we're a small rating base with 4 councils. We're grossly overrepresented, but it is something that Wellington are aware of as well. And as long as we have good quality conversations with them, and are open and transparent with them, I think we'll end up with the right structure going forward. But it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be a very long-term situation.
Certainly not going to happen now anyway, so.
No. So, with that is the end of that. Oh, sorry, I just actually marked it as done. Sorry, my apologies. Oh, I've written on it and ticked it, so my apologies. Noted.
As we agree with the vision principle.
A remission policy for land managed under conservation values, including SNAs and active pest management and natural wetlands.
And that is
No. Sorry, that's my sentence.
It's quite a big piece of work,
Isn't that more of a national conversation?
Yes, it is. It's not for us,
It
it's
isn't
a
it
national.
one wants to have, because fundamentally,
So we don't want
people say they value native vegetation, no one wants to actually put it.
Sorry. What's that? Oh, that's not what I can sorry. What's that? Yes, I've got that. Yes, I'm just doing that now. Okay, so to tidy up the meeting, sorry Simon, I was in mind to look, so I didn't know what you had there. So to close off the meeting, first off, that council received the report. Councillors, please. The recommendation is that council receives a report, that council hears and receives the written and verbal submissions, that council deliberates on the submissions to the draft annual plan 2024-2025 in the open part of the meeting, and that the CE be instructed to make the necessary amendments to the draft annual plan of 2024-2025. So I have a meeting with you on that, please. Councillor Gillett, Councillor Neal, all in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, councillors and staff, for a huge day. Yes, it's a massive amount of work on the staff, and as I said, did you get some points, Patrick? No. And also I wish to thank the communities that took the time to write up their submissions and present, and those that presented in person. Councillor, can you just wait till we acknowledge the contributors? The work and effort that's gone into the submissions from the community members is massive, and we respect and appreciate that contribution. I know it's a very anxious time of the year for all those community groups, so we thank you for that, along with everybody else. So with that, I'll declare the meeting closed at 5:40.